That's not all though, because the Hadza people also possess a special ability to communicate with birds. Whenever it's time to hunt for honey, the Hadza people shout and whistle a special tune directly to the birds, and they guide them to the beehives, chattering and fanning out their feathers. The tribesmen then smoke out the bees by building a large fire so they could collect their honey. As for the wax and the remnants, they leave those for the birds to feed on.
Hotep, Great SABA TEHUTI, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of MAAT. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Auset and Netet. To SABA TEHUTI, Amen. Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think, Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your Podclass and guidance, Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite netzerts have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
In a world that is filled with a lot of unappreciativeness and a lack of gratitude, dua to you, SABA TEHUTI, Amen Hotep Ra, for the altitude that you give and provide me to just be not only of greater acceptance of the greatness and the beauty that I have, but also just give the gate and the way and the path to continue to expand and not feel like I'm an alien or not feel like I'm crazy for just knowing in my heart this standard, and this standard that I've always known my whole life. You gave me a breath of life by just making it plain to me that that standard was Ma'at, and that Ma'at never leaves us. It is just something we are to remember again. So just do it for the countless lessons directly and indirectly from the world and beyond this world to just give us, like I said, a breath of life and a second chance at immortality. And for that is the ultimate gratitude, and as well Thank you for being the teacher that you are, and the kind of teacher that when I receive a lesson from you, I don't just want to learn the lesson from myself, but there's just this seed planted that the beauty and the wisdom and the power and all the things that I receive from your lessons deserve to be shared and extended beyond myself. And that is a beautiful responsibility as well as a beautiful honor that I am happy to receive and continue to grow within my Eve. So thank you for the Ankh, the seed, and allowing the Netert and the Netzer and the Netiru and MAAT to again be. Peace.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this Nefer class. Your discipline, your example. I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Like he was on another platform, TEHUTI, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a Nefer class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the.
I have learned to understand how you teach. So you're a very directed person. So you put up how can I say, every time you speak, there's a sword and there's a shield, right? So there's something behind that, right? It's very directed. So you have a very controlled thought process. So I see a lot of people fall into hell when they have conversations with you, because of your they don't see that you have a war pose, like aha. So you have a sword and a shield, and you're going to block and you're going to stab them, because you already understand what is directed speech. So I've learned that from you. So
I just want to say Hotep Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me. So right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say, with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam, and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. now, man. I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the TEHUTI, the real TEHUTI. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, TEHUTI is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl. They gonna need some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord. Brought out the holy tablets. Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-Hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of MAAT, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a Podclass. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podclass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti Podclass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
a command.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about
the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, TEHUTI is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? TEHUTI, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know Hey, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of ATTON, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Auset has? Everybody, can you see that, sun Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Auset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right.
And
Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. And that's why that is symbolism. I'll send them one and I'll set one you.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible? Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me right quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother TEHUTI. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother TEHUTI winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to brother TEHUTI. Now I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to brother TEHUTI. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to TEHUTI. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I'm going with my man Floyd Mayweather. All the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, brother Jabari has, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette parade. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In TEHUTI, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In TEHUTI, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Although he did disappear.
Can I ask you a question?
Yep.
Did Barack Obama meet Spider-Man?
If he want to talk about Batman and Robin, brother, he can do that. It's his time to speak. Right. See? Even though Batman and Robin ain't got nothing to do with it, if he bring that up, then how many times Jabari brought up Spider-Man in a debate? He brought up Spider-Man.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform. I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother TEHUTI.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got TEHUTI making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother TEHUTI and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, TEHUTI.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn, we have TEHUTI and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother TEHUTI, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. TEHUTI is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka almost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sarnetta, yo, Sar, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sarnetta's platform, Sarnetta announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against TEHUTI. Could this be 2 for 2 for TEHUTI? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sarnetta. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sarnetta saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Camille.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Right? Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in, and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Senator TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my podcast, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that. So I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
I discovered TEHUTI on Sanetta TV. He was at the Jabari debate. He was a brutal one, very brutal. And I was one of the Jabari follower, and TEHUTI won me over. I couldn't believe that somebody that I call a teacher, master teacher, was making stuff up.
TEHUTI Erakuti, I overheard you while I was in the background. You said that you were would you say your heart was broken when you saw your math teacher making things up? Was that Jabari?
Yes, sir.
Somebody's making something up. When you went in to see the debate, did you go in saying, "Oh, Jabari's gonna wipe this guy off the scene"? Did you know that you had faith in him? Like, hey, every Jabari debate on Sonetta, he blows everybody away. So here's just another one, right?
Yeah, I mean, I saw all his debate. They claim him as the Floyd Mayweather. That time, I mean, it was just unbelievable. I was like, they need to give you the title, and until today, I'm still waiting. They still don't give you no title. I mean, in the same time, I feel this title is too little for you. It really was not a match.
In Mary segment, while I'm getting this ready for you, because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes. A few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's Oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite comes and watches the. And let me ask you this one other thing: how did you come across the Podclass? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old podclasses that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married man. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the Podclass, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true?
We were a great young
group of brothers and sisters moving. You know what I mean? It just that things sort of went different, and we went to different black movements as we grew up. You understand what I'm saying? But right now I bear witness that Tehuti's been consistent with the truth this whole time. I can't lie about that. That's a fact. I would say he was a bit disappointed when he came back, because when he came back, we was all 5%ers, and that wasn't his plan. At the same time, it was just how things moved, and it just how things grew, right? So today, I'm just glad that we still building, we still here. You know, I still bear witness to the teachings that he was teaching back in the day. The thing is, too, what you're hearing right now, we was building about this like 30 years ago. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing. It's amazing, and I never thought it would be like this. You know.
Let me know if you're here, whether it's on here or whether it's in the message system. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. Definitely, Dome Daily, you can stay on if you want. Build with the people. The people rarely get to see somebody who knew me from, what was it? Was it 90? What year was that? 89?
It was like 89, 88 to 92. Yeah, it was just a long time ago.
89. Anu, what were you doing in 89?
I was doing at the church.
Auset, what were you built on in 89? What were you teaching on?
I was a sperm. I was in my father's, area.
Some of daddy's big.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe Primordial. I know he was the Primordial. He's gonna give up his age now. What were you doing in '89, brother? What spells were you breaking? What were you doing in '89?
I was only 3 years old, running around acting whatever.
Yo, we were.
See if everybody's here. Check. Mic check. Can everyone hear me? Mic check. Can I be heard? That's a 9 if you can hear me, family. You can up. Let's find out if it sounds right if you can hear me, and then we shall commence with the proper frequency. Press the 9 if you can hear me. Manual Gates with the 9. So MAAT and married to Tira. The hands. X in the hands. Again, you see the 9s if you can hear it. Okay, there's Basatip with the 9. Followed by his other brother whose name starts with a B. Basatip back to back with Bijan Pharaoh. Basatip back to back with Bijan. And his brother Hush Nation. Okay, the people can hear me. Wonderful. Excellent, everybody. Maybe another. This one is another beautiful change of reality. There's a brother with one of my favorite names, Amun, Min, Ra, Sut, Atum, with the 9. Excellent. Ready to change history today, everyone? History will be changed today. Okay, wonderful, everyone. And then we shall go ahead and start with the proper frequency, which will be affirmation. Let's get started. We're going to put it up on the screen for those new people that are watching. The affirmation is how I begin all important meetings. The affirmation is how I begin my mornings with my family. It is a frequency that is composed of phrases directly from the Purim Haru that are extremely important to have as a foundation before you begin things that you find important. It's going to go up on the screen for those who are new, who don't know what the affirmation is. For those who are older, who have been here for years, who know what the affirmation is. It's so beautiful to have it up on the screen. Beside the affirmation are some ancient images of MAAT that are not really shown in popularity. So we're going to go ahead and put that on, and then everybody can say it with us. So peace and love to all the beautiful people in the class. Bijan Pharaoh says, I like that shirt, SABA. This shirt. Let's take a look at this. We'll look at that shirt. It starts off with the affirmation. There it is. So as you can see, Anki and MAAT, live for MAAT. And on the shirt is TEHUTI, and then Nefertiti, Nefertari, and myself, and then the Turks on my side. As Osar had his Turks, Auset and Neptet on his side and to his back. So there's a beautiful shirt that was actually designed and made and given to me as a gift from Amun and Amunet at the Pathways, from what I recall and remember. Wonderful. You like that shirt, Bijan? That is the shirt of Out, the shirt of family, which is what these teachings ultimately are about in the touchable realm. All right, let's begin with the affirmation. We see Minty's in here. Perfect timing with the Ka symbol, Hotep, and Ka symbol again. Wonderful. It's going to be a great class today. This is the first class after a few things. We're going to get into that, but let's put up the affirmation, and we're going to say it on the count of 3. Everyone get ready. And let's begin on the proper frequency. 1, 2, 3. Anki MAAT on NS. Tet Auset MAAT. Meaning Hapapet. MAAT. Her and Hukiui. Per Ikut. I live for MAAT. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of MAAT. Every day I advance towards MAAT. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. We will have that up for a few moments. Right, there it is. We have the Warriors music playing in the background because we are definitely at war as we live in MAAT. Hotep and greetings, everyone. Yes, the shirt is Anki MAAT. There's something at the bottom which I don't know if I can raise up enough to show. Oh, it says Tehut. See if I can raise it to show it. Tehut. Let's see if I can raise the show it. Out. MAAT. Is it showing? I think it's showing. Out. MAAT. Family for Eternity. I can lift it up to show. Oh, there it is. I can show it. Out. MAAT. Family for Eternity. Thank you, Amun and Amunet, for that beautiful gift. All right, everyone. Hotep to Sobek and your animals. Okay, there are a couple of Sobeks now. Baby Sobek and all right, Robert says great shirt. Peace and love, everyone. Welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass. There's Pata with the support link. That is how you ask questions, and that is how you support the phenomenon that is taking place. Peace and love, everybody. Welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass. Glad to have everyone here. My name is TEHUTI. I'm in Hotep Ron. Let me ask a question before we start. Are there any new people in the audience that are viewing? Are there any new people in the audience that are viewing that will determine how this intro will go, the direction it will actually go? Any new people in the audience? Let me check the room. Are there any new people at all? Are there 14 House of a 10 members? Is 17, 20 House of a 10 members? 14 House of a 10 members? If so, that's beautiful as well. So we have no new people in the house. If there's new people here, that means you've been watching or viewing for anywhere under 2 months. You can press the 7. Okay. Wonderful, everybody. So no new people. So peace and love, everyone. For those who are watching, you already know my name is TEHUTI. I'm in Hotep Ra, the Matrix Breaker, here to alter the current reality representing the Nibiru. The ancient ones who there's a focus on having them disappear from the memory of those in which they've come to teach. I realized that the focus of the destruction and the bringing of the Matrix was to focus on disunity of consciousness, disunity of discipline. This is Auset Hajet Mahati. And these type of beings are the beings that I originally learned from when I was a youth, when my frequencies were enhanced and sped up because I spent more time around animals willingly than I did spending time around hanging out with people. I spent up to 5 hours a day, 3 hours a day out in the fields and the ponds with the animals, catching turtles, releasing them, having the turtles swim beside me. As I release them, they continue to swim beside me. I'm catching snakes, releasing them, watching, observing the ants and observing bees, and I noticed the structure that was within this wildlife, as the humans called it wildlife, and it made me question, were the humans tamed the life? Wild is the opposite of being tamed. It is the ability to be free. I noticed that people were giving wildlife the word wild, being synonymous with people acting in a way that would land them up in the nut house. This person's acting wild and crazy. Wild and crazy seem to go together. When I would go out among animals and view the animals, I didn't really see them acting crazy. I've never seen a bee act crazy. I've never seen an ant act crazy. They behave as ants do. I never seen a beaver act crazy or insane. I never seen any bobcat or bear or moose out there in the wild that would deserve to go into an insane asylum or need some medication for depression or insanity or dementia, anything that goes under the term of not being mentally healthy. I never saw the frustration out there in the wildlife. I saw unity, discipline, and structure. The drone bee had its responsibility, the honeybee had its responsibility, the queen bee had her responsibility, the worker bees at their responsibility, and so on and so forth. And they never seem to argue amongst their family over which responsibility they will take. They seem to just move as a hive, whether it's a wasp hive, a termite hive, an ant hive, and they seem to move in the structure that they were meant to be in. And it seemed like complete unity to me when I would watch videos of tribal videos, ancient tribal videos, and I saw nature videos. I would watch them side by side with tribal videos. I would watch the Dogons, I would watch the tribes of Zimbabwe, I would watch the Zulu tribes, Native American tribes, South American tribes. I would watch that as a youth. As I'm watching that as a youth, I noticed that the animals and the Dogons and the Zulus and all the people of nature lived similarly, meaning that there was a structured system, and the structured system was a system where the chief had a position, the priestess had a position, the seamstress had a position, the oracle had a position, the treasurer had a position, each person had a position, and they ran the tribe with the respect of that position in a ranking system. And I noticed that the confusion of positions only came about after colonization. After colonization, it seemed like people were in a state of chaos, where one person is a Christian, one person is a thug, one person is a stripper, one person is a Muslim, this person is an atheist, and everybody's arguing and has no structure. The father in the house could be a preacher, the son could be an atheist, the wife could be a Catholic, the daughter could be into Kim Kardashian and into R&B, just listening and dancing and shaking her butt. And it seemed like a disorganized frequency. And it didn't matter who was into what religion, but the main theme was that the ancient tribal people and the current tribal people were organized and structured and had a spiritual system that they went by, and that the animals had a system that they went by. But when it came to the unwild, or the people in the society outside of that, hustling and bustling, everybody was in a state of frustration, and the way that people spoke was in a frustrated way, in a chaotic way. And when people are in that mind state, of course, they can't unify to build anything or to create anything. And that was the focus of the Matrix. To not worry whether you're a Christian, a Presbyterian, a Muslim, a Jew, a Catholic, a Hebrew, a 5%, or Nation of Islam, none of that was to worry. What was to focus on was that each person was individually into their own thing, and thus there was no rising of any nation or any tribe or any unity, and thus there was no power in the spiritual system that was of old. And that was the Matrix. Not what people are arguing about, but the fact that everybody was disunified and had no structure. This person over here was saying they were Hebrew Israelites. I was like, great, you're Hebrew Israelite. Are you a priest? In the Bible, the Hebrew Israelites are divided up into different sections of ranking systems. There's treasurers, there's priests, there's scribes, according to the Bible. Which one are you? Shalom, brother. Which one are you in that? Or you just have a belief system sitting in your room on YouTube watching videos and walking around? Because the Hebrews had a system, a structure. Which person are you in that structure? And I would ask these questions: where's the structure? Where is the powers and abilities that I read about in your Qurans and Bibles and Torahs, where these people that are connected to God, they seem to be having the ability to do supernatural things, but the pastor cannot do anything other than remove demons from people, apparently. And I saw that it was a state of chaos. I would ask my mothers questions, I would ask the people around me questions, and eventually these type of questions got me thrown out of the school system, legally removed from the church. I had a restraining order against me from the notarized and stamped from the church. I was legally removed from the school systems. asking questions, going into the school and having classes in the hallway while recess was going on. And then when school would let back into the classes, I would hide in the library and research. I would do several rebellious things because I was hypersensitive to the matrix. Most people that are watching, if there's no new people watching, you all know the introduction. For years and years, I was going around teaching and raising up people and guiding people since 1992. And I was having very interesting experiences with my debates and my conversations with people where I found that they acted in a way that was extremely different than when regular people had conversations. When people would interact with me and I would break them down, they would actually have heart failure in debates. They'd have to be taken away in stretchers. They would run around saying, I'm a rabbit, I'm a rabbit. They would fall to the ground like as if they were in a seizure. There was different things that I have witnesses for when I'm in conversations and I'm talking just like this. The reaction of people are extremely strange. When I debate people or talk to people, in the end, they put out restraining orders against me, not against them, but restraining orders against me and their church, which I've never heard of in my life. People having to be taken away in stretchers and all types of strange occurrences that would take place. And I realized that I was doing something that I called a snake style. And that was a style where I would speak very calmly to people and ask them questions that would lead them down the path of what they were saying. Not what I was saying, but it's a specific technique, and it lets people reflect on how honest they are within. So usually when I have these conversations with people, I would notice that they would argue amongst themselves. Or they would have a reaction to their own self as opposed to me. And you all that saw the Sarnetta show with Wata, you actually saw that happen live. They played it with me and Rasul, or Killer Priest and Rasul were arguing back and forth over me, where I didn't have to speak. I just sat back and watched it. And when it was my turn to speak on Sarnetta, immediately this person named King J, an apostle, started having a 2-minute argument over me, and I was just sitting back and watching them. And it's a particular style that I use that pit people against their own self, because I've tapped into the frequency of honesty. And when I put that frequency of honesty on a person, they end up fighting themselves, and that's a self-sabotage where they end up leading themselves down their own path of destruction. And I let them walk their path of destruction until they want to come to MAAT. And that is actually how I won every debate. When I debated Jabari, him and his wife started arguing with each other in the debate, live, and so on and so forth. This has happened several times. I realized that honesty, MAAT, and the truth was the proper frequency to be on if I wanted to think and teach answers. I had to completely separate myself from the frequency of what was taking place around me. Therefore, there was no drinking in my life. I think I've drank a cap of alcohol, a cap of rum in my life, and I fainted. I only saw marijuana a few years ago. Never smoked it. I had never been hanging out at the clubs and hanging out at the parties. All those things I separated myself from because I realized that in order to heighten the frequency to be a question answerer, the questions have to come in, the answers have to come in through a certain frequency. And there's no way that I could be watching multiple shows on television and listening to R&B music and my, baby, 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 and listening to that type of foolishness, smoking weed and drinking Hennessy and picking up the accent. That's another thing too. I had to tune myself out of the frequency of picking up any accent that I lived in. So if you notice, that the way that I speak right now is the exact same tone of voice that I was speaking when I was 18, for those who knew me, when I was 20, for those who knew me. It didn't matter if I lived in Montgomery, Alabama. It didn't matter if I lived in New York. It didn't matter if I lived in Jamaica. You never actually see me speaking in the way that the surrounding areas were. Yo, man, let me tell you something. You ain't know nothing about this type of knowledge. This type of knowledge is the real knowledge. You don't want to mess all that type of talking. I tune myself out of that because that type of frequency actually moves you away from channeling the frequency that leads you to where the answers are. So I had to not do any of those things and set myself on the path to be a question answer and bring something different to the so-called conscious community, which is not to be just a teacher, but how about a question answer, which means that I set myself on a path where an entire Podclass, a word that I invented several years ago on the Killer displayed or announced on the Killer Pre-show, can I set myself in front of people and their questions and do a class for over 45 minutes to an hour and a half as enthusiastic as if I'm the person that asked the question, with matrix breaking answers, ups and downs, systematic sequenced ways of leading you down a particular path as the answer is given, conflict resolution, suspense, all the things that are in a movie. Can I answer a question like that? Can I get into aspects of the Meta, aspects of the Hebrew, aspects of Sanskrit, multiple different languages? Can I show scientific journals to back up things? Can I show videos, demonstrations, news articles, all of these things within a question that I'm not the one asking? So I came and introduced myself as the SABA, which is a door. A door is something that you knock on to get to the other side. The door just opens up and everything on that other side pours through. It is one of the most difficult things to set forth in because I do not come with a pre-prepared lecture. The class is based on what the audience asks. I look through the questions, choose the answer because there's several ones in sequence that are sent in, and then you get a movie answer, such as today. MAMI Wata is going to be one of the questions. There was a few questions asked, but this right here, MAMI Wata, the truth. Who are the Sibyls of Mama Wata? And I hope the brother Aaron is here listening. Let it be known if the Jet is here, this is for you and your brother. Hope you're in the chat, hope you're in the room, and definitely want to see the response after this answer is given. And before the question is asked, it would be great if the brother Aaron were to jump on the panel and tell the audience why he asked this question. The German man that changed Hoodoo forever, what does that even mean? Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet, is MAMI Wata taken from Auset in the Serpent Cataract. And then at the bottom, most importantly, support the TEHUTI Podclass only if it has benefited you in any way. So what I've created, let me take this off the screen. What I created was a system that causes structure and value to what people want to ask about, what people want to see. So I looked at all the other chat rooms, I looked at conversations, I looked at conversations in the barber shop, conversations with conscious brothers at a park, everybody just talking, yelling, kind of arguing, jumping up on panels. And there's no value to anybody's answer because you're asking the question for free and you're getting the answer for free, and then you go back and watch your basketball and smoke your weed and go back and hang out and do everything that you were doing before the question was asked or answered. And everybody has their own thoughts and opinions. I said, what if people valued their quest internally as much as they valued marijuana, as much as they valued going out to the party, as much as they valued all the money they spent on Coca-Cola, all the money they spent in their past on fireworks, on the 4th of July, eating KFC, giving their reciprocity, and there's nobody watching, was not giving the reciprocity to Wendy's, KFC's, Dunkin' Donuts, Krispy Kremes, Cheetos, Doritos, Burger King, Pizza Hut, Papa John's, bubblegum, marijuana, alcohol. There's nobody watching who has not given reciprocity to one or two, if not all of those things. And none of those people and companies have ever come and knocked on anyone's door asking for reciprocity. The Matrix is set up so that you willingly gave money to the Avengers. You willingly gave money to Jack Nicholson. You willingly left your house and gave money to the man who played the killer of Saw 3. He's a killer. How many horror movies have we watched and supported? Hundreds. Reciprocity given to someone in a hockey mask. And their acting capability is to hold a knife and go. That's the extent of the acting. We can't see the face behind Michael Myers, can't see the face behind Jason, we can't see the face behind Freddy Krueger or Chucky. We don't even know what the actual person is in the actual acting. The person in Saw 3, who was that? But we willingly supported the Avengers, Spider-Man. Not only supported, but we've memorized the stories. There's nobody in this room who doesn't know what Spider-Man's first and last name is. There's nobody who doesn't know who Batman's first and last name is. We all know what Thanos has to put on his hand for power. We all know the abilities of the Incredible Hulk, and we know the story and the history of Bruce Banner and Bruce Wayne. There's nobody in this room who doesn't know the name of the leader of the Autobots. There's nobody in this room who doesn't know the leader of the Decepticons. We know who they are. We know their story. We've supported them, been to the movies. We've supported everything that the Matrix has thrown at us. And that's why our minds can only refer back to those things. So I decided to set up a Podclass in the Houseofatton to say, what are people's questions worth? Not just any type of questions, but questions that can change their life. Whatever it is on the person's mind, is it more important to them than the $8 popcorn they spend at the Avengers movie? Is it more important to them than that? Is it more important to them than all the money you calculate for the last 12 years you spent on marijuana? Or any form of Coca-Cola, Sprite, 7-Up, Mountain Dew, Dr. Pepper, chews, bubblegum, sour chews, whatever we give our children, cotton candy, funnel cake. Is it more important than that? What type of questions can you ask at the TEHUTI Podclass, and how do you support this phenomenon that's going on? Because no teacher in history has ever done this. Every other teacher has come in the past and has done a lecture, and more power to them. A lot of lectures were beautiful, inspirational, awesome, very informative, full of guidance. It was always the lecturer's choice. There's never been a teacher to come in history to say, I'm the SABA door, meaning that this class is going to be based on you, and you're going to get 1 hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour and a half, sometimes 2 hours with answers that contain documentaries or videos, old book sources, news articles, language, live magic on the screen, everything that could possibly be imagined and unimagined within an answer, and then taught live and placed on YouTube as something you can show your friends and family on a particular topic that you are interested in. That means that if you have a question that pertains to how to convert your mother out of Christianity, or a debate that you got into, or feng shui, or Oregon energy, or heart problems for your mother, or eczema for your brother, you can ask the question of the TEHUTI Podclass and get over an hour answer, and then just go home and press play for those people. And you can sit there in the living room with them and say, shh, I'm not going to talk, you don't talk. Here's your answer, Mom. Here's your answer, brother. Here's my answer. Here's your answer, cousin. Here's your answer, Christian friend, Hebrew friend, Muslim friend, atheist, astronomer, astrologist. Here's your answer here. There's been a whole class based on that topic we had 2 weeks ago that we were debating and talking. I asked my SABA, and he did an entire demonstration for an hour and 10 minutes or so based on that conversation. But now you have visuals to watch. Tell me what you think. This led to beautiful questions such as eczema. No known cause, no known solution. The drug diagnosis, prescription palindrome cycle. And TEHUTI gives solutions for eczema. Live questions. The Kemet Nitiru were the first two. Modern day doctors give reverence to Kemet Nitiru by naming the skin condition. There's never been ever a scenario with any of these things to actually be answered in one class and then give the Kemetic sources for these. This is a phenomenon that's taking place during your lifetime. Somebody can send in a question in here. If someone asking a question completely off that topic, SABA, why do we see outside the light spectrum? Example, sometimes we see, or sometimes we could see spirits, and sometimes we can't. What happens when you ask a question like that at the TEHUTI Podclass? Boom! A movie is made for you, an answer that takes over 45 minutes to 2 hours with actual demonstrations from students that I had that asked the same question and manifested the spirit energy. And pictures were taken of it, and then the scientific answers. At the same time, a person can ask about postpartum depression, which is a completely different topic, and get the answer on postpartum depression and the PSYOPs behind it. Because the woman that asked the question just had a baby. Imagine you could get a class, a detailed class on postpartum depression, the PSYOPs behind it, the designed clandestine science behind it, while in the same class, get a class on the visual light spectrum and the manifestation of spirits with actual images in the class of the spirits that were manifested. Has that ever been done before in history? While someone can else send in a question, Cash App TT Moon, please do a class on the Montauk Project. Completely different from MAMI Wata, completely different from eczema, completely different from seeing spirits, and then boom, what happens? The Montauk Project, mind control, and spiritual study, Great Pyramid of Giza. That wasn't even part of the question. These are bonuses leading it back to ancient sources of Kemet Nile Valley. Kemetic birds. Does anybody know of the Kemetic bird that inspired the Montauk Project? Most people watching have heard of the Montauk Project, but do you know that it was inspired by a Kemetic bird? And they said so themselves. Do you know that they used the study of the science of the Great Pyramid as the foundation of the Montauk Project? Is anyone teaching that? From the words of the people that created the Montauk Project, not from TEHUTI's making it up. Someone can send a question and say, I don't want to know about the Montauk Project. Gabby Lopez sends in, are there any symptoms or stages of pregnancy nowadays that have been created by the Matrix, like cravings, gestational diabetes, and how aware are babies in the womb? Do their personalities, likes, and dislikes begin since conception? For example, there was certain things I couldn't eat with my last 2 pregnancies, and there were certain foods that I really enjoyed eating. I had to eat my food in sections because if I combine my food a certain way, it could cause for me to get nausea, or I couldn't eat the food anymore. Auset, which is the baby that she had, pregnant at the time though, would become very active when she's hungry, and once I eat, she calms down. This is when Auset was in the womb. What happens when you ask a question like that? Sincerely, Gabby Lopez. What happens when you ask a question like that? Boom. Has this ever been done before in history? Class, pregnancy cravings, natural or mind control PSYOPs. Has anybody seen a class done on pregnancy cravings being a mind control PSYOP while simultaneously learning consciousness in the womb, while somebody else said the question about incest in Kemet and whether the depictions of the Nitiru depicted because of cosmology. All of this in one class. Has that been done in history? And then boom, she wants to know about breastfeeding. What happens? Boom. Now there's a class on breastfeeding, but not just breastfeeding, you get more than what you asked for. Breastfeeding and the double spiritual symbolism in Kemet. What was the double spiritual symbolism of breastfeeding in Kemet? While another young lady sends in a question about her cat's eyes. Then she gets the eye of the sixth sense of Kemet. Your cat's eye color changes per second. All of this taking place in one class. This phenomenon, called the TEHUTI Podclass and the House of Atten, the last to represent the Nibiru on Earth, are presenting a question-answer phenomenon that is actually changing the infrastructure of consciousness, meaning that everything that people thought existed in consciousness, that matrix is being broken. So not only as the regular conscious teachers, as they call themselves, are breaking people out of Christianity, Islam, Judaism, how about breaking people out of the understanding of the common understanding of orgone energy? Breaking that. And then boom, you get a class on orgone energy. Has anybody ever broken the matrix on feng shui? Is feng shui even a matrix? And the answer to that question, people were completely blown away to find out that the original feng shui was actually based on immortality in the afterlife and had absolutely nothing to do with where you put your furniture in your house. Has anybody ever taught that? If so, you can kindly put the link in the chat where there are conscious teachers teaching from the source of the inventors of feng shui that feng shui has absolutely nothing to do with how you maneuver furniture in your bedroom or living room. The original teachings of feng shui is about immortality in the afterlife. If there's a conscious teacher teaching that with sources from the inventors of feng shui, please put the link in the room. If not, there are millions and millions of people believing something about feng shui that they were never shown ever in history. No one has ever shown you ever that feng shui has anything to do with positioning your furniture from any ancient oriental sources of the inventors of feng shui. But imagine that, without being shown that, there are millions upon millions of people saying that that is what feng shui is. Imagine the deep PSYOPs in that. You don't have to be shown. Somebody could just tell you, and the belief system passed on, and the original inventors of feng shui aren't here to defend it. So now there's millions of people making billions of dollars off of showing you how to set up your furniture. And there's absolutely not one teaching in existent history of any original feng shui inventor that had anything to do with that. Imagine that. So my goal is to reverse what people are doing to the ancestors, which are the ancestors teach a certain thing in their original writings. The New Age movement comes and teaches things on top of that and erases and never refers to what any of the original ancestors that brought the spirituality to the system taught, and then continue on. So welcome everybody to the House of Atten. It's a beautiful thing. Many things have happened since last week. We'll be talking about that when the people get on the panel, who were such as Minty Hotep, and we'll be talking about my overview of both of those experiences. But for now, understand that you are in the House of Atten, the TEHUTI Podclass. The support is Cash App, TTMoon, PayPal, and Rocky SV. I'm going to invite the people on the panel now before I get into the beautiful answer of this beautiful question. And then I'm going to actually show people some of the supports that were given for some past questions that I have to ask people to change because there's not specifics in it. Some of the people I emailed, such as the good brother Dr. LaRoche, who is a great supporter, MD Dr. LaRoche, who sent a question on 3,000 years of Kemetic war highlights. And I had to send him an email saying, I've done a class just on one Kemetic war that lasted an hour and a half, 3,000 years. That would be about 2 years worth of pod classes. There's no way I could do that in a pod class. So I sent him that. And there's other people that have sent questions. Some people asked what in Asia came from Kemet or something. And Asia spans from India to Saudi Arabia to China. So there's certain things that we have to specify in these beautiful questions that are sent in to SABA TEHUTI. And once they're specified, I can go right into it if the question is answerable. So I'm going to put the link in the room and invite the supporters to come in. Everybody support the TEHUTI Podclass. Today's class is going to be like a Sherlock Holmes investigator. This is going to be like nothing you could imagine is going to happen with this MAMI Wata question. It is going to be like a detective case being solved. There's going to be characters in the case. There's going to be false role players. There's going to be 3 phases taking place. It's going to be very, very interesting. So I'm going to put the link in the room and get acquainted with all the great supporters and everybody in the room. And then I'm going to take a little break, step off, and I'm going to come back and ask and answer this beautiful question. Shout out to all the people that are in the class, in the chat. Hyperhidrosis cured by SABA TEHUTI. Again, you're in a phenomenon. If you ever been to a comedic channel or a knowledge of self, I'm not even sure what category, but a knowledge of self-conscious channel, 5% or esoteric, whatever it may be, and someone's been healed of hyperhidrosis, please put the link in the room if that has ever been a question sent in history where someone can have hyperhidrosis for over 20 years. Send the question into the TEHUTI. Send the question in to your teacher, your comedic priest, and you're cured of it after 20 years of trying to be cured of it. These are some of the experiences and testimonies here in the TEHUTI Podclass. I'm inviting everybody to come in. So Minta said, or would you, I can come now on the last 15 minutes of my break. Yes, you can come on now, fill the panel up, everybody. You can come on now and come on later. Come on any opportunity, everybody has to come on. So soon fill the panel up and come on, and then I can take a break. And especially, where is the Jed? The Jed and his brother. This class is for the Jed's brother, but the Jed is the one that brought his brother to the Podclass. Where are they? It's a beautiful thing when a question is asked, and the person that asked the question comes and shows appreciation or tells the class why they asked such an interesting question. We have Hush Nation on the panel. Peace, Hush Nation. How you doing, good brother? What's up to you?
Peace, SABA. You can hear me?
Hey, you're very good. Sound like you're in a big empty room.
Yeah, something like that. Big love, big MAAT, Uncle Jaseneb. Dua Sekem, health and protection. Good to see you. I'm grateful to be here with you on another session, so definitely grateful for that. How you feeling? How you doing? What's the update on your health?
So for asking, I'm feeling mentally well. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling positive. As far as the hip situation, that's pretty much about 95%. Not much there. As far as what's happened internally, this coming week, I should be able to get the results on what they see, and then that's that phase, and the next phase is to move on to what procedure is needed to resolve that situation, how the intensity or the seriousness of the situation, which I don't know because it's not something that I can tell until it's viewed. So thanks for asking, and as long as I am able to have my cogs and my consciousness working, and as long as I'm able to come up here and sit down regardless of what's taking place in me, unless it's so extreme that I can't teach, I will be up here doing pod classes and answering all of your questions. Thank you for asking, your brother Hotep.
Hotep Saba, to us so much. Nini Khan, Nini up. Yeah, big man at every time. I appreciate it. I appreciate you still coming back and trying your best to stay strong as possible and working on it and keeping the house of ATTON up. Do I appreciate you a whole lot.
Nini Uk. All right, where are the other people? I was just talking to my thirds, one of them, maybe both, but one for sure. I was just talking to, there's me, Hotep, there's Patan. I was just talking to my thirds. There's Amonet, Friendly, there's everybody jumping on now. VRI, there we go. I was just talking to my thirds. One of them about she said, wow, I can't imagine what it's like to be in a comedic war. And I said, imagine that, right? Just visualize what a comedic war is like. Now there could be no introverts in it. How could there could be no shy people in it? Imagine being on a horse, not in a car with windows and an army tank where you're protected, not in 50 Cent's bulletproof truck, not in that, on an open horse with breeze around you and access to things hitting you, clubbing you, stabbing you from every angle. And you're on a horse traveling 45 miles an hour, left, right. You have to control that horse on a chariot. Move it left, right, arrows going up and down, spears being thrown. You're on an open plain, and the Syrians are over here, and there's 2,000 Syrians coming on horses and chariots, and guys gouging your side out as you're on the horse. You have to move on the horse, move this way, jump off the horse, run, get stomped out. And that's how they protected Kemet. There was no shy people. There was no halfway people. There was no fence walkers. There was no borderline. I don't know. Let me see. You had to be sharp, witty on your feet, or you have your throat gouged out. Your own horse could stomp you. The horses get spooked in the war. Horses aren't made to go to war. So the horse doesn't know what's going on. It's heading out, and it just sees other horses ramming into it. People throwing spears. It misses you, but it stabs the horse that you're on. The horse gets stabbed with this. It raises up, and it kicks you off the horse. Now you have axes being thrown in maces. Maces are these sticks with a ball on top with spikes coming out, gouging you, and your Ramesses, your Tehutimos. We're going to talk about this maybe next week when we do the tributes to the warriors. You're Hepshetsa, and you're the president, you're the king, but you're on the horse too. There's no CIA, there's no FBI, Secret Services, while you're in your bulletproof SWV Range Rover. You're bleeding and bloody, then you're about 30 miles away from your home because the horse is moving, and you're fighting, and you're bleeding. There's no doctors on set. There's no medicine on deck. There's no calling the hospital and the ambulance for the helicopter to come get you and take you away. No, your foot is missing. You see? So, to understand what the people of the Nile Valley had to go through to protect MAAT is a completely different realm than understanding what it takes to click and come on the panel. You see? In the safety of your home, click. I'm too shy. I can't come. I can't come on the panel. I'm shy, man. I can't. Ramses guts. So when people think of Kemet and MAAT, they think of their hands crossed in a yoga single. No, They don't think of the chariots. Your house is the size of your bedroom. The houses were about the size of a one-bedroom apartment. And there's no alarm systems. There's no homeland security. When somebody comes on your property. None of that. So it's a bloody war that takes place. So Hutimos fought 17 of them while he was in it. He didn't send out 17 soldiers to go fight. Tehutimos, I must be doing the highlight class right now, but Tehutimos sent the warriors out and was on the chariots in the midst of the... Have you ever seen an arrow go by you? You got to be like Neo in the Matrix. Imagine ducking weaponry thrown at you while you're on a horse that you can't control because the horse is moving at a certain pace. You have to control your body moving. Your arm gets hit. And you got an arrow in your arm and there's no doctor there. You got to keep on fighting with the other arm in your coat patch. And people are too shy to jump on a panel in 2025. That's why I told my mates, I said, the Natiru, as you know them in their form, will never come here. They'll never come here for this embarrassment, this shyness, this cowardliness. They would never come to this exhaust and fumes and poison. Not at all. Not at all. So I understand what some of that is like, because to the best of my ability, I've been shot at for my people. While guns are going off, I'm running out into the forefront while the enemies are attacking the movement that I'm a part of. I'm running out and seeing as lectures are being done, shots are going off the podium, denting the podium, and we're ducking. Do I run back home? Do I run away? No. I run out into the fire to protect the others, because I could take the bullet and it will save these people here that are more important than me that need to go over there. This is the experience, fights and things that are going on to protect MAAT. So there's no shyness, there's no introverts, there's no there's none of that. You got to know what you're saying, say it with authority, get into the forefront, get out into the world, get to the people, talk to the people. All this is verbal debating and verbal fighting. You will never have anybody truly swing at you for what you're teaching. I've had guns pulled out and such for what I'm teaching, but you will never have this on the internet, because this is the soft world. This is the easy world. You jump on the panel, you argue with a guy, you can click off. So I want everybody to know that, oh, am I still on? I want everybody to know that I thank those when I say come on to the panel, to those who jump on the panel, those who participate, those who support the TEHUTI Podclass, because the support of this is not even 1/100th of the support that an ancient Kemetic, now Valley farmer or person would have to give to keep Kemet moving. You're a farmer, and the tool that you're using to feed your family is also the Kopesh weapon, because you could be farming while the war takes place. And there's no way to announce to you as the farmer if you don't have, what is it? Let's text the farmer. Let's PayPal. So let's send a message, email. You're the farmer, and the war isn't announced to you because the Babylonians and Syrians are surprise attacking. All you know is you see smoke coming towards you, and you're trying to farm the land. Your Kopesh is your actual weapon that you have to use to defend the Babylonians on horse, while you're just the farmer man, but you have to defend Kemet to the best of your ability and maybe die in the river to defend the land. That type of reciprocity, that type of support, that type of diligence is 1/1000th of what we have to do today on the internet world, sitting safe on a couch and just coming to a panel and supporting and saying, what can I do to assist with the House of Attend? What can I do to support the podcast? What can I do to keep this movement going? What can my part do? Even if I don't agree with this, and that, well, what is a part that I can do that I can agree with to keep things moving in the MAAT that I'm a part of? And that is what I've come to bring, the actual culture and the actual unity. So peace and love to all those who came on the panel. Peace and love to you, Pata, Hush Nation, Minty Otep having some problems. She'll fix it. DRI, Amun, and Amunet, and everybody else. Peace and love to all of you. And everybody doing good. I'm gonna ask everybody how they're doing. Then I'm gonna take a break and come back and blast into this answer. Oh, 1 second. Minty's having some issues. Yes. So how you doing, Pata? Peace and love to you, good brother.
Peace and love, great SABA. Mic check, can I be heard?
Very clearly.
Okay, peace and love, great SABA. I am doing Nefer. Doing well. Tua for asking. I'm happy to hear about your update and that especially when it comes to the hip, that you can sit down comfortably. Tua for that update. And yeah, all is well, great SABA. Tua.
Nini Ook. I already talked to Hush Nation, so we'll go to VRI. And Tua to you, Patan, for your beautiful response to the question and your inquiry. And I have a couple words to say about you before I go. I want to move to VRI. How you doing, VRI?
What's up, Marie? I'm doing well, and also delighted to hear that you're recovering well. And thank you for doing this podcast. I really do appreciate it. Tua.
Nini Ook. All right, wonderful. One of my netters thought I was listening to you. I was doing a training. I think it was this morning. Yeah. I was doing a training, and I listened to advice from a gentleman named Dorian Yates. And she heard the voice of this old pro bodybuilder, Olympia, Dorian Yates. She said she was wondering if that was VRI, but then when he said, yes, I've been training since '83. She said, oh, that's not VRI. So, but yeah, your name was just mentioned this morning. So shout out to you. Peace and love. And I'm going to move over to Amun and Amunet. How you doing, Amun and Amunet?
I'm doing excellent. SABA, Tua for asking. Tua for your updates on your health. And Tua for everything you just went over. It was very, very eye-opening, and I appreciate it. I enjoy visualizing it to get a better understanding on what our ancestors went through compared to what we have to go through. So I'm doing excellent, and Tua for asking.
Nini Ook, wonderful, excellent. Okay, so is Minty Hotep? Oh, she's back on. There we go. Okay, Minty, can you hear me now? Are you on? Get some Minty. She's having some she might not be able to hear me. Okay. Minty Hotep. She's not hearing us. And she's on mute. Let me see if I can get her off of mute. Let me see if I can help her with that. Unmute.
Okay, Hotep, can you hear me?
There we go. Can you hear me? Yes. We're here.
I'm here. I'm here. Yes. I can hear you intermittently. The volume for your voice keeps on going out, so it's a little bit broken up and choppy. I'm just trying to adjust my settings, so it's happening intermittently. But yes, SABA Hotep, thank you for being here. Tua for showing up. As a consistent, an actual living practice of what consistency looks like.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Wonderful to have you here.
I'm at work right now, so I'll be popping in and out intermittently. But I heard you mention my name, that you wanted me to come to the panel. But as of right now, I'm at work.
Okay. Okay, so I wanted to say to everybody, since last week, since the beautiful Cyberthon, and the after that was the kidney and liver class. Since then, the brother Pata was on the Sarnetter channel, very beautiful, and Minty was. I have to ask her about. I don't know if she was told what what the actual channel was, because when I clicked on, I was like, hey, is this? And people were typing in the room, is this the Killer Priest channel? Like, who's the guy? Who's this Rasul guy? Where's Killer Priest? Where's AD? So it was interesting, but we'll get to that. But shout out to Minty for going on. And I wanted to say to each of you, but I'll say to Minty first, since she may have to go soon. Very proud of you when you came. Well, first of all, Minty, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. Very proud of you in the very beginnings. It was a little difficult to watch because in the very beginnings, of course, there was some audio issues and visual issues. You kept coming off and going on. They put a music on, song on. So it's hard to tell when you actually were going to come on and stay. But I kept, TT was watching and she would say, okay, Minty's on now. And I'd have to I'd stick my head in and say, okay, let's see. And so
fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat.
Yes, TT had messaged me that she was there supporting me, and yes, it was very trying. It was difficult to maintain my focus because I was getting distortion from my phone that I had never gotten before. So just dealing with the emotions of, asking to be on the Killer Priest podcast and being silenced, having my voice removed. There was a lot of emotions there, and then it's just something that comes up, and I have to remain focused. And
can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. I think something happened in the communication where I was talking. I was actually going to give my feedback on you being on. Then another voice starts talking about potato chips. I'm not sure if that was a commercial, and then maybe you thought I was done, and then you came talking. Probably part of your work, right? The other voice.
Oh yeah, that was part of the Matrix. Yeah.
Okay.
My mistake. Please forgive me and continue.
Okay. Yes. Wonderful. So I wanted to say to you, Minty, that Hotep to Lisa, peace and love to you, and I always give peace and love to all the new people in the chat. There's a person named Jax. Shout out to Jax. What German changed Hoodoo forever? You stick around, Jax, and you will find out. And shout out to you for coming to the TEHUTI Podclass. And when the class commences, the story will be revealed. So, anyways, on to you, Minty. So when you first came on, very proud of you. Very, very heartwarming, heart-touching story. Even some things that I didn't know, and I like to hear that the effect it had on your father, and how there was a possibility of him being maybe a preacher or something like that, and then he completely, after he talked to me, said everything he believed in, he's questioning, and you telling the people that when they ask what is your most powerful, effective time interacting with the Killer Priest show, and you brought it right to it was SABA, and then you told the story. So that was very beautiful. You did very, very well with all the interferences and the audio. I can hear the message clearly. Obviously, that show was not really designed for that. If it was the Killer Priest show where he was on there and Menkep Ra was on the chair and there was an interaction, there'd be more questions asked. And this was more of a music show. And but I love what you did on there. I had to bail out once I saw conversations. Once I saw Sister on there taking over the conversation with you, and once I heard her talking about Pluto was in a retrograde having a conversation with the Leo star constellation, because when the Pluto in the Leo star constellation, Pluto is the underground, and because it's the underground, Pluto reveals the children that were hidden in the underground bases, because Pluto told Leo it's time to reveal the truth, and the truth will be revealed, and that's why the Pisces cup, once that happened, I was out of there. But I loved everything before that, other than Pluto talking to the Leo star constellation and Pluto having any concern with children. Shout out to you. Shame on all the beautiful sisters and beautiful brothers. I hope you wake up, because the Matrix has you hating your culture so much, hating the black man and woman, really hating yourself so much that you would rather quote an untalking planet, Pluto. You'd rather quote that Pluto is talking than quote Ptah. You'd rather quote that a planet is having a conversation with a star constellation about saving children than quote the great Amenemope and quote MAAT herself and quote TEHUTI. You'd rather talk about planets talking and saving people, planets that didn't give any concern or care when blacks were going through 500 years of slavery. But a planet could have a retrograde and talk to another star constellation to save children, but have absolutely no word on slavery and women getting raped. So shout out to those who talk to planets, but for outside of the insane people that think that planets are concerned with children, bunkers, and shout out to you, Minty. Your section on there in the beginning was beautiful, and no, planets don't care about us. To that lady that took over, because I saw you trying to talk, Minty, and she came over you and talked over, and I said, okay, I see where this is going, and I'm out of here. Beautiful sisters, more interested in planets talking than anything Pharaoh Khufu or Hatshepsut had to say. So, but Minty did an excellent job that she was on and what she wanted to, her goal. So shout out to you, Minty. Tehut to you, and that's what I wanted to say to you in front of everybody to hear, because you sent me that message saying what your main concern was. You've achieved your main concern, and which my view on it was you did beautiful. So to you, represent.
Nani SABA, that means everything to me. Like, I had messaged you. I don't care what the world thinks about me. I care about your opinion. And yes, I did get into a conversation with the sister regarding astrology, but I clarified, and I hope that everybody heard me, that you do not teach those teachings.
Wonderful. Excellent. I'm gonna let you I'm gonna step off, but I'm gonna let you build on that. If you have more to say when I step off, I'll listen in the background. Angela Gates says kudos, Minty. Shout out to the House of ATTON for supporting Minty in her beginning when she was on there. And then I saw everybody dipped once Pluto started talking to Leo. I didn't see one person in the House of ATTON type of. Once that conversation took place, I didn't see no House of ATTON members typing. But in the beginning, when it was Minty, it was House of ATTON on there supporting. So shout out wherever our students go, House of ATTON supports. So shout out to you, Minty, for that. And I'm gonna move on to Nini. I'm gonna move on to Ptah. Shout out to you, Ptah Hotep. Maybe. The baby Ptah. What's that? Yeah, it's a huge compliment, right? You new Ptah Hotep here. Reborn. All right, shout out to Annie Ptah. We'll call him the modern day Ptah Hotep. So shout out to Annie Ptah. As far as you, Annie, you are thousands of light years ahead of every single person that said they represented Kemet. Any on that panel, anybody that came trying to ask questions, your presentation vibrated on the frequency where the very first question that was asked was, after doing a 2-hour presentation, the very first question that was asked to Annie was, are the network physical beings? He just did a 2-hour breakdown, build up on it, and it was so beyond. It was so much of a non-debate because it was coming from the voice of the ancestors that nobody could comprehend where it came from. As a matter of fact, the Hebrew Israelites were more appreciative of Ani than any Kemetic person on the panel. Elder Yara and Zakwan were more appreciative of Fatah's presentation than any of the people with Anksan. That's how far ahead Ani you were. So Tua, for representing, you definitely represented. You tried your best to keep it on the topic. After you saw that there was no way to, the pushback trying to make it Bible was so strong that Annie just gave up and let it. All right, they just started talking about the Bible. But other than that, that was beautiful. And everybody go back and watch that. Support that Sonetta show where Annie was on. It has one of the second highest views of all the shows that's come on since that I've seen. And you will see a beautiful conversation, beautiful teaching. And you will, of course, see somebody try to jump over Annie to get to me, to jump over. Let me get to Tehut. Let me keep him where. Let me trap TEHUTI, and you will see how that person was completely chaotically all over the place and shut down once the question was actually asked. I really wanted to stay out of it and just watch, but once he adamantly said, "This is only for TEHUTI," Tom was like, "Okay, okay," and that person got, of course, the Natiru slapped up that person. I actually did multiple snake styles in that and used people against other people. But outside of that, Annie, you did a wonderful, excellent job. I commend you, and I highly doubt that anybody will actually challenge you to a debate, although they may come out with a show about your show, but they're not going to actually challenge, say, I want any Patah in a debate. You did a great job. Kudos. I don't even know what kudos means. I'll do a class on kudos. Somebody sent in a Podclass question. What does kudos mean? I'll come with a whole PSYOPS on it. But whatever that kudos is, shout out to harassing kudos. Whatever. Henu to you for your great representation of the Natiru. That's what I have to say to you.
Hotep MAAT, great Saba TEHUTI, Uncle Justin Neb. 2 out for that, for your great Medu Nefer. And yes, there's a blockage before they can get to you now. So they'll try to jump it, but bring them right back. So Tuan Hinu to you, great Saba, for all that you do for me. Hotep Tua.
Nini Uk. That was excellent. Shout out to everybody. 2 of those, harass. 2 of those. Oh yeah, Kados. So shout out to everybody. Peace and love to you, Patah. And I will say that I did promise Sonetta that yes, if after Patah does his show, that I will be coming on to do a show. After watching the Sonetta show with Patah on and watching previous shows, I see that there are a big handful of people that actually do want the truth, and they only have 3 people to choose from pertaining to Kemet, and only one of them claims Kemetic spirituality of the 3 people, not including Patah. So I need to go on there and do what I did to Mary Sekhmet, do what I did to Beged Leisure, who is now Maharu, do what I did to Dr. LaRoche, and a few people that saw me on there, and innocent people, and I will be on there doing a presentation, more than likely next Sunday coming up. I'm going to speak to him, and of course I'm going to cater it to what that show is about. It may be on the true feminine Netert, or something dealing with the Bible coming from Kemet. to show everybody that yes, I do that topic as well, the scenario that I'm in, because that's where their mind is trapped. Their mind is there, but if I can take their mind out of that and make them into a Maharu, or anyone who's on there that's Mary Sekhmet was a Hebrew Israelite for over 23 years or something. She saw me on there, and now she's Mary Sekhmet. Her name was Israel prior to that. So there's thousands of Hebrew Israelites that I need to touch, thousands of Christians I need to touch, thousands of innocent people just getting into Kemet, and they need to hear me on there. So I will be going on Sunday doing a show. I'll let everybody know, and of course, House of Attend, come on and do what you do. All right, and I'm gonna say peace to Nookpoo. I was like, is Nookpoo gonna jump on the panel? Because all he's gonna do is, King J, shut up! Off with your head! Off with your head, King J! Off with your head! I'm gonna cut your head. I gotta see Nookpoo in a debate. Slash! You're dead now, huh? Come to the Netterkurt with me. So, shout out to Nookpoo, and anyone else I didn't ask is did I get to ask Amunet? Was Amunet here when I first came on, or just Amun? Just you, Amun.
It was just yes.
Okay. So Nookpoo, go ahead and how you doing, good brother? And then we're gonna get to Amunet. Then I'm gonna jump off. You all build, and then I'm gonna come back and talk about Mami Wata. Go ahead, Nookpoo.
Hotep SABA, Uncle Justin Nets, everybody on the panel, everybody on the chat. Tua for Ani representing the Tiru MAAT. Tua to Minty as well, representing the Tiru and MAAT. That was never what they both accomplished in the same week. And yes, Saba, I wanted to jump on the panel, but I let them. You let them do their little ispet. We forgot to do the affirmation, man. If we would have done the affirmation, I think it would have been a little bit more controlled, but it was all meant to be. But yeah, I kept my mouth shut for the most part of the presentation. And then after the presentation was over, I was on the chat going haywire. You know what I'm saying? So it was an effort thing. But yeah, I would definitely make a lot of people cry if I was there on the panel. A lot of people questioning their reality right now. So you guys just shatter their brains with all that information. I do see how the Bible affects their mind, where they're just questioning, who came first, Adam and Eve, or Ptah, or segment. Like, come on, man, there's fairy tales destroying your head, but it was never. And Saba, I wanted to share with you today, I finally got my first place on my half marathon. So I got that. I'm coming up, you know what I'm saying? Good job for that too.
Congratulations on that. You can give him a hand clap. Any sound man, give him a hand clap. Congratulations on that. You achieved.
New Saba.
All right. Any sound man, give him a little hand clap sound for that. Congratulations, Nookpoo. There's a sound man on deck. Tep, Nookpoo. Any sound man on deck.
Yeah,
go,
woohoo! It isn't coming through. Hold on, let me see.
Makaru.
Can y'all hear that?
I heard it's like a cannon gun. Wonderful. All right, and we're gonna go on to there we go. Okay, and we're gonna go on to thank you for that. We're gonna go on to Amunet. How you doing, Amunet?
What's up, Mary? I am doing excellent. So for asking, I'm really happy to be here. Happy that you are alive and healthy, that we're all alive and healthy, and I'm looking forward to what you are going to teach us today. So what's up, Mary?
Excellent. Great smile, great energy, and to you for everything you thank me for. Okay, they're giving you cheers in the chat. All right, everybody, I'm going to step away. When I come back, everybody, we're going to get into this question. Is the Jed around? The Jed, Aaron, we're going to get into this question here. Questions. A couple questions were sent in. MAMI Wata, the truth. Who are the Sibyls of MAMI Wata? The German man that changed Hoodoo forever. Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet. Is Mama Wata taken from Auset? Auset and the serpent cataract. That's going to be interesting. And of course, support the TEHUTI Podclass. Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SB. And of course, support the TEHUTI Podclass only if this has benefited you in any way. Wonderful. And for those of you who asked questions, I'm going to announce a couple of questions that were asked that I have asked several times. For what's this? Questions that need to be answered. Yeah, I have asked several times for you all to send clarity on this. Need clarity. It's a question from a question came in from Quinn Clark. Quinn Clark sent in a question, and the question was this is over a month ago. This is Buck the President. Does Asia derive any of its culture from Kemet? Quinn Clark, if you could specify the question, I would greatly appreciate it. Asia is massive. Asia covers anywhere from India to Saudi Arabia, Iraq, parts of China. All Asia is huge. So does Asia derive any of its culture? If you could specify that question on what part of Asia, what made you ask the question, so we can specify on that part. I want to be able to answer questions thoroughly based on exactly what asked about. Need clarity on Dr. LaRoche. I sent him a message. Clarity on this one. Who's this here? Here's the question asked. This question is from question is from Gavin Willis. Here's another one. Gavin Willis, if you could come to the panel or come to the chat and just clarify this. Let me see if I can make this bigger on the screen. Gavin Willis. Let me go like this. Where is it on the screen? It's here. Here. Okay, so Gavin asked on June 19th, who is orchestrating ISFET and the elaborate harmful plans and poison at large, and why? Is it a test? It seems like an immortal's work. Also reminder, I don't know what the reminder on what a matrix is. I'm not sure what that is a reminder of. That's a question from before. I never saw it. If this question can be answered publicly, is there a MetaNetter class on this? So, Gavin Willis, if you could please send back an email, because, like I said, when that question was sent in, there's no who that's orchestrating ISFET. ISFET is a frequency that covers everything from your mother and father's confusion in Christianity, starting with the Spanish Inquisition, to the Ptolemies, to school shootings, to PDF files attacking children, to gangs, to 9/11, to everything from your sister wanting to steal something out of the mother's closet. ISFET is a frequency of chaos that anyone can tap into, such as peace is a frequency of there's no one orchestrating the peace that goes on in the world. There's many peace movements, and there's many ISFETs. I've done classes on George Floyd, PSYOPS. That was a PSYOPS ISFET. The COVID viral, the Pope. Most of my classes are on PSYOPs of ISFETs interfering with the truth, and the individuals or groups that are conducting that ISFET are also fighting each other. So it's not one organized group of people that are all in agreement, because the Russians that are doing ISFET don't agree with what the Pope is doing. What the Pope is doing, he doesn't agree with what the police department is doing, and the FBI and the killing of Malcolm X. And these are individuals that are tapping into chaos for their individual goal set. So there's not one who that's controlling ISFET. There's multiple millions of ISFET PSYOPs that are taking place, which we're going to find out one today of MAMI Wata. And the ones that are a part of the MAMI Wata PSYOPs have absolutely nothing to do with 9/11. It have absolutely nothing to do with COVID. So there's no who. So if you could send in a correction on that, or maybe focus on a particular, we could focus on it. If you want a Metanetter class that focus on a particular topic, none focus on a who, but just send in, come on the panel and let me speak with you, and we can narrow that down. So outside of that, everybody, that's the clarification. I sent one to TEHUTI. I sent one to Dr. LaRoche. Oh, another one is the brother that's on the panel right now. Nookpoo, yes. So Nookpoo has some beautiful abstract questions in. When I look back on some past questions, I was like, wait a minute, Nookpoo sent in this long time ago. What is this one? One was on the effect of the cat, the cat poop on the Cometians, and one was on what are the similarities of Nefertiti and Neith. So I don't know if there's enough to do a podcast on, but if you want, because of the information hidden on Nefertiti herself, the information on Nefertiti is very vague, obscured, and as far as me presenting ancestral artifacts and writings on Nefertiti, it'd be quite difficult to hold a podcast. But if you want to focus on some of the powerful symbols that Nefertiti has and some things about Neith, you can do that. But maybe not enough to do a whole podcast on that topic, because her history is very shrouded. I would love to, if maybe somebody more popular that I could present some better writings on, that would be great. But however you want to remix up that question, or send another one in, or focus on any one of them, I'll take it in. I don't want you to think the question is lost. and the cat poop one, another one, maybe not enough to do a podcast on that topic, but mix it up, send it back, and I'd love to dive into your questions. That luck question is one of the best podcasts I ever did. The great question. So with that cleared up, I'm going to jump off the panel. You all build, support the TEHUTI Podclass, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockSV. When I come back, we're going to be dealing with these topics. We got the new people in the room, like Jack saying, what German affected Hoodoo? Beautiful. Wait till the class starts and watch the walkthrough. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'll be back in about 8 or so minutes. Hotep, everyone.
Sorry, I just wanted to say the person called Sol Cora who said big up VRI, he was the person that asked the Abraxas question.
Oh, wonderful. Okay, there we are. And I hope he loved it. All right, what's his name? Sol what?
Sol Cora.
Sol Cora. I like these names. Sol Cora. All right. Sol Cora, if you're out there, beautiful question in Abraxas, and I'm glad you sent it in, and that question shook a lot of people, and I'm glad you appreciated that answer. Shout out to you. You can definitely come on the panel anytime and speak upon what you felt. All right, everybody, I'll be back. It's going to be an explosive class on MAMI Wata. You all build, and I'll be back. Hotep for now. I'll be right back. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Peace.
Thank you.
Hotep, Saba.
Hotep.
Hotep Marie, Uncle Jasaneb, everyone. Please hit the like button if you're here with us live, and those watching on the playback as well. Hit the like button, make sure you're subscribed, and that the notifications are set to all, so you are notified when SABA goes live or when we make any community posts for the Podclass. The support links are pinned to the top of the chat. They're also in the bio, so utilize those links to show your support and ask your questions to receive a Podclass answer. So Uncle Jasaneb, everyone, Tua for being here, Tua for everyone who supports the Great Saba in the Podclass, and everyone who asks questions, everyone who comes up to the panel, and everyone who assists in our growth during the Podclass and also after. It's a beautiful thing, and yeah, we'll go around the panel and let everyone get some words in, and then we'll circle back. So we'll start with you, Great Hush Nation, Great Brother Fix, Hotep Marie.
Hotep Marie, Dua to the Awud family, Dua to the House of Atton. I don't know, it's big love every time. Dua VRA, Ani Pata, Nokpu, Amun Amunet. It's big love, big MAAT. Are you hearing me?
We hear you.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah, Dua to the Jed, Sejem, Atefrem Kemaat. I don't know already. Minty Hotep is big love, big MAAT. Man, definitely grateful to be here on the panel with Awut again. And Dua Annie for your performance on representing the Nitiru, because you know people don't do that on this planet. They don't represent the Nitiru. So Dua for that. Dua for the teachings where you're providing for me as well, and the House of Atton. So, praises for that, most definitely. Yeah, grateful to rack up with Ion another session. Again, I'm hearing like all kind of different sessions going on, you know. So I know it sounds like Minty was on the Podcraft. I know I missed out on something. Because it sounded like Minty was on the Killer Priest Podcraft. I was hearing her talk about something just now. You know? I know on the Anipata session, he had a lot of isfit going on over there and whatnot, but you know, man doesn't expect that. So I like how you Saba and the Jed hold it down and represent MAAT in a way like 36,000 years ago, you know. That was real never. So it's good to see I on the front line doing this thing in real time. It is a great experience to experience, you know. And then to be on the panel with Aya at the same time, rocking out. Yeah, Uncle Jasaneb, strength, health, and longevity to Ayo, you know what I mean? We definitely need Ayo. So more health, wealth, and strength to Ayo, definitely. We want Ayo Akko up. Uncle Jasaneb and Sakem to the fullest. To her so much for that. Yeah, and to her so much for the House of Atton and everybody who supporting, you know, the whole family. Maheru, Angela Gates, everybody, you know, all the support, Harass did, the whole out, you know, man. Definitely appreciating the support all the out sending in, putting together, keeping the House of ATTON on the rise. So Ankuja Seneb to the whole out. Appreciate yeah, a whole lot. Yeah, if you could support, you know, supporting in any way you could, support you. If you could come up on the panel, you know, vibe and share frequencies so we could hear your tones, represent yourself, represent MAAT, represent yourself in MAAT, you know, and we just keep on a rise, you know. Uben Ra, Dua to the whole House of ATTON. Yeah, I like how the family representing, appreciate that a whole lot, you know. So Uncle Justin, a big love, big MAAT, big Axis, Hotel.
Hotel Marie, great brother. Two out for that. And yes, if everyone notices and recognizes, even though there was, you know, ISFET on the panel at SANETR, if you go and reference other shows, just click on any random part of a panel, you'll see the comparison where this was the least amount of ISFET and the most control on a panel on SANETR's channel. Just click on any one of them and click on a random part, and you'll see the ISFET that really lives there. So it definitely has to spread itself out very thin when MAAT comes through. But just to throw that out there, you know, so you can compare, you know, do comparison studies of when the House of ATTON is on there and everyone else, and you'll recognize the difference. So Tua for that, great brother, and your great Medu. Nook poo.
Nini up.
Nook poo. Hotep, great brother.
Hotep, Nini up. Uncle Justin Nev. Yeah, my nigga definitely was representing. A lot of people were hating. You know, and it's funny to me because you make it look so easy that they feel like, oh, I could do that. Let me go on the panel, and they can't do it. They fumble. You know what I'm saying? A lot of jealousy. They're like, why is he up there? Like, why can't I do it? Let me talk to SABA. Like, disrespect, all this ISFET. But I'm glad it was under control. It was in my eye. He definitely held it down. The Jed, I know he was being tortured being up there. SABA even had to tell him to shut up. Like, yo, shut up, man. Calm down. Because it's so wild, and it's so never to see that, because like that would never happen here. You know what I'm saying? And it's such a never thing to see that, you know, we have more discipline than to talk on top of each other. You know, if we're disagreeing, we're not like, nah, but what up? You know what I'm saying? It's more of a understanding. We're trying to get to the bottom of it. We're trying to get to MAAT, trying to get to the truth. So, you know, that was definitely an effort thing to experience. And I liked how you snake styled SANETR. You hit him up with the, oh yeah, you know, I got a clip of you over here talking about the Nitiru. What's up with that? That was a straight left to the eye of SANETR. I liked how you did that. It was nice and easy, gentle, and allow him to recognize, like, you know, stand on what you say, and here, let me put you on. You know, I'm not gonna beat you up. I'm gonna just hit you with a quick jab and keep moving. You know what I'm saying? So that was never Minty as well. He was definitely holding it down. I agree with SABA with the part where, you know, it started talking about astrology. I noticed that the KP Podclass is now like more like an astrology kind of, you know, podcast, because, you know, all their raps and, you know, a lot of topics have to do with astrology, and it's just very confusing. A lot of Auset, and it's never how Minty brought up about SABA. You know, when they asked her what was her favorite moments, it had to be with SABA because there was no astrology then, no astrology talk. You know what I'm saying? Only when SABA's not around is when they're talking about it and stuff like that. And when SABA is talking about astrology, he breaks it down, you know what I'm saying? Like with the Leo constellation and all that, like he's able to solidify it. And yeah, it was a never thing, you know what I'm saying? I just didn't like how they were controlling the narrative. But for Minty, I would suggest like in the future that was never, but maybe have like a small little presentation. That way you can control the scenario a little bit better. You could come up with anything like a 10-minute talk or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like a presentation. And that way they asking you questions about, you know, what you're bringing up instead of them lingering you. Because I noticed that how they derived her from, you know, oh, you know, the moon, the stars, and the fucking planets, you know what I'm saying? So that was funny. And for today's class too with SABA, Mami Wata, Mama Wata must be the only voodoo priestess that I rock with, you know what I'm saying? Every other one can catch a spirit to their neck, you know what I'm saying? But I'm very interested in hearing this because, you know, Mama Wata, with the comparisons, they bring her up as like a mermaid, sometimes as like a serpent as well. So it's going to be real interesting to hear about that because I do recall in the past with Kemet having to do with the waters as well. I don't know if it was from SABA that I think I've heard it from SABA as well, but I know in the past I heard about it where, you know, the Cometians had gone back into the waters or something in that nature, and they became like, you know, the sea people or something like that. So it's going to be interesting to hear about that, to see if there's any correlations with that. I do know that in history, like with Christopher Columbus, him coming to America, the voyage in his biography, and all the other settlers or whatever, the unsettled settlers, how they're able to see certain sea creatures and see so-called sea monsters, and mermaids were one of the ones that they seen a lot. And even in my culture and in Dominican Republic, they speak about you know, about the mermaids, how they, you know, seduce, kind of like what they have of the folklore of the mermaids, how they seduced shipments and, you know, just people on the sea. And it always has to do with voodoo, like where there's certain stories that I heard growing up where like there was a lady that she got transformed into a mermaid, and then she was stuck in the ocean or something like. It's similar to like the mermaid, the Little Mermaid stories. And then she came out, and then she came and she was grabbing men and bring her back into the ocean, and she would eat them and all kinds of weird stuff. So it's gonna be interesting to hear about this because, like I said, Mama Wata might be the only, you know what I'm saying, voodoo priestess that I can concur with, that I can see some MAAT in her. All the other ones can catch a spirit to their neck all day, you know what I'm saying? So Uncle Justin Neb, so to everybody in the panel, everybody in the chat, make sure you hit the subscribe button, the like button, donate, don't hate, celebrate. And I can't wait for this event coming up, man. We're gonna be having a Nesta party. So Uncle Justin Neb, Tua, Nitiru, Mary Ma.
Uncle Justin Neb, great brother. Tua for your Medu. And the great VRI, Hotep, great brother. Peace to you.
Hotep, peace and love. Yeah, I'd just like to echo Nukpu's sentiments, seeing you on Sarnetta, seeing Minty on KP Podcraft. Yeah, it was very never. I was listening to the Sarnetta show in the background, and yeah, it was very interesting to see certain behaviors and certain things come to light, especially I found it hilarious that Sarnetta started echoing just show us like one artifact to this one person that was on there, and he just couldn't do it. He just started referencing like back to the Bible. I thought that was hilarious. And then also Minty, I thought the story about Minty's father and SABA, that was amazing to hear, because I'd never heard that before, and that was beautiful. So yeah, peace and love, Hotep, everyone. Big Marie.
All right, Hotep, great brother. Two off for that, and also I'll be reaching out to you tomorrow, so make sure you check your WhatsApp, so that way we can move forward with the black magic. Ooh. Hotep, Amun, and Amunet, peace and love.
Hotep, Uncle Justin, Hotep Mary, Uncle Justin, to the great Sabatudi, and Hotep Ra, to Wata, First Nation, Nuku, BRI, Amunet, and Minty Hotep. A great job on Sean Eder, Wata, for all that you brought forth, for bringing forth a lot of things that have not been seen before, or at least I have not seen before, from various different papyri. Things that I know took you a long time to find. I'm appreciative of that. I hope that everybody enjoyed it and enjoyed the work that you put into it. And hope that people here at the HOA especially know all the hard work you had to put into that and all the time it took to gather those various different sources and images and put things together. And people in the Sonnet chat, it'll take them a while to understand all the studying and dedication and discipline that you have done and continue to do in order to bring forth what you brought forth. So to for that, and for being an echo of SABA TEHUTI. And for becoming that wall in front of SABA, so that way if they want to get the hand, they have to go to you first. That is fantastic. And I enjoyed seeing Minty as well talk about the experience with her father and with SABA. That was beautiful. When she said what her father said to her, I laughed, because that's who SABA is. It'll make you question all the false stuff you have learned. So I enjoyed hearing that too, for sharing so many various different things, Minty. And I'm excited for today's class. I don't know much about Mami Wata. I don't really know anything about her. I've heard about her. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what SABA brings forth. Looking forward to seeing the connection to Auset and to MAAT. And I'm looking forward to seeing where this class goes. I hope everybody supports our great SABA TEHUTI. I know that Mami Wata is a famous, popular thing to speak about for conscious people, especially females. People that are gravitated to certain West African cultures and traditions, and certain Caribbean and other forms of voodoo and hoodoo. So I hope that people that are interested in that watch this class, and that they support and they learn something, and they get insight on what they're interested in. And I'm happy, excited to be here to learn something new. And everybody support our great SABA TEHUTI, because he's going to bring forth information that is only going to be brought forth here. That is one of many beautiful things about the podcast, that SABA TEHUTI always brings forth new, fascinating, in-depth information that will always have you coming back and being excited for everything he has to say and everything he has to bring forth. So yes, please support our great Saba TEHUTI, Hotel Marie, Uncle Justin.
Hotel Marie, Uncle Justin Neb. I echo all that Amun said and all the praises that he gave to Ptah and Minty Hotep, to both of you for all that you've done and all that you continue to do. I am extremely thankful to be here today and to be on the panel, to learn from Saba TEHUTI again and again, and to continue this purification in my Eve. And I appreciate all of you for being here, for supporting the great Saba TEHUTI. And what's up and married to Nanny on the screen. Peace and love.
Greetings. Greetings, can we heard?
Greetings,
Oh,
yes.
Greetings.
I was just
Right.
thinking about you, Nanny Simmer. That's nothing.
Okay, perfect. We're in sync. Okay, I'm not going to be on here for too long, just until Saba gets back. So in the meanwhile, I just wanted to thank everyone on the panel for being here. Thank you so much for your support and love. Thank you for all that you said. And yes, I'm excited myself to hear about the Mama Wata. Don't know too much about her, but I remember telling Saba I've had like a few readings, and someone 3 different readings, different people that didn't know each other told me that something about my fate is like Mami Wata, that they said that it's like a babalao, but for women. So that kind of thing, oracle, I guess. So it's very, very interesting. At least over 10 years ago or so. But I am excited because, of course, Saba comes in with the, breaking of the PSYOPS and the matrix and everything else that we might have falsely know about what this is. So I do look forward to know what it truly is and just what it all means. And of course, everyone, remember to support what supports you. TEHUTI Saba is here doing his best, and it is his best. This is his what's the word? Like, it's just second nature what he does. It's just like breathing to him to do this. But of course, it takes time and dedication and his good health. So thank you everyone again for the love and the support. And Ptah, great. So hand claps, great show on Sonnetter. Awesome. I got to hear some of it. It's very, very, very nefer. I don't know if when you were doing that thing with Sonnetter, like showing a clip, or was that you showing a clip of Sonnetter? Yeah, right. So did he bomb that like it was a good thing? I thought that was kind of funny because it seemed like he gave you a bomb. Well, congratulations to you, Ptah. That was great. And Minty Hotep, congratulations to you, dear. That was awesome. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but they've been raving about it, talking about it, about the first part. So I'll take a look. And okay, and then the last thing I would like to also just remind the sisters. So the SWG and Amunet, if you could put the email, and then if you could put the email out, please. So so August 3rd is when we're having our first of the season for 2025 for SWG, Sacred Wombling, and that will be from 12:30 to 5:30. And it's an open one for females only. Like I've said before, the second and third are closed, and then the fourth one would be for everyone, including the brothers. So tomorrow, however, there'll be a quick meeting for the sisters that are interested in being in the one for the August 3rd. If you are interested, then you can join us for the meeting. In there, we'll give you details of what's to expect and what's to happen and what to wear and things like that, and what to have with you as we do this. And then I'll answer any questions as well. So let me see. I don't have. Let's see. Okay. If you did put it up, I don't see it. Did you put it up already?
I asked her to put it in the private chat so that way I can post it in the comments.
Oh, okay.
Sure, you have to be a moderator to post links or emails.
Yes, and I was just saying, like, to put it in the comments, and then once you put it in the comments, then could you put it on the thing?
That's what I'm doing now.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Okay. I don't know if it's summertime where any of you are, but right now it's summertime all year round here because of the reptiles. So it doesn't matter. It could be dead of winter. It's just like this here. So okay. Okay, yes. So yes, the swg901@gmail.com. So put your interest there, and we'll get back with you and give you the information and give you the link in which we'll be meeting. So again, that's tomorrow Pacific Standard Time at between 12:30 and 2:30. Okay, and so again, thank you again and again, everyone, for being here on the panel, and all the listeners, everybody listening, and for those that are catch this on the after hours when this is done. So welcome, and thank you for your support. So thank you again, and stay tuned for mind-blowing answers again and again. Okay. Peace. What's up?
Peace.
Peace. Hotep.
Hotep, Nana.
What's up?
All right. Minty Hotep looks like she's frozen. But yes, dua to the great Nini Auset Mur and all the lovely sisters. Email her and join in with what she's organizing and putting together. The SWG is a very nefer space, and you want to be a part of it. So everyone reach out to the great Nini Auset Mur. And again, her email is swg901@gmail.com. So, all right. So yes, houseofatton.org. Pathways to Awakening, October 19th, 2025. Everyone will be able to begin purchasing their tickets within the next week. So everyone look and stay connected to the Discord, so that way you stay updated with all that we're doing, and the details of everything will be there for you. So I'm looking forward to seeing everyone there. And yes, the support links are pinned to the top. Continue to support, ask your questions, and also for those who are asking questions, it is nefer for you to come up on the panel and clarify, because even when it comes to the questions, a great and this can transmute into any aspect, even conversationally. When asking questions, to avoid asking yes or no questions, right? So by utilizing what, how, or why, it prevents a yes or no response, right? And that's not really the answer that you're wanting, but that's kind of the question that's being asked. So that's a great technique to be conscious and aware of, even in conversations, to prevent yes or no responses, and to come up on the panel and ask your questions. So yeah, it's the panel is for all the supporters, all those who do ask questions. So yeah, as the great Saba spoke about, and whatever the reason is that prevents people from coming up to the panel, you know, yeah, the internet has definitely pacified everyone, for sure. And yeah, it's only great benefit, right? There's only positive benefit for doing something that's uncomfortable to you, because in reality, there's no fear. This is the greatest space to be able to come up on the panel for. So if you can't do it here, you know, then then I don't know. But it's a wonderful thing that we do have, you know, this panel for everyone to come up on, and the supporters of the House of ATTON to come up on the panel, which is this classes that we have on Sunday. Come up on the panel there as well, and build. So, you know, so we can, you know, advance and move forward, right? There has to be a switch at some point to the perspective of looking and watching people work, to now embodying that and stepping forward into the work yourself. You know, and waiting for others to do the thing, to create the thing that makes you comfortable, to want to now join in on that thing and start to assist, you know. So do out to everyone who does step up and join these panels, and let everyone hear your voice, let everyone see you, and, you know, spread MAAT. So let's welcome the great, the Jed Sajim Ma'a, Him T Pauku on the panel. Hotep, great brother.
Peace. Hotep, can y'all hear me?
You're a little low, but we can hear you.
What about now? Is that better?
We can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, peace. Hotep, everybody. It's good to see everybody up on here. We got Hush Nation, Nukpu, VRI, Amun and my great brother Patah, you already know. Hey, do out to everybody, man, everybody in the chat. Hey, it was cool seeing Minty on that Killer Priest video thing. I checked that out. I checked it out I want to say the day after, I guess. Yeah, it was the day after. Yeah, that was cool to see her up there on that. That was definitely shout outs to her. I saw Nukpu and Atef in the comments too. They show some love up there. That's what's up. That's good love. Yeah, man, we good, man. You know, just you know, have some family things going on, man, with my auntie, my pop's oldest sister. So, you know, we just kind of dealing with that right now. Just got that news today. And yeah, so that's what, you know, takes a little time to, you know, situate all that. But we here, man. We here, represent SABA. Shout out to SABA and his Terps. Yeah, man, we taking one step at a time. Definitely grateful to be alive. And you know, it's just a beautiful thing, man, to be up here with y'all, man, and to be able to enjoy this. And another class from SABA. I'm happy to see that, you know, he's back at it again, like he was last week. But it's like I said, it's good to have this. It's good to be part of the House of ATTON. And yeah, like I said, just grateful for life, man. Grateful for just for all that we have, and you know, and the growth that you know what I mean. We trying to strive for to be better every day, and like I said, yeah, just very grateful. So peace and love, everybody. Hotep, and yeah, ready for this wonderful class, and ready for the pathways, man. Ready for the pathways. I'm ready to see all y'all, man. I'm ready to. Man, I hope you can make it VRI. I'm gonna tell you that, man. I really hope you and your Hamek can make it out, man, in Monroe. You know what I mean? I hope y'all really can. That'll be super dope. Yeah, that'll be nice, man. And everybody that's in the chat, man, if y'all gonna be there, man, it's gonna change the game, man. I think, hey, there's a lot of hecka about to happen, man. A lot of everybody, man, they in they pad. I'm pretty sure Fatah already ready. Hush Nation probably already got about 6 songs already. You know, we done heard the poo getting on that thing, man. So hey, we about to experience some Nefer some Nefer energy. So yeah, peace and love to y'all, man. Definitely excited, man. It's good to see you great brothers and sisters, man. So yeah, Hotep.
Hotep, great brother. Yeah, 2 out for your great Medu, and yeah, Pathways is gonna be fun this year. Just it is every year, but this year, just like everything we do, we want to grow and expand and improve, and it's gonna be fun. So dua to you, and yeah, and dua to the Jed for and Hotep to Sun Ra 999. Hotep to you. But yes, to great to Jed for coming up on the panel when I was at Sanetter. Sanetter definitely likes you, so that's good. That's very good, and yeah, great brother holding it up, and just seeing, you know, just being on the panel and seeing, you know, feeling, you know, what the energy is like in real time. So dua to you for that, and yeah, so yeah, it's gonna be fire as we continue to keep doing what we're doing. Yeah, shout out to Minty Hotep for ending up on the Killer Priest channel, you know, and whatever format that it's in, she's on the Killer Priest channel. So dua to her for that, and of course, you know, Minty Hotep always comes forward very open and vulnerable, which is a superpower, and that's one of the things that I fight to protect, is that, because everyone don't deserve that. So Tua for sharing your some of your story, and you know, reaching the eaves of everyone there. And yeah, when I was seeing her, the host was I don't know if he was distracted, looked like he was on the phone and wasn't speaking to her, you know, just leaving open air and space. I'm like, well, what's going on? So but I'm happy that you were still able to be up there and allow people to hear your voice and take the opportunity to teach people about what we're learning, and, you know, show the difference. So yeah, shout out to Minty Hotep for that. And yes, we're definitely going to make it more of a pattern to go to Sanetter because of the channel, and, you know, like I spoke about up there, you know, and how it's very intentional in not speaking about the Bible, just to show that it can be done and it should be done, because we have too much information, and but I also understand that everyone there in some way has a connection to it. So so I did, play with some of the brothers there in that conversation, because those are people's closest reference. So something that I'm currently working on is my ability to communicate to a larger group and speak more to people who are embedded in these matrices and utilize a certain set of words to communicate. All right, so it's a great way to practice, right? So yeah, that was fun, and it's not gonna stop there. So it's gonna continue, because as much as those panels are filled in other during other shows, and like Saba said, I have too much online for people to like find and and reference. So people, reaching out or calling me out is very the probability of that is very low. So I most likely will have to be the one doing that, right? And so I know, like Saba says, he never had to call anyone out for a debate. I think if I take that route, then I may not ever have a debate. so it's we're gonna keep doing what we're doing, and getting the regular baseline people to know that the ancestors taught that the Natiru were physical beings, and making that a baseline normal thing for people to know and recognize. So we're gonna look. Hot Oka says the link. I posted the link just above, but I'll post it again for you so you can have it. But yes, and
he said Hot Oka said Sonnet is going to be the hyperbolic chamber, a training chamber.
Yeah, exactly.
Dragon Ball Z.
Exactly. Yeah, I put that video, that clip of Sonetta, because that was very recent, right? And again, he has a powerful voice, so when he says that, people take that as truth, and so I had to make sure to draw his attention, because again, a lot of these things is the attention span. Like if you watch people, what is their attention on? And the best way to draw someone's attention is to do that. So it's a beautiful thing. So Tuan Hotep to everyone who supported. Continue to show your love and support for the great Saba Tehuti, and continue to ask your questions. And Saba Tehuti, if I can take maybe one more minute to announce something for the Cyberthon winners, which is Mahuru, Robert Williams, Amun and Amunet, Abet Amun, and Atefrem Kemaat. Robert Williams has reached out to me, so if everyone else on that list could email me, so that way we can begin creating your Heka book and get that out to you. So just email me at pata@houseofatton.org, so that way we can get your prize to you. And Tua. Hotep Great Saba Tehuti, welcome back.
Hotep, one moment. Let me get this on the... Oh, okay. I may have to step away for another 2 minutes. Let me see if this is working. Oops. Okay, can everybody hear me and see me? Is the screen moving? Moving right?
Yes, Saba, we see you and we hear you.
Okay, wonderful. Hotep, everyone. Two up at top for the announcement of the winners of the Cyberthon. Two up for that. And congratulations to everybody who participated and helped support when I am in need, because it's still going on right now. I don't get the results. I get the results at the beginning of this week, and then from there is the next phase. But on to this. Welcome everybody to the TEHUTI Podclass. We're about to get into these questions. I heard Look Poo as I stepped off say that Mami Wata was the only one that doesn't get a spear to the neck. You can relate to Mami Wata. Shout out to the new people that are in the room. We have Ashuk Hot Ocha, who says Ashuk Sun Ra'a, and then we have Sun Ra'a, who says Ashuk. Ashuk. Shout out to Sun Ra'a, a new name in the room. And shout out to now it's Hot Ocha. Shout out to Hot Ocha, a new name in the room. And shout out to Sun Ra'a 999, a new name in the room. We always give a henu, or give a respect to all the new people that come into the room, and all those who are experiencing the TEHUTI Podclass, whether they are new or old. But especially if you're new, you may experience something you've never seen before, more than likely. And I'm going to go on and ask on the panel before we get into this question, and I'm going to ask in the chat room before we get to this question. Questions that are sent in, which I'm going to put on the screen right now. Which is you okay, Auset? Which is Mami Wata, the truth. Who are Sibyls of Mami Wata? The German man that changed Hoodoo forever. Someone in the room typed, "Who's the German man that changed?" Who's the German man that changed Hoodoo forever? Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet is Mama Wata, taken from Auset. Auset, the serpent cataract. Auset and the serpent cataract. And support the TEHUTI Podclass. Where is the bottom there? Support the TEHUTI Podclass only if it has benefited you in any way. Okay, there it is, everybody. We're going to get into it. I'm going to go around the panel and ask everyone, and in the chat, have you heard of Mami Wata? And if so, have you ever participated in any ritual pertaining to her? Have you heard anything about her that was interesting? We'll start with Wata. Have you heard of this Mami Wata energy or individual at all? And if so, have you participated in it? Do you accept it, believe it? Do you know of it? What do you know? Briefly.
Yes, I'm familiar with Mama Wata, and no, I haven't done any particular ritual towards her frequency. No.
Okay. All right. When you're familiar with Mama Wata, any particular spiritual movement that you attach her to? Is she a part of Catholicism? Is she a Santeria? Is she Islam? What do you associate her with?
Well, when West African or Ifa system, yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that response. We're going to move on to Hush Nation. Hush Nation, have you heard of this Mama Wata? What religion or spiritual movement or anything do you associate her with? And do you have any belief system that connects to her?
I heard about Mama Wata before. I never dived too deep into it, but it messed with my head a little bit because it like the whole Mama Wata stories, it prevent me from jumping off of boats like how I used to, you know. So I just checking but if you have so much things on land, I say let me just stop jumping in waters like how I used to. But then you teach me about false evidence appearing real, so I might start back doing it again, you know. But Yeah, the Mama Wata story is a little scary, but when I'm in the water, I just try to don't think on it too much, you know, but that's what I really know.
What's that last word you said? As a what?
That's what I really know, like from the crazy, they're not crazy, but the scary mermaid stories. Yeah, that's the most I know of the Mama Wata.
All right. We're gonna go to Nookpoo, who said Mama Wata is the only one that he spares. The rest of the Orisha get swords or spears. What is your connection or to Mama Wata, and what religious or spiritual system do you connect it with?
Okay, SABA. So I see her. She's associated with a lot of different cultures that I see. I see like Santeria, Voodoo, Ifa, the Orishas, West African traditions and cultures and things of that nature. And in the past, I have participated in rituals with Mama Wata. One in particular that I used to do a lot was bring offerings to the ocean, being that she was a being, like a mermaid being, paying homage, you know, bringing flowers, food, things of that nature. Like how Nathan mentions, like she protects people that prevents them from falling into the ocean. So a lot of people who come to this country illegally through boat excavations and things of that nature, they'll use that entity. So that's how I heard about it.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you for that. And VRI, what did you say? You said Tua?
Yes, sir. Tua in New York.
All right. And VRI, are you what is your what do you associate Mama Wata with, and have you connected to that spiritual system at all?
Before today, I had not heard of Mama Wata. I don't believe, but I did have a dream that for some reason I was escaping to Germany on a train this morning or last night. So so the fact that Germans come up today in the podcast, that's the only link that I've got.
Okay. Okay. All right. And Amun and Amunet. Now here we go. Finally we step into the realm of Amun and Amunet's beginning. I think Amun, you were like a Yoruba master or some type of Ifa veteran Hoodoo priest. You converted Amunet to the Hoodoo priestess of the Orisha. So go ahead and tell us you have the authority on the on Mama Wata. Talk to us about Mama Wata. Amun and Amunet.
I have heard of her. I do not know much about her. I have never done any offerings or rituals to her. I did not dive deep into that specific being, into that Orisha. I do know that she's associated with West Africa and the rivers, the lakes, and the ocean, the snakes, and that people as well in Voodoo and Santeria and Hoodoo, like Nookpoo said, people venerate her and give offerings to her in those cultures as well. And that's all I know. I'm looking forward to this class for sure.
Okay. All right. We're going to move over to the feminine who is studying the Ifa under you. Thank you for your answer. We're going to move on to Amunet, who's, I know you tapped into the Mama Wata as the female frequency. And go ahead and tell us about Mama Wata.
I don't recall learning about. I don't recall learning about her before, so I look forward to learning about her today from you. Sure.
Okay. The Jed has stepped up. I didn't see him earlier. I was calling out. I was like, "Where's the Jed?" And Aaron, the ones who sent in the question. I think I told the Jed if he can straighten out something for me, then I'll be able to get to this answer for this week. I asked the Jed. I asked him, is it a typo? Is it Sibyls or is it symbol? and he said yes. But actually, when I went back to the book, the actual word was Sybil. That's actually the word he used, which completely changed the direction in which this class was going to go. It changed in the direction that I wanted it to go. So we're going to get to the Jed. Tell us about this Mama Wata that your brother's interested in. Did he convert you to it? Were you a part of it? You and Gabby do rituals to Mama Wata in the ocean. What's going on? Talk to us, the Jed.
What's up, SABA? No, this is actually the first time I'm actually hearing about this because, you know, we talk about a lot of things, right? But we never talked about this topic, and so I'm new to all of this right here. I've never even heard of the name, and so yeah, I'm happy that at least being introduced to this, at least I get it right here on the TEHUTI Podclass. At least I don't fall into no misconceptions. We're not gonna go to a false route. I get it straight, uncut, truth, unbiasedness, and so I'm happy. I'm all ears right now. So I don't know anything about this.
Okay, good. And is your brother around to hear this answer?
Oh, I don't know, Sub. I haven't reached out to him. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure he'll be watching.
Oh, you didn't reach out? Okay, well, if you can definitely reach out to him, let him know that sometimes people don't know, if they don't tune into the set reminder, sometimes they don't know that it's their question coming up next, because it's the way that I answer questions are in no order that anybody could trace. So he may not even know this is his day. Definitely let him know. This is Mama Wata Day. We're going to find out the truth on this, find out what's going on, everybody. So everybody, we're about to get into it. Get ready to support the TEHUTI Podclass. Get your pens and pads out. Get your whatever you store information on. Get your iPhones. Get your iPads. Get your eyeballs. Get everything ready to gather this information. And let's see if the brother Aaron is in the chat. We got Zeptepi Slim saying, this is one of our Zeptepi Slim is yes, Zeptepi Slim is Anthony Drain, one of our he used to support a while ago consistently. So shout out to Zeptepi Slim. He was one of the original supporters years ago. I remember him. We were down on Edgewood Ave back in 1997. And Bobby Hemmett made mention of this entity. Okay. Edgewood Ave in Atlanta. We were down on Edgewood Ave. Okay. Edgewood Ave. Maybe Edgewood Ave I know is in Atlanta. So Zeptepi Slim heard of Mama Wata through Bobby Hemmett in 1997. And he gave the street. Very precise. He gave the name of the person that he came from and the street he was on when he learned about it. So very precise answer, Zeptepi Slim. And let's get into it. Anybody else? Angela Gates said she heard of Mama Wata. Yes, I've heard about Mama Wata, oracles, and the prophetess. Okay. All right, wonderful, everybody. What I'm going to do, actually, let me take care of something that's going to take about maybe 3 minutes, because I don't want to be interrupted when I do this. I'm going to step off the screen again, take care of something. So it'll be take about three or 4 minutes, and then I'll be back, and then I won't be interrupted 15 minutes into the answer. Let me go take care of that, and I'll be right back, everybody, and get ready. Now, I know Hefe has heard of Mama Wata. Hefe, feel free to hotep everyone. Hefe is familiar with. He had an IFA question at one time. I think it's about the 256 paths or laws or something. So Hefe, feel free to jump on and talk to us about what you've heard of Mama Wata. We'd love to get your input before I answer. So I'll be right back, everybody, in a couple of minutes. Let me take care of this so I'm not interrupted again. I'll be right back.
Hotep Marie. And again, just another reminder for all of the Podclass winners to please email me, patad@houseofatton.org. Maharu, Amun and Amunet, Ibet Amun, and Atef Rim. So that way we can begin to build your notebook of magic. So Tua, and just to remind everyone there again. And if anyone has something that they want to speak on within this 2 minutes. All right, Napu was first. All right, Hotep.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a shout out to everybody on SABNetter, everybody that went to support. I want to give the positive light on that, like everybody that did relate to you, everybody that is interested in Atiru now because of your coming forth, Ani, because you did simplify it for a lot of people. So I just want to give a shout out to everybody who is interested now and didn't judge you, didn't, disrespect you, had an ear for you, and was there and present to listen to what you had to say and, follow through. So I want to just give a shout out to them.
Hotep Marie, Tua very much. Yes, dua to everyone who definitely supported that session as well. All right, anyone else? Floor is open.
I know, Nick. So I just want to ask you how you felt about the presentation that you did.
Well, I won't go into it because I know Saba popped back on the screen at any moment. So, but I feel never. I'm very intentional with what I go in for, and so I do judge it based on how effective my intention was, because that's aku. So I'm always wanting to produce aku. But we'll speak on it tomorrow during the session and go a little deeper. But Tua for that question. Phil Neffer.
New York.
Again, everyone, be sure to hit the like button. Hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed. And support links are pinned to the top and also in the bio. houseofatton.org. All of our links are there. Follow us on all our social media, Instagram, TikTok. Follow us there for the shorter clips of these, all of the great podclasses and all the sessions that we do. So everyone, make sure you follow on the social media, and dua to the great Amunet for all the work that she does on the social media side, as well as Minty Hotep. And we do have an announcement for tomorrow and during the Sunday session as well. So everyone, be sure to join us. And yes, continue to show your support. So we can continue to keep building and allow this tone of MAAT, like the great Saba spoke about earlier, with what the Natiru represent, what the followers of MAAT represent, as warriors, and I know that for me was the initial foundational, fundamental realization that I had, that said that's where I need to be, because it is a battle, it is a war, and our great ancestors were the greatest at showing ways to fight and combat the seen and the unseen. So yeah, it's a powerful thing. So yeah, Tua, and as everyone continues to come in to the Podclass and find, this very unique space that exists on the interwebs, on YouTube. It's definitely up to us to make sure that we do what we can to continue to push it out. Because this is the very beginning, right? We're starting something from the very bottom ground roots and reconstructing a bunch of other things as we're growing up, as we're continuing to move forward. It's not just like a straight, we're having to correct this and break this and correct this and build this up. And so it's a lot that we're having to do while pushing ourselves closer to the space that we should be, that the Podclass deserves to be, in front of thousands of eyes. And you know, since we know that this deserves that, we have to, you know, accept that within ourselves to be able to receive that. So again, one of the a great perspective to begin to utilize is knowing that whatever it is that we want to do, and whatever actions that are being taken to bring forward that thought is solely dependent on whether or not we feel that we deserve it or not, right? What are we willing to do to receive that thing that we want? Or do we want others just to do it for us, right? So that process is universal and is very creative. We're a per full of very creative people, and we should utilize that to push MAAT to bring this to more people, to more eyes. And of course, by being just a living example, like what the great SABA does, everything else will fall into place, but we have to go get it. So, so Tua, you know, to those who are going to get it, and keeping this alive, right? Keeping it alive and allowing it to grow. You know, this is such a pure space, such a powerful, positive, purified space. And, you know, just as much as it's assisted each of us in our walk and our journey, it can do that for so many people. So continue to push this, so it can get to exactly where we know it should be and where it deserves to be. So Hotep, great SABA TEHUTI, welcome back.
Hotep, wonderful, wonderful. I'm glad to be welcomed back. We're gonna get right into this, everyone. Get ready. This is gonna be the beginning of the change of what you thought was history pertaining to Mama Wata and the there's Minty, Mama Wata and the Hoodoo connection. And the question sent in by the good brother Aaron on Mama Wata is the phone is recording me, of course. Why is the phone recording me? Oh, it's been recording me for a while. Okay. How you doing? Whoever's listening, how you do? Let me go ahead and let's get this out of here. Okay,
tell them they can come to the Podclass.
Yeah, come on through. Come on through, Agent Smith. All right. So anybody in the class who now it's time to get ready. Anybody in the class who has heard of, been a part of, acknowledge a Mama Wata, get ready. Get your pen and your pads out. Get your iPhones, get your iPods, get your eyeballs, get everything ready, because we're about to get into this answer. I'm going to say peace and love to Patah. Patah's over there. What you laughing at, Patah?
Get your iPods out.
iPod, eyeballs. I don't even know what an iPod is. That's like a little phone. I don't even know what that is. What's an iPod?
Yeah, that's about 2007. A little device we put music on. That was before the iPhone.
Okay. If you still have an iPod from 2007. Press record. I don't know what that is. Press record. iPhone, whatever you got. I know everybody has eyeballs. Thanks for updating me on the iPod. iPod is in from iPad is a computer thing, right? The iPad is like a little laptop. Okay, iPad, iPod, eyeballs, iPhone, whatever you got. Get ready. We're gonna get into it. Some say peace and love to Pata. Peace and love to you, Hush Nation. Peace and love to you, Nook Poo. Peace and love to you, VRI. Peace and love to Amunet. Peace and love to the Jed, whose brother asked the question. It skipped it and went around to Minty. Peace and love to you, Minty. Oh, Minty, before you go, did you?
Yes,
are you?
yes,
Have you
no,
heard,
I'm here.
Have you heard of Mama Wata?
I think I have in an Orisha.
Okay, yeah. Everybody's associating with Orisha and the Ifa, so that's good. Let's see. Let's see if it originates there. Let's see. So I'm gonna say peace and love to you, Minty. Jump in the chat, and I'm about to get into this question. All right, everybody. Peace and love. Welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass. We are here. We've built. We've hung out. Everybody's vibrated. Everybody's enjoyed each other's company, and now it is time for what everyone has come for, the pinnacle, which is the answers to these questions. So press 9 if you can hear me, because once I start, I rarely look into the chat, but press 9 now if you can hear me, and we're going to get right started, everybody. Auset is ready. Auset Hedjet Maati is ready. The White Cobra is ready. I am ready. I'm just going to look for a couple 9, and then we're going to get right into it. I'm going to put on the timer, and let's get into this beautiful questions, plural. About 3 of them were asked, and let's get into the what's going to be beautiful answers. Here we go. Timer is, where's the timer? Timer is ready. Reset. All right, Maharu's pressing a 9. Okay, here are the 9s. Here are the 9s. Hey, I want iPad mini just to put my music on. Okay. iPod glasses. All right, we got Amunet with a 9. Ibet with a 9. Who else has a 9? Hush Nation with a 9. Nuku with a 9. All the great supporters, all the great students. VRI with a 9. Medicineb. Oh, Medicineb. Peace, Medicineb. Dr. Upesh. Wonderful. Amunet, Maharu. Wonderful. And also everybody, for those who are going to get on the collaboration, Medicineb in the name just reminded me. For all those who are going to get on the collaboration, today's the last day for us for you to submit yourself, to commit and want to be on it, and it's all lyricists. Anybody who wants to be on the chorus can be on the chorus too, which you have to at least have at least 4 bars of rhymes. This is a hip hop collaboration, so jump on if you feel you have a voice and some skill. Let's go. Okay, everybody get ready. Here we go. Let me put the timer on. We're going to start on the count of 3. Robert Williams with a 9. Okay, we got 9s coming in. Big Vase with a 9. Here we go. Ready? All right. They changed the way that this StreamYard looks. That's why I had issues with it on SONETer. Went to the screen share. The things look different here. All right, we're going to start on the count of 3. Let me get the timer on. Boom. Oh, we got a question. How do you submit to the track? You just let myself or Scribe know that you want to be on by today. Let us know. Send an email and let us know, and then we'll go on from there. We got Angela Gates. Okay, good. All right, VR, if you want to be on the track, let us know. I'll take up to 6 people. Okay, here we go. Ready? We're gonna go 1, 2. Oh, here it is. Ready? We're gonna go 1, 2, and that went off. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Let's start this. Boom. Welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass, the question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists. What is the original religion? What is the original language of spirituality? Who are the Nitiru? Get some water. Who are the Nitiru? What about my physical health? How about mental health, mental detoxification? Out-of-body experiences. Do they have ancient sources, or are they all new age information? Government psyops, do they exist? Telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Now, fortunately, now that you have left Christianity, Islam, Hebrew, etc., thinking that you have escaped the matrix, so now you go to the common conscious platforms. Little did you know you've stepped into another matrix, unfortunately in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised and has infiltrated in the form of new age consciousness, and atheists who have disguised themselves as conscious teachers, quote unquote comedic teachers, quote unquote esoteric guides, quote unquote metaphysical teachers, in the agenda of the matrix to just focus on quote unquote the knowledge, but not the spiritual discipline of the ancients with indigenous references. Most, if not all, of their lectures, showings, panel discussions are just from the top of their head. They will not have classes on the actual teachings, disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but just wear ancient symbols for fashion and egotistical self-gratification. They do not live by any actual written culture, thus they can only teach from memes or do what is called quote-unquote counter-teaching, which is to just go against what someone else teaches. They only do debate, debunk, expose, I challenge you videos to other spiritual beliefs. The subject matter stay on the beginner's phase, which is limited to the Hebrews are wrong, the Bible is stolen. But after showing you where it's stolen, none of them stand on the actual specific part it was stolen from, and give the original teachings of that specific part with the actual and where the actual teachings are coming from the original text, and how to apply it to their lifestyle. They do not stand on the original teachings that it was stolen from as their actual way of life. Their focus is just to show you that it was stolen and then leave you right there. That is called breaking something down, but not building them back up. If you show that something is stolen, you show how we should adhere to it in our original mind state prior to it being stolen. But that part takes discipline. For the next topic of focus, which is usually only Egyptians are black, but I don't want to follow. The Egyptians are black, but I don't want to follow them. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. But as far as their discipline, forget about it. Or let me tell you what is wrong with such and such group. All of their titles are argumentative, such as the pyramids in America are older than the ones in Egypt. We are American Indian, not African American, but never just on what the pyramids in America are for, or how they can enhance you, or what disciplines are described in the Native American way of life that they live by that can enhance you spiritually. They only do counter teaching, which is when your popular teacher cannot do full videos on the actual culture that one should be disciplined in, like the ancients were, because he or she does not truly have confidence that any African or MAAT Kemet culture can stand on its own and hold the people's attention. They need the contention, the shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything. You will note that most of their statements start with negative foundational speech, such as, what most people don't know, let me tell you why you're wrong, what you fail to recognize, what you fail to realize, thus only fighting everybody, but not giving you any indigenous written spirituality of discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate fight is over. Those quote-unquote conscious teachers, who are really just atheists in disguise, actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and have discussions based on contention. Thus, the high that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions. Then you're laughed off of the stage or insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism, to disunite under the disguise of knowledge, but no structure, unity system, as all of the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all of the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture to justify whatever their actions are for that day or whatever their feelings are, with no accountable obligation or accountability to anyone telling them where they are wrong or where they've slipped up in the culture. Thus, they're about loneism. They're about being the lone wolf, the loner, the introvert, individualism. In other words, no matter what they do, they can always justify any behavior because there's no written concrete way of life that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of Isfet, which is why the word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language and in no ancient culture's language, because we always moved as a mental unified group, not individuals hiding behind computer screens teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way of life, while simultaneously teaching you get back to your roots and cultures. But every time you go back to those roots and cultures that they teach on, every single one of them was a united force with structure and accountability to a specific way of life, discipline. This unity is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who saw themselves as outsiders, just collecting knowledge on Egypt and debating Egypt historically to see who was the top scholar, but not to form a united liver of MAAT and anything. As the unified followers of MAAT were, that they actually study, that create a Kemet with structure and discipline and a ranking system, lest their videos are mainly complaining or what is wrong videos, what is wrong with this person, what is wrong with this group. Here are wise words that the House of Atten echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you cleaned them up and gave them a better way of life. If not, you are just an individual complainer and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the clean glass of water, the House of Atten, the TEHUTI Podclass, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these type of questions with reciprocity and get an ebook personalized documentary type answer customized, and on top of that taught live, each answer getting subconscious matrices broken within you, is here at the TEHUTI Podclass. What are the questions for this section that TEHUTI will answer this evening? Coming from good brother Aaron Lowe, also called the Alchemist. Can you explain the Sibyls of MAMI Wata? And Aaron again. The number 2, does MAMI Wata originate from Auset? Okay, so those are 2 questions that are sent in just with this one donation split into 2. Okay, then there are going to be multiple questions answered within. Here we go. An interesting set of questions sent in by one of our newest Quest supporters of the TEHUTI Podclass, and again goes to show the diversity of questions and answers only sent here to the TEHUTI Podclass. And let me begin by asking the class, which I actually already did, how many here are familiar with Mama Wata or have her in any rituals, or does anyone here give reverence or has given reverence to Mami Wata? I actually asked that question before we began, so I can ask it live and see the live answers. Here is the popularized book that fell into the hands of Aaron, the alchemist, who asked this question, which promotes Mami Wati, also Mama Wata, and a group of matriarchs called the Sibyls, or the Sibyl, is a source of some knowledge utilized by Catholics source as far as prophecy is concerned. So here's actually the book that the brother sent in. Let me come off the screen for a second. Okay, good, we're all here. So here's actually the book that was sent in, and it says the Sibyls, the first prophetess of Mami Wata, the theft of African prophecy by the Catholic Church by Mama Zogby, Vivian Hunter, Andrew, MED, Chief Unen Amendanisi. One moment. So as you can see, Mama Wata, sometimes it's spelled Mami Wata, sometimes it's spelled Mama Wati. So you may see the spelling change back and forth as this class continues. But here's the book that the brother was reading, where he got the idea or the question to ask about the Sibyls, because the book is called the Sibyls, the first prophetess of Mami Wata. Okay. And at first, when he sent the question, and I asked the brother, the Jed, did he mean to say, he didn't show me the book at first, did he mean to say symbols? I found out later by getting this book that it's actually Sibyls, which is going to make this class about 20 times more interesting than if it was symbols. So it actually is Sibyls. Sibyls is actually a word. We're going to find out the root of this word so we can get to find out the root of who the Sibyls are, which will take you to the root of who Mama Wata was actually talking about. Now, when you look up Mama, or Mama Wata, or Mami Wati, here is what is popularly found. What's popularly found? Several cartoons, several drawings, different images, a few books, some videos. You find Mami Wata, the untold story of Africa's enigmatic water spirits. Mami Wata, Africa's ancient goddess unveiled. Les Rituals de Mami Wata. Mami Wata is revered. Let's cut off here. Who is Mami Wata in African belief? And Mami Wata, Arts for Water Spirits in Africa. It's Diasporas by Drew Wall. We're actually going to cover all of this. I want everybody to take note right from this point that when Mami Wata is referred to as the drawing images, these are the popular images, and all these images are recent. Okay? But it says Mami Wata, Africa's ancient goddess. Let's get into it, everybody. Let's get into it. Everybody ready? Here we go. Let me expand a little bit. Okay, here we go. Boom. All right. Mami Wata, or Mama Wati, always is in association with water and serpents, and is told to us is an ancient West African or Hoodoo ancestor, and from her came the tradition of female oracles called Sibyls. Here are depictions of Mama Wata from the UCLA Fowler Museum. So let's get into some museum images of Mami Wata. Okay, good, I got it. So the screen going white. Okay, here we go. Let's go to some museum images. Here we go. Now we're going to go into the Fowler Museum. Let's see what the depictions of Mami Wata are. Now we see some physical objects in museums. I have one blown up here for you. So here's Fowler Museum at the UCLA. All right, and guess how many believers are there? Let me ask the class. How many believers are there in Hoodoo that acknowledge Mami Wata? Let me ask the class right now. How many believers do how many people out there do you know of or have heard of that actually believe in Mami Wata, or the Hoodoo that relates to the story of Mami Wata? About how many people out there? Is it a few thousand, 20,000, 10,000? How many people out there? Haras already started off with, wow, I have definitely never heard of this. All right, let's go, everybody. Ready? I know of one. Okay. How many believers out there are of Mami Wata? Let's find out, everybody. Let's find out how many people this has actually affected, and how many adherers are there of the Hoodoo that have the story of Mama Wata. Let me take you to Mwanzo TV, February 6, 2022. Ready? Let's see how many people we're dealing with here. Today, the Voodoo religion has over 50 million followers. Voodoo religion has over 50 million followers worldwide. And what is one of the first images they show? Let me shrink it down here. What is one of the first images they show when they show people in the Voodoo religion? What do they show? They show people at the beach doing what? Giving adherence to Mami Wata. Today, the Voodoo religion has over 50 million followers worldwide who worship Mami Wata, a goddess said to have lived in the sea. So 50 million. That's February 6, 2022. Mwanzo TV. 50 million people acknowledging Mama Wata. That's a powerful, influential goddess, would you say? 50 million? So boom, over 50 million followers. I want everyone to really let that sink in. Let that sink in. Over 50 million followers. I want everyone to let that sink in. Does anyone here have any evidence, or are there any stories that needs 50 million people? Were they ever shown any ancient records, any ancient recorded evidence or information that their ancestors acknowledged a Mama Wata and her having Sibyls, oracles, that taught all over the world? What would it take exactly to gain the belief of 50 million people? What would it take? Do you think any of them have had Podclass type answers with demonstrations, ancient references, language breakdown, build-up, dates, times, papyrus, ancient scrolls, ancient writings, or anything of the sort for them to believe in the stories that our ancestors taught on a Mama Wata? You will find out today, as you do almost every Podclass, that there has never been as many followers or attendees in the Podclass. No such thing, no such amount of people will ever follow the Podclass I would ever compare to the amount of followers for a teaching of Mama Wata. And after this entire thorough class, hundreds, if not thousands, will watch this and still continue to believe that which has never been shown. But through it all, I will continue to teach you the factual truth, and those who are disciplined and coherent to actual ancestral verifiable truth will follow what I teach, and those who adhere to, who are emotionally tied to fantasy, will continue on their path of the matrix. You decide after this class on Mama Wata, and if her origin is actually Auset. Let us continue, everybody. 50 million people have converted to believe in Mami Wata, and you can guarantee none of them has had any type of Podclass type quality answer showing them references ancient people believing in Mama Wata, but yet they say Mama Wata is an ancient African belief. Book from a few years ago. Here's the Auset Firm Haru Papyrus, one of which of 1250 BC. Okay, let's find out what is actually going on here. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Are you ready to find out how deep this psyop of Mama Wata is? Is Mama Wata from Auset? What if Tehuti was to reveal over 50 million people were diverted to Mama Wata from German influence? Let me read that again. Are you ready to find out how deep the psyops of Mama Wata is? Is Mama Wata from Auset? What if Tehuti was to reveal that over 50 million people were diverted to Mama Wata from German influence? And of course, to step that psyops up to the level it needs to get to and break the matrix. What is it time for, everybody? Type it in the class. What is it time for? What if I told you 50 million people were diverted to Mama Wata from German influence? What is the time for everybody? Let me come to the room. What is the time for? What is the time to step into? Are you ready, everybody? You know what it's time for. Go ahead and type it in the room. What's that? Robert Williams, TEHUTI Overdrive, Big Vape, TEHUTI Overdrive, Angela Gates, TEHUTI Overdrive, Hush Nation, TEHUTI Overdrive, Yvette, TEHUTI Overdrive, Bijan Farrell, TEHUTI Overdrive, Amunet, TEHUTI Overdrive, Arc Isis, TEHUTI Overdrive, Nookpoo, TEHUTI Overdrive. You're absolutely right, everybody. It is that time. Ready? Let's step this up. Mama Wata believers, those who have taught you about Mama Wata, get your pens, your pads, your iPads, your iPods, your iPhones, your eyeballs, and let's get into this incredible confusion psyops. Are you ready? Nanya Set Mer. Nanya Set Mer put yes, yes, yes. We're ready for mind-blowing answers again and again. Are you ready? Amunet has her eyeballs. Get your They Live glasses on. And get ready, everybody. Let's change history today. July 26, 2025. Whatever you thought about Mama Wata may change today. Welcome to the Podclass. Let's get to it, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Boom. You all were right. You know what time it is for? It is time for TEHUTI Overdrive. Are you ready, everybody? Brace yourself. If you're into Mama Wata, because of this TEHUTI Podclass, if you're into Mama Wata, this TEHUTI Podclass, typo there, this TEHUTI Podclass, if you are into Mama Wata, this TEHUTI Podclass is about to change your complete reality. Here is the most popular image that circulates from Africana, spirituality, Hoodoo, religious studies. This is the most popular image circulating of Mama Wata right here. And it's of the oldest Africana, spirituality, Hoodoo, religious study, popular image of Mami Wata as Maladamat Jauti from Bombay calendar, 1955. What does all that even mean? You're about to find out today. Are you ready, everybody? Get your Sherlock Holmes hats out. Because this is about to be a detective story unveiled. A question for the class. I want everyone in the class to either tell me or guess which part of Africa does this Hoodoo image originate from. Here it is, everybody. Mami Wata. Which part of West Africa does the Mami Wata image originate from? The Mami Wata. Type it in the room, everybody. Which part of West Africa? What part of Africa? We can say Ghana, Nigeria. Which part? Does anybody have any knowledge? Or do they just all pop up in West Africa at one time? Bing bong. Which part, everybody? Archives says, be easy on them, Saba. Ghana, that's a good one. Ghana, popular in Ghana, yes. Mama Wati, popular in Ghana. Nigeria, here we go. Nigeria. Nana Amun in the building. I knew we'd tap in for this one. Here we go. Nana Amun, you ready? Oh, Nana Amun. Oh, the other Nana Amun, not you, Nana. You too, Nana Amun. Nana Amun in the background, and Nana Amun on the screen. All right. Nigeria, Ghana. Okay, good. Nigeria, Ghana. Those are the two most popular answers. I know the scribe. Time for TEHUTI Overdrive. Just rhyming. All right. Nigeria and Ghana. Let's see who's gonna win the prize. Is it Nigeria? Is it Ghana? Which part? Hold on, Isis. Which part did it? Which part did it originate from? Let's go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? 49 people. Anybody know? Nookpoo says Ghana. Good one. Nanny Asetmer says Nigeria. Nana Amun backs up Nookpoo with the Ghana. Okay, good. So we got 3 answers. Gore Island. That's a new one. Dutch Nation probably from the island it originated from. All right, 50 people watching. We got 3 answers. Okay, here we go. We got Ghana. Ghana and Nigeria seem to be the 2 most popular ones. We got I'm not sure, unsure. Okay. Why are you laughing, Eddie? Dutch Nation. Okay, here we go. Here we go. All right, let me go ahead and get to the screen. Here we go. I got answers. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. This is the West African. This is the class. Here we go. So, boom, everybody. Here we go. What's that? Here we go. West African Ifa. What part of West African Ifa did this originate from? Mami Wata, the West African Ifa divinity. Here are some West African Ifa people. There we go. Are these people in Ghana? Are they in Nigeria? Where does this originate from? Let's find out, everybody. Ready? What's that name? Let's go. There you go. Ready, everybody? Let's go. Boom. 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 Africana spirituality, Hoodoo, religious studies. Ready, everybody? What if I were to tell you nowhere? What if I were to tell you nowhere? Nowhere in West Africa. What? No, this is our Ifa spirituality. What if I were to tell you nowhere? Nowhere in West Africa. Let me take it a bit further. What if I were to tell you nowhere in Africa at all? Huh? Nowhere in any ancient Hoodoo or Ifa culture. Let's take it a step further. Nowhere in West Africa. What if I were to take it a step further and tell you nowhere in Africa at all? Take it a step further. How about nowhere in any ancient Hoodoo or Ifa culture? What if I were to tell you that this Mama Wata imagery derives from German Indian imagination? Huh? No way, TEHUTI. You're making it up. I want to emphasize again that there are over 50 million practitioners of Hoodoo, and most, if not all, revere Mama Wata. So 50 million people converted to Mama Wata, referencing the image. When you ask them about Mama Wata, Voodoo is a very visual religion, meaning it is full of statues, effigies, drawings. When you ask them about the image of Mama Wata, 50 million converted. Is it possible for 50 million people to convert to something that they've never been shown originates with them? Huh? In Benin, today, the Voodoo religion has over 50 million followers worldwide who worship Mama Wata, a goddess said to live in the sea who practice voodoo. 50 million people? Has any one of the 50 million people been referred to any ancient source of a Mami Wata? Let's find out, everybody, how easy it is to convert somebody to something. Because if it's that easy, with all the work that I've been doing in this Podclass, then there should at least be 1 million people here, right? But where did this image originate? The MAMI Wata image. Must originate in Africa, Tehuti, right? Don't destroy my world of belief, Tehuti. This is why we don't want you around. Tehuti, you ruin our emotional imagination fantasy gatherings. Get out of here, Tehuti. So where does this image originate from? Let me introduce you to somebody. I'm going to introduce you to somebody. Everybody ready? Let me introduce you to... Here's MAMI Wata. This is, what? Oh, this is Adolf Friedlander. Adolf Friedlander. Huh? You like him? There he is. Adolf Friedlander. April 1851. 17th April 1851 to 7th of July 1904. He was a famed German lithographer of posters. Huh? Get that in your head, everybody. Get your altars out. Get your IFA image dolls out. Get ready to put up some altar work for Adolf Friedlander. You ready to get your altars ready for Adolf Friedlander? Here we go. What does this person have to do with it? Adolf Friedlander. You're ready to make your statues? Get your altar work ready for Adolf Friedlander because he's your father. He owned Adolf Friedlander Company. It's a print shop that produced over 9,000 posters for artists, magicians, circus performers. Here's some. I couldn't fit all 9,000 here, but here's 5 of them. You notice they all have the same type of style. Notice the style of the posters. Circus, Kara, Hadenbeck. Heller's Wonder Coterie. 2 hours of solid fun. Heller's Wonder Coterie. Long Jack Sam. Das Flamende. Ratzel. Lacrimation. Get it in your head, everybody. Adolf Friedlander. Get to know him well. You can call him, from this class forward, call him Papa Wata. That's his new name. Here we go, everybody. Let me introduce you to somebody else. Who's this? Huh? And this takes us to the French female acrobat, Emily Poupon. What? You like her? Huh? Emily Poupon. Huh? 1861 to 1944. Who is this, Tehuti? How does she tie into Adolf Friedlander? Only at the Tehuti Podclass, everybody. Huh? Wait a minute. I know you. Let me come to the screen a second. Hold on a second, everybody. Wait a minute. Hold on. I know your IFA priest taught you about Adolf Friedlander, right? No? No, it's not in the Emily Poupon? No, they're not a part of the teaching? No? I said, can you believe that they left these 2 people out? How could you leave these 2 people out? Welcome to the podcast, everybody. Adolf Friedlander, Emily Poupon. Huh? Here we go. This is like your first F flag. Here we go. The first FF. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Get these names memorized. Adolf Friedlander. Emily Poupon. Remember that face, everybody. Who is this, Tehuti? How does she tie into Adolf Friedlander? Let the PSYOPS and confusion story merging begin. Ready, everybody? Here we go. We're on the case. Here it is. Oh my, it's gonna be one of those classes. Here we go. Boom. Who's Emily Poupon? Emily Poupon was one of the circus performers hailing out of France. A poem of which was promoted by poster that designed and created. A poster designed and created by Adolf Friedlander. The PSYOPS is that Emily Poupon did not perform under the name of Emily Poupon. He wanted to have a mysticism to her. So she took on a different identity. and took on a different culture and a different look. Even hair to make her look natural, like an afro. Let me introduce you to the performer, Nala Damajanti. Who's Nala Damajanti? Huh? Who's Nala Damajanti? Who's this? Susie, what are you doing? What's happening? My Ifa priest didn't tell me about any of this. Let me introduce you to Nala Damajanti. Ready, everybody? There we go. Hey, Nala. Where's Nala? Oh, there you are. Hi, Nala. How you do? Poster look kind of familiar? Imagery look kind of familiar? This is Nala Damajanti, the Hindu serpent charmer. Huh? Hey, Nala. How you doing? Nala Damajanti, Hindu serpent charmer. Boom. Does she look familiar, everybody? Does that face look familiar? She should. This is Emily Poupon in disguise. This is Emily Poupon in disguise, who is the subconscious, with a subconscious Indian look as a snake charmer, acrobat. And from here, through the artwork of Adolf Friedlander, working with Emily Poupon under the disguise of Nala Damajanti, originated and circulated the image of guess who? Guess who? Uh-oh. Of this. That turned into, but when you look at the bottom, it says Maladamajanti. Maladamad Juat. Who is that? It is the name of the original identity of the original female snake performer image, sourced from Mumbai, India, by the Sri Ram Calendar Company. Let me take you to the Ashgate Research Company, to Monster and Monstrous by, fit in here, by Mitman Asa Simon, page 90 to 91. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Let's go to page 90 to 91. Uh-oh. Let's blow this up. Hold on. Breitweiser. Get familiar with some more German names. Breitweiser brought back a wife who, under the stage name Maladamajanto, Juati, began her performance as a snake charmer in Heidenbeck's production, and chromolithograph poster made for Hagenbeck by Friedlander's company in the 1880s featured her a Hamburg studio photograph taken in about 1887 shows Maladamad Juati attired for a performance. The style and cut of her body, the stripes made of buttons, the coins about her waist, the armlets, the position of the snake around her neck, and the second one nearby, a non-functional bifurcated flute held in her hand, and her facial features and coiffure, all duplicate those seen in the snake charmer, chromolithograph from Friedlander Lithograph Company, the original of which has not been found yet. What we do have, however, is a reprint, figure 3.4, made in 1955 in Mumbai, Bombay, India, by Sri Ram Calendar Company, from an original sent to them by two Indian merchants, Kumesh
Ghana in a letter to me dated June 17th, 1977. The manager of the calendar company stated that the print had been copied without changing a line even from the original. There can be little doubt, therefore, that Maladamajuat was the model for the image. Her light brown skin placed her beyond Europe, while the boldness this is commentary. There we go. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go ahead and read the commentary anyways. Here we go. It seems that Rottweiler did much of this hunting in Southeast Asia and the Pacific, and it seems likely that Maladamajua came from that part of the world, possibly from Samoa and Borneo. Soon after she arrived in Hamburg with Rottweiler in about 1880, she began to perform as a snake charmer in the Heidenbeck show. Wilhelm Zimmermann, Personal Communication, 1984. Within a short time, she had become, that's a reference, an international attraction, performing in the United States in about 1855. A P.T. Barnum Circus newspaper courier shows her in a small fenced area surrounded by many snakes and holding aloft 2 large snakes above her head, while the other wraps around her body. 2 large snakes above her head, with one wrapping around her body, holding aloft 2 large snakes above her head, one wraps around her body, her full head of hair outward, parted in the middle. Okay. And her name has changed to Naladamajante, the express of the reptile world, the greatest and most astounding snake charmer of Hindustan, the bravest of the brave python sorceress, mighty power. She wears tight bodice armlets, and all this we read already. In the earrings, this published in Philadelphia, 1855, in the newspaper, like format, an advertisement for the circus. Maladamajuat also inspired others to become snake charmers, according to the article in the World, March, April 1888, courtesy of John and Mabel Ringland, Museum of Art. As fame grew, she continued to perform internationally in Europe and the United States under slightly different stage names. Wavy hair parted in the middle, elements of her Hindu Oriental dress, jewelry, necklace, and here's what she looks like. Let's see if we see the snake above her head, snake wrapped around her body. Does this look familiar, everybody? So she has 2 snakes. This is the performer. One over her head, one wrapped around her body, with a part in the middle of her hair. This picture looks familiar, doesn't it, everybody? This is kind of familiar. It's describing who this original was. The snake performer, snake charmer. Does she look familiar, anybody? Let's see. Here we go. Boom. Here we go. And there it is. There it is. As you can see, none of this goes back to or has anything to do with ancient West African. Ancient West African images. Or Ifa or Hoodoo. Yet on the Hoodoo website and books, this is what you see. You see this. Who is this? What does this woman have to do with? Where's her Hoodoo practices? Where's her Ifa teachings? This is a circus performer. And then she was imitated by the French. This is where the French got it from. This. One serpent above the head, one serpent around her waist. This is what's inside of Hoodoo books and on Hoodoo websites. Why are they not telling you the origin of these images? It's so they can continue the PSYOPs. Ask them to show you any ancient images or references to this Mama Wata, since it's supposed to go back 6,000 years, right? We're going to get to that part. Oh, you didn't know? You didn't know that that is the claimed time of the belief of Mama Wata? I will show you that shortly. So the common question arises, how did this image from Hamburg, Germany, affect and influence people all the way in West Africa? Woo, let's go, everybody. I hope your IFA priest is teaching you this part. No, they're leaving this part out? No? How convenient. Okay. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So here we go. There's Emily Poupon. This Adolf Friedlander. And this is the imitator. You see her? The two snakes, the snake charmer, Emily Poupon, and then the original one. And then this imitator gets printed by Adolf Friedlander. This image goes out. What happens to this image after it goes out? From this woman right here who doesn't know one lick of Ifa. She doesn't know one lick of voodoo. Not one voodoo teaching. Huh? Never heard of no Ifa, no nothing. Is that what? Huh? There's your Mama Wati. Huh? Huh? There's your Mama Wati image. Here we go, everybody. Here's how it happens, everybody. Ready? Boom. See under there? There's Emily Poupon, and now she takes on Nala Damajanti, Hindu snake charmer, in 1890. None of these women ever heard of the word Ifa in their life. Boom. Does she look familiar? She should. This is Emily Poupon in disguise, who is subconscious Hindu, with a subconscious Hindu Indian look as a snake charmer acrobat. And from here to the artwork of Adolf Friedlander, working with Emily Poupon under the disguise of Nala Damajanti, originated and circulated the image of who? Of course, the original for where they took it from. Coming as Mami Wata. This is what they're producing as Mami Wata. But when you look at the bottom, it says Mala Damajuati. Who is that? It is the name of the original identity of the original female snake performer image, sourced from Mumbai, India, by Sri Ram Calendar Company. So even when you look on the Ifa or on the Africana, spirituality, Hoodoo, religious studies, and even they're showing the image and saying that this image is from Mumbai, India. This is Mala Damajuati. This is a snake performer. This is not a divinity. This is not anybody that has any writings on Ifa, Ola Damari. This woman has nothing to do with the Orisha. No teachings on it. Ask your voodoo priest or priestess, please show me some teachings of Mala Damajuati from this time period coming from her. Show me one writing of her that she acknowledged anything about Ifa. Yet you're using this image, just as Emily Poupon used it to imitate this, and now you have Mami Wata image, who is just a snake performer, whose images went out from Adolf Friedlander under the imitation of Emily Poupon. Mitzban Asta Simen, page 90 to 91, which we went through. Mumbai, Bombay, India. That's her. This is her. Huh? Has someone ever heard of Mami Wata? Show me. Show us. Don't give us your oral tradition come from the top of your head. I don't believe you. Show us. Show us the facts. Show us that this woman here acknowledged a Mami Wata
acknowledged the Orisha. Show me she acknowledged Olodumare. Show me she acknowledged Shango Obatala. Show me the snake charmer performer coming out of Hamburg performing. Show me her belief. Go ahead. Don't give me your emotion. Don't give me talk. Show me. I want the belief coming from this woman only. This is the woman you're saying is Mami Wata. Huh? And there it is, everybody. There it is. Huh? They didn't tell you this, Aaron? And there it is. As you can see, none of this goes back or has anything to do with ancient West Africa. Or these images have nothing to do with Ifa, Hoodoo. If the Ifa and Hoodoo websites and books, why are they not telling you the origin of these images? It is so that they can continue the PSYOPs. Ask them to show you any ancient images or references to this Mama Wata, since it supposedly goes back 6,000 years, right? Oh, they didn't tell you that that's the claim time belief of Mami Wata? I will show you shortly. So we see where this image arrives. Show that again. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Boom. And boom. Let's continue, everybody. Ready? Here we go. Here is, this is from what's called the People's Show. It is taken from the circus poster created by Adolf Friedlander in 1880s in Hamburg, Germany, for Karl Heidenbeck. It illustrates the snake charmer. It's supposed to be Maladama Jyoti. There is the image of her right there. You see her right here with these other performers? This is your Mama Wata. Huh? This woman was talking about Shango, Obatala, and the powers of the sea. Show us. Show me. Show me this woman's teaching. Remember, Mama Wata has oracles, right? That means that she taught, and she has female priestesses that taught what she taught. Please show me the teaching of this woman that is being called Mama Wata, and show me her priestesses, show me her oracles and her Sibyls. Huh? Now what happens? How does this circulate? Not long after the publication of these images in Europe, the snake charmer and the chromolithograph reached West Africa, carried by African sailors who had seen it in Hamburg, Europe, merchants stationed in Africa. Whether German or others also brought Maladama Jyoti. For African viewers, the snake charmer, light brown skin, light wavy hair, suggested that it came from beyond Africa. So it made it amazing to them, and the print had a dramatic and almost immediate impact. So by 1901, about 15 years after its appearance in Hamburg, the snake charmer image had already been interpreted as African water spirit, translated into a three-dimensional carved image and incorporated into the Niger River Delta water spirit and headdress that was photographed by J.A. Green. I'm going to show you J.A. Green's photography in a moment. J.A. Green in the Delta town of Bonny. So there's your Niger River connection. The headdress clearly shows the inspiration of the Hamburg print. The image of Maladama Jyoti in the Hindu snake charmer of European renown had begun a new life as a primary icon for Mama Wata, an African water divinity with overseas origins. Here it is. And then these images started developing. You see the images? See the part in the hair? You see this? The snake over the head? All these images, this is from the Niger River Delta. This is photographed by J.A. Let me get it on the screen. This is photographed by J.A. Green in the Delta town of Bonny, 1901. Huh? The Ifa priest didn't tell you this part? This is conveniently left out? Okay. Okay. TEHUTI, get off our channel. That's why we don't have you on these. And would you like to see for the first time in your life the real woman from which all of this derives from. Today, July 26, 2025, for the first time in your life, here's the real photograph of Mala Damajuati, taken from Hamburg, Germany, circa 1887. The woman that your mama Wata was stolen from. This reminds me of the Master Farad Ford story. Master Farad WD Ford story. Here we go. You want to see the real image? Your Yoruba priest, Hoodoo priest, not showing you the real woman. Here's an actual photograph of her. Stop showing the picture. They love showing the picture. They love showing the cartoon image. Don't show me the cartoon images. There's a photograph of the real woman. Why doesn't the Hoodoo priest show you that? They don't want to show you that? Imagine a real photograph of Mama Wati. Don't show me the drawing. Here, July 26, 2025, here she is. Bing, 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 bing. That's a real person, ladies and gentlemen. Huh? This is a real photograph of Mala Damajuati. This is in Hamburg, Germany, circa 1885. Huh? Let me blow it up. Here it is. We have a photograph of Mama Wati. Why is your Hoodoo priest not showing you this? Why is it every Hoodoo website, every Hoodoo book, they show you the drawing and they say Mama Wata, and they show you that drawing all over YouTube, all over the internet, on Hoodoo websites, Voodoo websites, when they have an actual photograph of the woman? Why do they do this to us? Huh? They have a photograph of the actual woman. Hoodoo priest, how come you don't show me the photograph? Why is it always the drawing of the woman holding the snake over her head and one across her belly with the parts in her hair? Can't you show me the photograph? There's a photograph. You don't like photograph? We don't like photograph. We don't like photograph. We like drawing. But it's the real woman there. Imagine having a photo. Imagine they actually had a photograph of Jesus. They actually had a photograph of the Prophet Muhammad. And for all these years, they're just showing you a drawing. And there's an actual photograph. Yeah, this is the time when cameras were out. See? We don't need a drawing. We need a statue. There's a photograph of her. Voodoo priests, you don't want to show us this? 50 million of us believe in the image Mami Wata. Then your cover up on the cover of your books, on the cover of your Hoodoo websites, where there's a photograph of her. Why does it take TEHUTI to show you the photograph? My emotions don't like this class, TEHUTI. There's Mami Wata. Bing, 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 bing. There she is, just as she's described, with the false flute, the part in the hair. There's the snakes, 2 snakes. There's the garment. They won't show you this, right? We don't like pictures. Forget cameras, we can draw her. Boom. And the confusion revealed. So, yes, when people bring up Mama Wati, she usually is associated with some type of West African tradition, as we can see on the cover of one of the most popular, extensive, 500-page plus page book called Mama Wata, Africa's Ancient Goddess Unveiled. Always associated with West Africa. Why don't you show me the Bombay lady? Huh? Huh? That's where the Orisha's from? Bombay? So now that I have clearly, again, now that I have clearly shown you that the modern concept of Mama Wata was derived from a German depiction of a French performer and an imposter and migrated to West Africa and other parts of Africa, The question is, does the original concept of Mama Wata and her Sibyls, where does that come from now? Derived from Kemet and have anything to do with Auset? Remember I said I will go back to the 6,000-year-old claim of Mama Wata. Guess where is the very first place mentioned when the promoters of Mama Wata want to edify the history? The promoters of Mama Wata in the book that the brother Aaron showed, what is the first place mentioned when they want to promote her origins to edify the history of Mama Wata? Guess where they claim it goes back to? Let me take you back to the book Aaron referred me to. He sent me a picture. The Jed. When did he send me the picture? The Jed sent me that picture 4 days ago. 4 days ago is when I got that book. 3 days ago or so is when I got that book. So here's what's in the promotion of the book. Let me take you back to the book Aaron referred me to, Mama Wata, in the first place in the promotion. Are you ready, everybody? Let's go to Aaron's book, Mama Wata and the Sibyls, and let's see what they say. What do they say the origins of Mama Wata is? Huh? Now there's this image. Who's this? Who's this? Who's this on the cover? That's Mama Wata too? Huh? Let's see what the book says. The promoters of the book. Talk to us. Let's see. Here we are, everybody. A theft of African. Let the white go away. A theft of African prophecy by who? The Catholic Church for 6,000 years. There's the claim. Ding, 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 ding. The Mama Wata goes back for 6,000 years. Africa was ruled by what? Let's shrink it down, everybody. For 6,000 years, Africa was ruled by powerful order of Sibyl matriarchs. Huh? Is that right? Is that right? For 6,000 years, Africa was ordered by a powerful order of Sibyl matriarchs. They produced the what? They produced the world's first oracles, prophetess and prophets known as Pythoness. Huh? That's their ancient name, Pythoness, the Greek word. They worked the oracles where? In the Black Egyptian colonies in Greece, Rome. Let me shrink this down. Uh-oh. We're getting to the origins here. Here we go. Oracles in the Black Egyptian colonies in ancient Greece, Rome, Turkey, Syria, Israel, Syria, Babylon. Their holy temples were more numerous than churches today. So we should have a lot of artifacts on these. Gotta have. You know how many churches there are in the world? Their holy temples were more numerous than churches today. In ancient Rome, they first established the holy seat of the Vatican, advising the world's heads of state, centuries before Christ. They cured epileptics, the blind, lepers. They cast out demons. It was a Sibyl who called upon the spirit apostle Samuel. Should I say that again? It was the Sibyl that called upon the spirit apostle of a biblical character. Ladies and gentlemen, don't worry. We have the Sibyls here. Who are they? Well, they go back 6,000 years. Yeah, they go back 6,000 years in Africa with more temples than churches. And what did they help? Well, they help biblical characters. Yeah, man. Yeah, they helped Apostle Samuel. So, don't worry. If you believe in the Sibyls, then you believe in the biblical characters. And if you believe in the biblical characters, Jesus Christ is your Lord and Savior. So they were Egyptians in colonies that were inside of Rome, Greece, Turkey, Israel, Syria,
And they were the great oracles for 6,000 years. Imagine that, ladies and gentlemen. 50 million people believe this. 6,000 years of female oracles, Sibyls, that have more temples throughout the motherland and throughout Rome and Greece than all of the churches in the world. You know how many churches there are here in California? These should be easy to find. This is going to be the easiest. Talk about ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Move your religious opinions aside. We should definitely be able to find this history, these oracles. They have millions of churches. You know there's millions of churches? Not thousands. Millions of churches, ladies and gentlemen. There's thousands here all across the world, and the Sibyls of Mamawati had more than that circulating throughout Africa and Greece and Rome and Turkey. And these were the teachers, and they taught Samuel. Don't forget that part. They taught the Apostle Samuel. Now we know that this is real. Apostle Samuel is real. We got it. They're real now. Because Apostle Samuel is real, ladies and gentlemen. Apostle David was real. Samuel. Yep. King Solomon. Yep. Here we go, everybody. Boom. They taught who called up the spirit of the Apostle Samuel. Their pagan prophecies were used by emerging Roman populace to create Western theology. They should be easy to find. Foundation, and became the undisputed precursors of the Christian Bible. African women's religion history is finally being unearthed, exposing shocking revelations buried for more than 2,000 years. Purchase their copy today at the listed retailers below. Available now. Step right up. Boom, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. The claim Mama Wata and her Sibyls were around for 6,000 years, and they were oracles in Kemet. They were Kemetic oracles, Egyptian oracles in Egyptian colonies that were in Greece. The original concept, again, from their own mouths, was taken from Kemet. So the original oracles, going back 6,000 years, were from black Egyptian colonies. That's not West Africa, and Bombay is not West Africa. I'm waiting for the West Africa part. That's the original concept, again, was taken from Kemet, and then reshrouded with the PSYOPS completely leaving Kemet history, and then Atiru out of the story, as usual. But I am here to rectify that. Yep, they came out of Kemet, right? Kemetic colonies. I wonder what they were teaching. What were they teaching in Kemet for 6,000 years? I wonder. Huh? Here we go. 6,000 years of Kemetic female oracles who have more temples than there are churches. Whoa. Whoa. What a claim. Whoa. Their temples should be easy to find. Here we go. I'm gonna show you one of the temples. The oldest one. Ready? Coming right up. Circus. Okay, Emily Poupon, we're done with you. Here we go, everybody. Boom. I have just shown you the real origin of the image of Mama Wata. Now, what of any ancient origin? They claim there were some female Sibyl oracles that go back thousands of years who taught the Greeks. The difference is those people just tell you with their words, and boom, 50 million followers. But let me ask the class, what is the motto here at the TEHUTI Podclass? What is the motto that is hated by all religious people? All people pushing an oral agenda. All people pushing fantasy and imagination. What's the motto here, everybody? What is the famous motto of the TEHUTI Podclass? Everyone, what do we say we go by? Type it in the chat. What do we say we go by, everybody? Let me come to the chat. What do we go by? Because once you go by this, You remove religious opinions. What do we go by, everybody? What do we go by? Yvette says ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. Big Babes, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Hefe, ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Medu says ATTON. Somebody said artifacts. Art of facts. Let me show these on the screen. Are they on the screen? Comment stage, is it on? Yeah, there it is. Boom, art of facts. Boom, Ark Isis says, source up. Source up. That's right, Hush Nation. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. Ancestral artifacts over bogus religious opinions. Nefer, Nature J. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That's right, Hush Nation. Then I'm going to put on the screen ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. That is right. And don't forget the most important. Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. And don't forget the most important part. What is that, Hefe? Also, the Egyptians are black. Are you ready, everybody? Are you ready? Here we go. So 6,000 years, huh? 6,000 years. Let's see what's happening. What's happening, Kojak? That's right. What model do we go by? Ancestral artifacts over religious opinions. And here is where all the fantasy ends. And having Tehuti around ends fantasy PSYOPS party. Having Tehuti around ends the fantasy PSYOPS party of all who want to just feed people rhetoric from the top of their heads. People, due to the hypnotic PSYOPS typo, have been programmed to love fantasy and basing things on unconfirmed imagination. This PSYOPS works because it allows each individual to create a portion of their perceived fantasy on the subject matter in their mind, thus identifying with the fantasy. Again, people due to the hypnotic PSYOPS have been programmed to love fantasy and basing things on unconfirmed imagination. This PSYOPS works because it allows each individual to identify it by creating a portion of their perceived fantasy on top of the superimposed on top of the subject matter in their mind, thus identifying with the fantasy and compounding and even making it even stronger. And thus why every time you go look up Mama Wata, who is supposed to have been around for 6,000 years, what do you see, everybody? This is what you see. Hold on. Why do we see this? We have 6,000 years of more Mama Wata temples and teachings, more temples than there are churches. There's 6,000 years of, remember it says they're out of Kemet. It says they're Egyptian. They're black Egyptian. They were inside of the Greek colonies. So they're Egyptian. So there's 6,000 years of Egyptian artifacts. More temples than church. But every time you go look up Mama Wata, what do you see? You see the temples? What do you see, everybody? What do you see? You know what you see? You see modern day cartoons, CGI, memes, drawings, all after the AD time period. Nothing and absolutely nothing from the ancient BC times, nothing pre-Alexander the Great, nothing pre-invasion into what is known as Africa. Where are all the depictions, literatures, and drawings, just as we have today, by the thousands of Mama Wata? Where are all of the ancient ones that have been collected and created for over 6,000 years? Nowhere. They want you to believe
that for 6,000 years, not one person in Kemet, not one group or culture had the urge to carve or draw a depiction of Mama Wata in 6,000 years. But all of a sudden, in the last 400 years, we have a sudden burst of the new urge to create thousands upon thousands of images. The PSYOPS is deep. Hold on one moment. I'll be right back. Hold on. Okay, I'm right back, everybody. Here we go. Boom, ready? So what do you see when you look at Mama Wata? With over 6,000 years of being rulers in Africa, originating in Kemet Nile Valley for 6,000 years. For 6,000 years, they were there through the Ram. Yeah. Hold on. Let me come to the screen. 6,000 years of Kemetic history. That's the beginning to the end. Mama Wata, Sibyls had scribes, had oracles through Khufu's time, Imhotep's time, the Tehut's time, Ramesses 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way to 11's time, Amenemopi's time, Tehuti Moses' time, Akhmet's time, King Tut, Akhenaten, 6,000 years of female Mama Wati priestesses with oracle temples that are even more than all the churches in the world. We know Ramesses seen one of them. Pharaoh Khufu seen one. The Tehutep, he had to seen at least 3, right? There's at least 3. Amenemopi seen, stood uncommon, seen a couple of them. Got it. Did the pharaohs allowed this? Was it another set of teachings other than MAAT? There was female oracles with more temples set up all throughout Kemet for 6,000 years. So the temple there and a temple there and a temple there, and where the Mama Wati priestesses put a temple there and a temple. Ramesses move out the way, put a temple there, put a temple there. Mentuhotep move Mentu, put a temple there and a temple, and they're running all throughout the Nile Valley, putting up temples for 6,000 years. Female priestesses of Mama Wata. And Mentuhotep never heard about them. Did they get permission? The pharaohs are just like this. Oh, those are the Mama Wati priestess oracles. Those are the Sibyls. Let them be, soldiers. Don't worry. They're not teaching Ma'at. They're just setting up temples for 6,000. You heard about them, right? Yeah, Khufu talked about them. Narmer talked about. Yeah, they've been here for about 6,000 years, all throughout. We're teaching Ma'at. The Mama Wati priestesses are running all up and down the Nile, setting up temples. Leave those ladies alone, man. Leave them alone. What were they teaching for 6,000 years? Who were they teaching? Where's one reference to them? What were they called? What language were they speaking? They're from Egypt, right? So they must speak Mediterranean. No? It's about Mama Watian? The Mama Wati? 50 million people believe in Mama Wata. 50 million people acknowledge these stories. of female priestesses and oracles under Mama Wata, the Sibyls, running all throughout ancient Egypt for 6,000 years, while the pharaohs just stood by. What language were they speaking? When they taught people, what was the language in Kemet that they could communicate to the people with? Mama Watian? Everybody in the Nile Valley spoke Medu-Neter. Is that right? Was there some other language going on that King Tut knew that Ramses didn't know? Everybody there for thousands of years, the language that we find there, Medu-Neter. So the Mama Wati priestess, what are they speaking? When they're teaching the people there, they're going, and the people are like, we speak Medu-Neter. What are you teaching again? Wait a minute, we already have scribes. Who are you teaching? 50 million. Huh? 50 million. In this class, we have 50 people watching. 50 million people believe of this female priestess, Mama Wati, not one artifact. Woo-wee! The SYBILS is deep. Let's go, everybody. Ready? I'm going to go a few more minutes and I'm going to take a break. Here we go. What's next? Note, everybody. I want you to note. Make note. Note the question. Here's the question in Aaron's question. Asks about the Sibyls of Mama Wati. Well, first, everybody, what is a Sibyl? What is a Sibyl? Here's the question. Can you explain the Sibyls of Mama Wati? What is a Sibyl? Huh? They're called Pythonians, Greek. Sibyl? This better be a Medu-Neter word. Come on, you're a hoodoo priest. Can you give me the names of what they were called for 6,000 years? They were called Sibyls? Huh? That's what they were telling Ramses? Don't mind us, we're the Sibyls. What were they called? What were these women called 4,000 years ago along the Nile? I want to look them up. Did the scribes ever come across them? This word Sibyl better be a Medu-Neter word. It better be. This better be a Medu-Neter word, everybody. The Mama Watians had Sibyls for 6,000 years. This better be Medu-Neter. Let's find out, everybody. Uh-oh. Sibyl. Let's see if it's Medu-Neter. Let's see. What is it? Woman supposed to possess powers of prophecy. Okay, that matches. Soothsayer. 1200 AD from French. From Latin. Sibylla. From Greek. Sibylla. Named for any one of several prophetesses consulted by ancient Greeks and Romans. The name for any several prophetesses consulted by ancient Greeks and Romans. The word is of uncertain origin. As Jerome said, Cybolia. Huh? So Sibyl. Cybolia, can we find it before Greece? Somebody open up the Medu-Neter dictionary. Somebody open up the ancient dictionary and find me the word Sibyl. Scooby-Doo, wait a minute. You can't find the word Sibyl. How come, TEHUTI? Because there's no letter L in Medu-Neter. L was incorporated into Medu-Neter afterwards when the letter R became an L. And Ray became L, Lee. Ray is the word for lion. And it became Lee. That became Leo and Leon and lion. When L was added, that's giving you the name Cleopatra. Ptolemy, with the L's there now. The L's came in later. So Khufu never heard of the letter L to have a word called Sibyl. So ask your hoodoo man, ask your Yoruba priest, ask your Orisha man, ask these people, hey man, you know what? I just want to know, they were here for 6,000 years. 6,000 years in Kemet. They must have been speaking a language, right? So what was their name in the Nile Valley? So I want to look them up. They have temples, right? So they have artisans. There's artwork on the temples. They have people working for them to build temples. They can commission workloads, right? This sounds like a culture. Did people go to these temples? What was taught in the temples of Mama Wati? What was taught by the Sibyls? What language did they teach in? And what were they called when you addressed them? Sibyls? No, sir. That's Greek. What were they called? I dare you to give me a name.
I dare you. Give me a name, because as soon as you give me a word, boop, we're in that culture. Huh? Don't tell me. And the ancient Russian people had a book called Bhagavad Gita. Sir. Nobody's saying Bhagavad Gita in ancient Russia. That you give me the language, you give me the area. Give me the language. You can't. You can only get angry. And angrier and angrier. And angrier. But never present the factual artifact to address these claims. You just write like Christianity does and then throw yourself in there because you're just like Christianity. That's why you say the Wata people pulled on the spirit of Apostle Samuel. You pulled on the spirit of a fictitious person? Is that what you're teaching around the Ramses time? We're the priestesses of Wata. We conjure the spirits of Samuel from the Bible. Ramses like, take her head off, please. Thank you. The alligator needs some food over there. Throw her to the hippo. You don't want to hear about Samuel. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. See how ridiculous it sounds? But when you're in it and in the emotion, it sounds good. It's our culture. It's our ancient history. The Watians. The Sibyls. Here we go. Boom. Greek, everybody. Roman. You can't find that word before Roman and Greek. Huh? But I want you to remember this definition of what they give the word. Please remember this definition. It's about to come up shortly in the next section. They say it goes back to this word. Divine wish. Adikatubo. Divine wish, huh? We're going to find out what that word divine wish is. See the true word that would have been used 4,000 years ago for divine wish. I wonder what that word was. Here we go, everybody. Come on, Sibyls, defend yourself. Boom. What are a few things off with the word that people are using to describe the women under the so-called Wata? One is the word is Greek. Sibyl, again. If this Wata and its Sibyls have 6,000 years old, 6,000-year-old history, then there should be a record of her and the name tracing back to an ancient African origin, not beginning off with Greeks. Ask anyone that teaches you on Wata to give you the ancient word anywhere from 6,000 years ago. Along the Nile. It says they came out of Egypt. No, Kemet didn't have no oral tradition. No oraled it up. No, Kemet had writings. They never spoke about the oral. No, they had thousands of papyrus and stone writings. So once you say the oracles are from Kemet, you're out of oral tradition, my dear. No oral tradition now. Huh? From 6,000 years ago, before the Greeks. So ask anyone that teaches on this Wata to give you the ancient word anywhere from 6,000 years ago to before the Greeks. This Wata, you will see that they won't and they can't. Because as soon as they give you the word, you will immediately be within a specific culture. And a culture that matches the language that the word derives from. Huh? They can't tell you the word because then you'll be in the culture from where that word derives from. Guess what the oldest documentation of a Sibyl is in Greece, everybody? What is the oldest documentation of a Sibyl in Greece? Are you ready? Tell me, are you ready? Let's go to the Sibyls, everybody. Remember, they said the Sibyls were in Greece. So here we go. The Libyan Sibyl. Short Wikipedia. Then I'm going to show you the artifact after. You ready? The Libyan Sibyl. What does it say? The Libyan Sibyl was a prophetic priestess providing over what? Providing over the oracle of Zeus, Amun. Zeus represented with the horns of Amun. Where you mean Shango? Obatala?
Zeus represented with the horns of Amun at Siwa Oasis in the Libyan desert. The term Sibyl comes from Latin from ancient Greek, Sibylia, meaning prophetess. There were many Sibyls in the ancient world. Okay. But the Libyan Sibyl in classical mythology foretold the coming of the day when that which is hidden shall be revealed. Remember what the book is called? The ancient goddess Mama Wata, revealed, unveiled. This is the prophecy concept. It comes from Greek. Okay, so we have a location now. Here's what the Ifa priest hates. We have a location of where the Sibyl was residing over, and a name, Zeus Amun. We have a location, Siwa Oasis, Libyan desert. Come on, Ifa man, talk to me, Ifa brother. Boom. Where are we back to? We're not in West Africa. Are we in Nigeria? No, we're not in Nigeria. We're in Ghana. No, boom. We're back in Kemet. Ladies and gentlemen. And now it mentions the Sibyl was an oracle at Siwa Oasis. What's Siwa Oasis? Let me show you the ancient ancestral artifact that your Ifa priest hates. Ifa priest won't show you this because this has a language written in it. So here's the temple of the Sibyl with the language written all over it and teachings. Uh-oh, the temple of Amun. Bing bong. Huh? Is that the temple of the Orisha? Huh? Is it the temple of Yemiya? No. Is it the temple of Amun? The male deity? Huh? What happened? Huh? This is your female temple? They had temples. What is the temple of Amun? Hold on a second. Amun is maybe. Oh. Amun is the new female goddess. They were teachers of the temple of Amun. That's a male, sir. Whether you think of it as a principle or a physical being, Amun is not a female. Amunet is the female. We say the female prophetesses had temples all over. We found temple number 1, the oldest one. Can you show me a Sibyl temple prior to this one? Is there one prior to this one? Because this is the temple of Amun, sir. How you doing? How you doing, Arisha, man? Greetings. My name is TEHUTI. Nice to meet you. You don't like me? They don't like me. But I love you. Huh? I have a destination for you. Emiri up to you. I have a destination for you. I have a desire for you. Huh? To come back to the Tiru. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Temple of Amun, sir. That doesn't sound like a female goddess. Uh-oh. It's not the temple of Amunet, the female matriarch. Matriarching it up. Matriarching it up with Amun, the male. Here it is. Temple of Amun is riddled with writings. Amun, that sounds like a Metanetter word, sir. Huh? Is that a West African word? Sounds Metanetter to me. I may be mistaken, but it sounds Metanetter to me. Here we go. 664 BC. We're in the BC times now. We're not in 1855, 1877 pictures, 1880 pictures of Nala. We're in 1664 BC in the temple of Amun, the Neter. Huh? Not Amun the Orisha. Amun the Neter of Ma'at. Why are not the Hoodoo priests of your Mama Wata worshippers and reveres? Why are none of the 50 million people who are told of Mama Wata not told about the Neter Amun? Huh? What was happening at the temple from 664 BC to 332 BC?
you will notice through the PSYOPS, that part of the story of Mama Wati is conveniently left out to push their religious agenda. I am trying to erase, they are trying to erase the Nitiru, but TEHUTI is here now, so that will not happen. Why are they not giving you the oldest account of the Sibyl in Kemet from the Temple of Amun in Siwa Oasis, and what she actually taught that the Greeks themselves account for? They hide this because this would reveal what the spiritual system actually was, and it was not hoodoo. Let's read for ourselves the original story of the Sibyl and what she taught and who she taught in the Anabasis of Alexander and the histories of wars and conquests of Alexander the Great. Because remember, ladies and gentlemen, if you say the Sibyls were the great oracles of the Greeks and told them about the future and the decisions that they should make, and they led the head of the papal, and they led the kings. The Greeks are recording this, right? This is important information, that they're putting their future in the hands of these priestesses to guide their future. They're putting their future in the hands of these Egyptian oracles, these Sibyls. So they are going to write about what advice they got and the decisions that they made, because it is a part of their history, right? Right, everybody? Huh? They had trust in these Sibyls, but these Sibyls are teaching the oldest that we found in Siwa out of the Temple of Amun, the male god, the male netter. Is that mentioned in the matriarchal? The matriarchal Sibyls are under the male god. Why is that left out? Because they're trying to cause a division, creating these new religions and new themes, and taking the male and the woman apart from each other. The male netter and the female netter, always working side by side, but you want to create a contention, and we have a matriarchy, and there's a patriarchy. Show me the word matriarchy in Medu Neter. Show me the word patriarchy in Medu Neter. No such concepts and understanding. It was a Temple of Amun. Is that a part of the matriarchy? There is a Netert female called Amunet. Why were the Sibyls not under Amunet? What language were they teaching people that came to the Temple of Amun? They had to talk to the people. Was it in Medu Neter? What was their teachings? Because whatever their teachings were, we want to go by them. Let's go by the teachings of the Sibyls. Huh? I want to be a Sibylian too. I want to be a Mama Watian. Let's see what the Sibyls taught at the temples. Huh? What happened? You're the one that said that they were Kemetic teachers that had temples in Kemet more than there are churches in the world. You're not that they taught the here's the things. Here we go. We don't like you, TEHUTI. Why do you keep doing this to us? We're getting monetized. We're getting we're selling a lot of stuff from the Mama Wata. You're wrecking our business. We want the followers. We want to dip it into Kemet to take the name, but we're not going to teach you what was taught by the scribes in Kemet. We just take the story. Say we take Black Egyptian colonies for 6,000 years, but we're not going to tell you what those Black Egyptian colonies taught from their scribes. I thought Black Egyptian cockles that just talked. That's right. Here it is, the Anabasis of Alexander. Here it is right here. Here's the history of Alexander and the Sibyl. What happened to Alexander after he was taught by the Sibyl? Huh? After the transactions, Alexander was seized by an ardent desire to visit Amun in Libya. Here's Siwa, the Temple of Amun in Libya. Parley in order to consult the god, because the oracle of Amun was said to be exact in its information. Here is your oracle, here is your Sibyl, here is Siwa, here is Libya. Alexander's going there to consult the netter. The oracle of Amun was to be exact in its information, and Perseus and Hercules were said to have consulted it. The former when he was dispatched by Polydectes against Gorgons, and the latter when he visited Antiochus in Libya and Busiris in Kemet in Egypt. Alexander was also partly urged by the desire of emulating Perseus and Hercules, from both of whom he traced his descent. He also deduced his pedigree from Amun. So he acknowledged he is a worshiper of Amun, and his pedigree is his descent. He believes he descends from Amun, the Medu Neter, the Kemetic Smawitawi Ma'at Neter, just as the legends trace that of Hercules and Perseus to Zeus. Accordingly, he made the expedition to Amun with the design of learning his own origin. Let's see what the Sibyl taught the Greeks. Certainly, or at least that he may be able to save that he had learned. it. So here's Alexander the Great, as you call him. But you don't call him by his Sibyl influence name, which I'm going to show you. Formerly known as Alexander the Great. Huh? You're a Yoruba priest. Your Ifa teacher should be proud of this. A Sibyl actually taught the greatest of the Greek kings, rulers, and warriors, and caused him to change his name. He went there as Alexander the Greek to find out his origins. Afterwards, he took on a new name. Whatever this new name was that he took is an influence of the teaching of the Sibyl. This is what he got after the influence of going into that area. He visited the temple of Amun. He spoke to the Sibyl to get his origins, to teach him about himself, his know thyself. Well, let's see what name Alexander the Great left with. What did the Sibyls teach? I want to know. What language did the Sibyls speak? Because he got a name. The name will tell you the language that the Sibyls speak. They will tell you the culture that the Sibyls are coming from. Let's see this West African name that Alexander the Greek got. Let's see. Huh? Of Mamawati was the oracle of the Nitiru, a representative of Amun, a representative of MAAT. Why did your Hoodoo priest, your West African spiritualist, not tell you this part of the story of the Sibyl? The PSYOPS and the self-hatred is so strong that they would rather show you an image of a French woman from a German circus as Mama Wata than teach you the truth that the Sibyl story is a story of a representative of the Nitiru and Ma'at, which is recorded in actual history. They would rather give you this, Aaron. Huh? They'd rather give you this. Here's what they'd rather give you. Relate me back to the history of the Greek interaction with the Sibyls. You'd rather give me these images here. Imagine that. You'd rather give me the circus lady and these images here as Mamawati than giving me one of the greatest stories on the planet that your Sibyl could have. There's nothing in history that your Sibyl has done in history greater than converting Alexander the Great. Imagine what type of claim that is for the Yoruba Ifa. We are so powerful, the Sibyls are so powerful, that they taught and converted Alexander the Great. He was going around killing and murdering these people. See these Indians here? He was going to India and slaughtering these people. He was slaughtering people across the world, fighting and slaughtering. But he actually bowed down to the Sibyls of Mamawati. Isn't that a great accomplishment? they'd rather give you these circus images and these Greek images than these images here. These are artifacts of Ma'at and artifacts of the Sawi temple, of what was taught in the Sawi temple was the teachings of Ma'at, represented by Amun, who's in the story of the Netiru, not the Ifa. We don't like you, Tehuti. We can't disprove you. We can't beat you in a debate, but we just are angry. We're just angry. And let us put the believers of Mama Wata to the test to see if they truly follow who they say were the Sibyls of thousands of years ago in the temple of Siwa, Oasis. Ask them about Amun. Ask them what happened as a result of the teachings of the historically recorded Sibyls from thousands of years ago. Are you ready? Ask them to teach you about Amun. That's what temple they're in. Here is the result of what happened to Alexander the Great after he learned about what he thought was his origin. Here is his new name in a Shen, Mak Kamet. He got a Heru name, Mak Kamet. Huh? Is this the Ifa name? Here is the physical evidence of the result of an interaction of a Greek after bowing down to the feet of the Sibyls and learning from them. He left with a Medunetter name. Huh? That means he believes in Horus, Heru. That means he believes in Auset, Asar, Amun, Amunet, Kek, Keket, Hehet, Neith, Sekmet, Sekemti, Tawaret. If you take on a Heru name, it's because you're following the tradition of the rest of the Nisubiti. Not Shango and Obatala. Not Yemiya. Huh? Disprove it. We're mad. Boom. Alexander the Great received his Ren, which is the Medunetter word for name, in the Medunetter language, that are all dedicated to the exaltation and reverence of the Netiru. That means if he left getting his knowledge with a Medunetter name, whoever was teaching him was speaking Medunetter. They were in a Medunetter temple under a Medunetter Netter, Amun. There's your oracles. There's your Sibyl. We don't like you, Tehuti, but I love you. Alexander the Great receives his Ren name and in the Medu language that all are dedicated in the exaltation and reverence that the Netiru of the Netiru. That is the historical result of getting guidance from a Sibyl. Is your teacher of Mama Wata giving you the Medunetter name, walking you through the papyrus and the teachings, and showing you how to revere the Netiru and how to follow Ma'at? No. Then he or she does not represent the Sibyl. Welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass. I'm going to take a break right here for about 10 minutes and come back and finish this answer, because after this, now we're going to get into the Sibyl teachings of Auset. Huh? We don't like you, Tehuti. Our Sibyls taught about Orisha. Show me that for 6,000 years. It's oral tradition. Oracle. Or oral. Oral tradition in the Temple of Amun, filled with writings about the teachings of those who go into the Temple of Amun. And Alexander the Great leaves with a Medunetter name, exalting Netiru, taught by the Sibyl. Jump in the room, everybody. There should be 1,000 people in the room now. Jump in the room so I can step off for a moment, and then we're going to get into the Auset aspect. 50 million people. Huh?
I want this to get 50 million people watch this class and either get angry or say, wow, I was deceived. I was mistaught. They give me these images of this circus lady. Now that the Jamaat Jua as Mama Wata, but they're not showing me the temple of Siwa. They give me all cartoons of Mami Wata. What do they teach? Who do they influence? Who spoke about them? They're influencing people for 6,000 years and nobody wrote one sentence about them? There's Hamun and Amunet. Hey, Amun. They went to your temple, man. The Sibyls. Huh? The female matriarchs pushing the divine feminine were in the temple of the male. Oh, man. Oh, they jumped off stage. What happened? Okay, jump back on. There we go. All right, everybody. How you doing, Amun and Amunet? How you like the Mama Wata so far? That's just the second. That's section 1 and 2. We're about to go into section 3 after this.
I'm doing great, Saba. I'm enjoying this class. Well, for breaking the matrices and building us back up. Yeah, it's absolutely mind-blowing. When I did the research on Mami Wata when I was younger, I really couldn't find anything about her, so I just assumed that everyone else thought. And now it makes sense why I couldn't find anything about her, because the origins are something that do not originate where people think that they do. So 2 for breaking this matrix it's shocking. It's definitely shocking, and it's going to be really shocking to other people that follow her. And well, I don't even know. It's not her anymore, but they follow this misconception of another person. So that's going to be shocking to them as well. Very shocking. So 2 for breaking it down and building us back up.
Nini Uk, Uncle Justin Ebb. Nini Uk, and yes, this is people who watch this class that are into Mama Wata. They have to either just start saying, I want to learn about the Netter, or they literally have to just ignore everything I just said. They have to ignore it. They can't come behind and disprove it. They have to ignore it. They have to just have in their head, there's 6,000 years of temples, more than churches all over Africa. Nobody heard about them, but they're there. And they're called the Sibyls. We can't give you an ancient African name for what they were called, because once we do, then we can trace it. See? How you doing, Amunet? They should have went to your temple. The matriarchs. Why'd they go to your husband's temple for, huh? Thought they were the female divine feminines. How you doing, Amunet?
I'm doing great. Doing wonderful. Great, Saba. Thank you for asking. I'm loving this class so far. I wasn't expecting this at first when I read the question, so I'm really, really happy with what you brought forth. It's really surprising and so much information, and I was thinking about how this is the only place where this is happening, where you're doing something that no one else is doing. And I know we know that already, but it's so mind-blowing to me, because everyone who is here right now, this is the only place where this is happening. So I find that so mind-blowing. And I really appreciate your Nefer existence, your beautiful life-expanding existence, and for bringing forth everything that you do and helping us in our mind state and all that we are taking in, and making sure that we understand what is truly happening, what is the truth, and I really appreciate you for everything. So that's why.
Nini, glad you appreciate it. I'm glad you appreciate it. My job as the SABA is to take topics and questions that people were taught through the PSYOPs and make them an exciting story of the actual truth, regardless of what the topic is. We just went from kidney failure to Mama Wata, and both classes are exciting as the other. All right, the Jet, how you doing, man? Hope Aaron's okay.
Hotel, great Saba. Peace and love. Yeah, I'm happy I didn't waste too much time with that. I'm happy that I got to get it firsthand from here before ever hearing the name and, you know, practicing anything. And yeah, it is quite interesting. I mean, and you mentioned this, I mean, early Podclass creation that, you know, when something's handed to you by your loved ones, it's interesting how it's introduced to the mind. And if you put a complexion on there, oh, everybody will say it's an African teaching, or it comes from a melanated teaching, let's just put it that way. And people will gravitate to it heavily without the research. And or just without asking any questions. It's more just, oh, hey, mom believes in this, dad believes in this, grandma, grandpa, they believe in this. It was introduced to me. It's surrounded by me. Let's give adorations, right? And it had nothing to do with any African. You didn't even grab a piece from that culture. You just said, "Hey, it didn't come from nowhere near." And all you gotta do is paint a picture. If you paint a picture and introduce something to somebody, they'll gravitate to it very fast. But we've all been victims to that, coming into this world, being birthed into this realm. And without asking those 21 questions, like they say, one finds themselves caught in that. So imagine the people who have been giving adorations to this, and they run into your class. What would that do? What would that do to an individual?
Hopefully wake them up. I'm going to step off. Absolutely, everything you said is absolutely right. I look forward to your brothers seeing this. What will it do for the individual? Hopefully wake them up. But I guarantee the truth itself is never going to convert 50 million people. And that's okay. People like to identify with the fantasy. I'm here to give the truth, and I hope you all support Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky NV. I'm going to take a 5-minute or so break. You all build, tell the people how to support, tell the people where to go, tell the people what to focus on, the part of the classes they liked, and talk to the people about how this class affected you. I'll be right back, everybody. Hotep, support. I'm doing my best. Hotep. Peace.
Hotep, enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, peace. Hey, Hotep, everybody. This is what you know what? I wish in all teachings I was introduced to knowledge like this. When you're giving something, and then to have the awareness to be able to say, hey, why this or why that, or and to get a valid answer with no biasness. I'm just experiencing it right now. That Saba has something that a teaching that I have not been aware of. It's not attached to like Islam, Christianity. You know what I mean? Like just your basics, right? And then get introduced to something that I am not familiar with at all. And then boom, get this. Now anytime anyone says anything, like if anyone bring up to me this topic, I have a reference to be like, well, no, like that ain't what you think it is. And I really do hope it changed lives for people who are into that. And I mean, we just never question the origin, man. What's given to us when we come into this world, we never really question the origin. But if we do, it's giving a what's given is it's like a diversion in a way. It's like deflecting the question and, you know, giving you some pacifying answer where you're still left with the question. And it's just like, all right, well, whatever, move on. Because the surrounding of the individual is still the same. So if the surroundings of the individual stays the same, with people worshiping and giving adorations to, let's just say, this topic and others that we've all already know about, right? But let's just take this since we're on this topic. A person that is still surrounded by that and they're giving a pacified excuse, it just leaves them in limbo. It leaves them stuck in that. And then as the next day goes by and then the next days go by, they just still see themselves within, they've abandoned the question altogether and they still stay in it. And I don't think people really understand how much one's surroundings impact them. You know what I mean? A person who questions any spirituality, any religious teaching, and then gets suffocated by it, by not really getting answers and not really taking that not having that courage to separate themselves from that environment and cut it off, or just put up this this barrier to say, hey, I'm still cool with you even though you believe in, you know, A, B, and C, but I still stand in this. We can still be cool, but I just can't agree with what that person believes in and follows. You kind of get what I'm saying? If that wall is not set, you pretty much find that person pretty much find themselves drowning back into that PSYOPS, and they just continue the tradition. They continue the environment that they spend in, right? Because we all know people, or we know all of our surroundings are we know we're surrounded by individuals who believe in different religious beliefs, and we've known them for years. Right? So even new people you run into or whatever, they all believe in the typical things that you're already familiar with, and you have to be able to conduct yourself in a particular way, even if you tell them what you follow, right? And you give them the breakdown or whatever the case may be, and they don't really you know, they're not really gravitating to it, or they choose to like say, you know what, like, that's not me, you know, that fear kicks in or that defense mechanism kicks in. One just has to, you know, it's like that saying, they say, agree to disagree. I don't gotta rock with you, like, you know what I mean? We don't gotta, you know what I mean? Long as you're not putting my loved ones in danger, putting me in danger or whatever, hey, cool, I still say hi, how's everything, how you doing? You know what I mean? Still conduct oneself in MAAT. But when it comes to one's spiritual belief or religious teachings, or however anyone wants to label it, that's where that line is, that wall is, man, and that's the cutoff. And when people tell you like, oh man, like, yeah, hey, we don't talk like we used to, or we don't do this, that is why we don't talk, because I'm no longer in that space anymore. I don't want to shoot the ish, right, on sports or speaking about just meaningless things. I don't want to talk about those things anymore. I only want to talk about what's beneficial to our consciousness moving forward. And I really don't got the time to argue with you and drag you through this long thing that you don't even want or you ain't even looking for. And so I'm very, I'm happy that I got to experience for the first time a spiritual belief, a religious belief, and never hearing it, and I get to hear it for the first time pure. I get to get it pure for the first time. Having no opinion on something that I've never heard to this day. Like, it came from my bro, and we've never talked about this ever. And we've had a lot of conversations, but never talked about this. And I'm happy that that question was brought up. And now I get it just pure with no isfat and no false direction. Like, hey, when I'm supposed to go right, hey, no, man, hey, turn back and go back the other way. And so, yeah, I'll just leave it at that, man. But Hotep and New.
Hotep and New to you as well. And yes, you are lucky to be able to learn this for the first time from SABA Tutti, and it's definitely a beautiful and unique experience for you to experience something that other people believe in and you not having any prior knowledge of it and learning for the first time the actual truth of it. That's a unique experience and feeling that you'll feel and definitely will remember. So thank you very much for sharing. And yeah, people, I like how you said how people can learn the answer, but it takes the courage for them to do what they need to do to separate from their surroundings. That's very important. It's like the answer is the door, and we have to walk through it. You have to have courage to change your life and change your surroundings, or else the surroundings will continue to mold you and mold who you are and your thought patterns. So it's very important that after hearing the answer and accepting the answer, the surroundings are changed as well. I love all the points that you brought up and everything that you brought up. Well, very much for your beautiful words. And Medu, and Hotep, Uncle Justin Neb, you Nukku. What do you think of this beautiful class so far? I know you had a lot to say beforehand. I'm interested to hear what you have to say now. So Hotep, Mary.
Hotep Natiru, Mary Ma'at, Hotep Senu. Yeah, this is a Nefer breakdown. Mind blowing. It completely did what you would call a 360 or a 180. And it completely changed every perspective. It's just funny how these demons, so-called demons, they play with our minds so much and give us false narratives. And so many people believe in it. Like it's wild. It's pretty extreme how, like how Saba mentions 50 people and then 50 million people are following this with no correlations, no artifacts, no nothing, just oral tradition, just straight, hypnosis in a sense, because it's just spoken words. And so many people believe in it because, I have compassion because people just want to believe in something. They want to grab onto something, and, there's a psyop that gets thrown in there where it's like, look, this is what you got to believe in. Just like the Bible stories, where it's accepted to die because you're going to reach heaven. So it's like, it gives it an easier way for the people to get slaughtered. You know what I'm saying? For people to get, treated the way they get treated. They're like, don't worry, get beat up here, you're going to heaven. You know what I'm saying? Like, Jesus is going to save you. Like, it's so deep how the psyops, the hypnosis really is. And that's why I say burn them things, because it's like, they're detrimental to our well-being. You know what I'm saying? For us to even reach to the consciousness of MAAT, the Tiru. And it's just funny, how people get,
they're in their feelings about the facts, the truth, like the Jeb was mentioning. You give them the truth, and they still, they don't want to grasp onto it. They're still holding on to the lies, which is like a fight within a fight. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like SABA has to do so much to fight to get us this information, and then he has to fight to articulate it in a way where people can comprehend it, and yet people still want to fight the messenger, fight the facts. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't, like SABA says, don't fight me, fight the Netzers, fight Netiru. You know what I'm saying? Let's see how you gonna handle that. And it's just deep, man. It's sad how people are just stuck on, unfortunately, stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a real strong spell. You know what I'm saying? I don't blame them, because the spell is really tough. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy to break out of it. It's like, it's no different from drugs, from people being addicted to drugs, people addicted to food. You know what I'm saying? The religion is something that they will hold on to their dear life. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate how people are stuck on that, like, you know what I'm saying? And I'm just honored that, I get to hear this from SABA, sharing this with all of you guys as well, all you Netiru. It's a never thing, because, we all have a something to have something in common, you know what I'm saying? And we all, like, it's not something that you can just, you're alone in a corner by yourself going crazy. Like, is this true? Is this not? Because, the people around me, the surroundings, they believe in these type of things. They believe in these folklores, but yet they'll look at Netiru and all that Kemet knowledge as myths, and like, that's fake. But yet the real fake stuff, they view it as the truth, which is sad. And you know what I'm saying, I'm just thankful for you all. I'm thankful for SABA, thankful for Netiru, and overall thankful for MAAT to keep us all, in this frequency, because without that, man, I don't know what I would be, man. Oh man, that's wild though.
Tua, for your beautiful words, and I'm thankful for MAAT as well. Might be out there. If it wasn't for MAAT, that's cool. Who knows? He might be out there hitting the lakes 24/7, running, but from the cops instead. Oh no! I'm thankful for MAAT too. What it's done for all of us. What it's done for Sabatuti to make him the Netter that he is, to teach us and raise us all up. Definitely fantastic and beautiful and unique. And class like this, I mean, I think about this with every class, but a class like this especially, for me personally, really made me think about how magical it is, how SABA gets these details for these answers and puts it together into the class. For example, how he found the picture of the lady that inspired the Mami Wata picture. Where did he find that? Where did he get that from? How did he find that book and that page from the book and the people's names that it was inspired, that inspired this Mami Wata thing, and even the dude who made the posters? Find all that stuff and put it together, and that's truly a gift. And I don't know how long it took him to do that. However, I do think that for me personally, it'd probably take a very long time. It'd take a very long time to find any of that, and probably wouldn't even find most of it, like the picture and stuff like that. So for SABA to put this stuff together and present it the way he does and have all this information, it really shows that where he gets these answers is from a different place, from a special place. And this is only half of the answer as well. There's still more to come. So I'm definitely excited to see what SABA is going to bring forth, and I'm appreciative of the way he brings things forth and the way he attains the information that he does bring forth. I hope that people appreciate this and send in support. Whether they believed in Mami Wata or not, they learned something. They either learn something about themselves and what they believed in, or learn something about what's out there in the world and what other people believe in. And at some point, if you stay within consciousness, you will come across somebody that does believe in Mami Wata, and this class will give you the opportunity to give the person the tools to help themselves, and help their life and help their lifestyle, and bring them to the Podclass. So that's very beautiful about every single class that SABA has. It gives us a way to speak to everybody and to communicate with people in our surroundings. So I'm very appreciative of that. And I hope this class gets to the right people. That way they see it and they think about what they're doing and think about who they're giving offerings to. I don't even know how that works. If this, because Mami Wata doesn't really exist, if someone gave an offering to that energy, where's the energy even going? Like, who's that going to? To go to the French lady? I don't even know how that works, but people are just giving energy to who knows what out there. So I hope that people really think about that and use their time more wisely after hearing this class, and use their energy in a better way to give to things that actually exist. And something else this class shows me is the infiltration of Greek thinking and making things up for their own agenda. It's not just Jesus. Like when I think about Jesus and Christianity, I usually think about European people first, or the ones that brought it all around the world and stuff like that. They believe in that. And then I think about Islam, I think about Arabic people, and they're the enemies of the Nile Valley as well, and chaos. But then Mami Wata is like, nobody would expect that. They're like, oh, that's West African. They're like, oh, Africa. Europeans learned from Africa. But then SABA breaks down how Mami Wata is actually an infiltrated psyop. It's like, oh. It's like how the Greeks did with the Trojan horse. They put that horse in there as a gift. And then all those dudes popped out and started killing all the people in Troy. That's what Mami Wata is spiritually. They took a lady that looked like the people, put her in the culture, and just sat back and watched the virus spread. Start to destroy people's minds. So everybody who watches this class really should second guess everything, whether it's part of what they look like in their culture or not. Definitely, we need to observe everything and step back and look at things from an unbiased perspective. No opinions and only facts to discern the truth from the lies, because this class really does prove that these people who want to create chaos, ISFET, have gone to great lengths to destroy the minds of everybody, including their own people. Everybody. So, cool for this great class, SABA TEHUTI, and for expanding our minds. I'll pass the mic to anybody who'd like to speak.
So I'm gonna say something real quick. It's just those are never medu. But yeah, like I have compassion for the people, the vulnerability of the people in those times, and like, you know, and during slavery and all that, because I can see them why they would worship this entity, you know, during like the shipment movements and things like that, being fearful of the ocean, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't have MAAT at that time, you know what I'm saying. Like it's like how the Atef mentioned before prior, like, oh, you know, if we was in the times of, you know, slavery, we wouldn't have, you know, no Kemetic teachings at all. It'll be just straight the Bible, and even that they'll try to hide from us, making it seem like the truth is in there. But the problem is the people that nowadays that can actually look back and do research, and they still following on that tradition where they're like, oh, you know, our ancestors practiced this, and you know, and that's where the ishvet plays along. That's where, you know, the laziness kicks in, because it's like back then people had no choice and it was looked upon as something real. Just like, you know, any Bible story and things like that, you know, it's really not their fault. You know what I'm saying? They were forced to learn this. Like they like, it's either this or die, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, for us to make it to this level, to survive, you know what I'm saying, to be descendants of that, we should learn how to break that generational curse and not continue on that tradition and get to our original ways of life, which was MAAT. You know what I'm saying? Now we're honored, you know, we have the privilege to even go to Kemet. Certain people can go to Kemet and touch these, you know, these artifacts, touch these monuments and be on that land. Like that's a never thing to do. You know, I can't imagine, like, you know, people in you know, back in the days that it was impossible to do that, and it was unfathomable for them to even think of doing such things, because it was, you know, Bible and, you know, that's it. And, you know, learning about Mama Wata and all that was like a what you would call like a an alternative from the Bible, because, you know, they looked at it like, oh, you know, they're rebelling against the Bible, so they're going towards, you know, other spiritual practices. They're like, yo, because certain people viewed, you know, the Bible and the churches as evil. They understood that, so they would look for alternative ways to go against them, you know what I'm saying, to rebel. And, you know, I respect that. I honor that. You know what I'm saying? Whatever, you know what I'm saying? Throw as much spears as you can. Whatever, press as many buttons as you can until you hit something. You know what I'm saying? But now we're here. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I comprehend how certain people may look at this like, oh, SABA is, you know, disrespecting the people or whatever. I can comprehend where they're coming from with that. But where they need to comprehend is the actual facts. You know what I'm saying? Start getting in your emotions and your feelings and understand, what are you going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? Like, are you going to continue on this PSYOPS? Are you going to continue this ISFET? Or are you going to awaken to the consciousness, to the higher consciousness of MAAT? Because that's really what SABA is really presenting, as harsh as it may seem. And, you know, it may not seem so pleasant to you, but in reality, he's giving you the truth, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes the truth hurts, you know what I'm saying? You know, it's like taking a splinter out of your finger. It's going to hurt at first, but after you get it off, you know what I'm saying, you get a relief. So that's all SABA is doing, and that's what we're doing, all of us as well, as a collective force. So, you know, we're doing what the Natiru you know, telling us to do, told us to do, you know what I'm saying? And we had a hiccup in history to take away MAAT. Now we're, you know, bringing it back into perspectives, and it's such an honor to be able to be in this position, to be able to, you know, view this, to understand this, comprehend this, and take it into that to that level. Uncle Jocelyn, you got your the background is echoing. Archises, Hotep, Uncle Jocelyn, how you doing? Or Sinet, great sister. What you think about this
Hey,
breakdown? Hotep.
Hey, Hotep. I was in and out, but I heard a good portion of it. Unfortunately, it's just a truth that we're going. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Unfortunately, it's just a truth that we're going to have to burrow through until, you know, we can finally convince the world. It like you said, Naku, it may be a hard pill to swallow for them, but it's the truth. I do understand though how they feel, because it's just inbred in them. It's a part of them. And to say that this is not true is to say the person who taught me that I love so much and held in high accord is not the person I thought he was, when it has nothing to do with the person, because that person may have been teaching in their truth, even though it's not true, the intent may not have been wrong. And I think that we as a people across the board have to start searching for the truth and not what is generally accepted or what looks good or what our friends that have told us this and led us this way. It's just not a personal thing. You have to want the truth though. You have to want to know better. And if you don't, then you want deuces. You know what I'm saying? I tell people all the time, I'm not here to convert you. I'm just here to inform you. And if you do what you want with the information, but it's there. And it's, especially in SABA's case, it's undeniable because he can prove it. A lot of stuff I can't prove. That's why I'm so happy that I'm here, because it's a lot of things that SABA teaches on that I knew or knew of something because, of the in-depth, in-trenches spiritual journey that I went on. God's telling me, no, that's not right. No, I don't know where this is from. That kind of thing. But I couldn't prove it. I had really, hey, Sawa.
Yeah, greetings.
Greetings. I'm sorry, I ain't see you. You ready to talk? You want me to be quiet?
Well, I'm ready to get back into it, but you can finish it up. I like what I'm hearing. You can finish up a few more sentences, and we're gonna get right back into it.
Hurry. I'll be over talking. I'm gonna hurry up on this little part. Okay, so dang, I messed up my train of thought. So if you question the truth. When I first started questioning years ago, it wasn't to be to question the person that was teaching me or whatever. I just questioned the truth. And a lot of people get ridiculed for questioning the truth. And so I had to go on my own journey and trying to find out the truth. And they gave it to me. But now when I'm saying it to someone else, I can't prove it. Oh, that's what I was going to tell you. I got into it with the EFA people because they was trying to tell me about who I was supposed to be worshiping and things like that. And I'm like, same as Saba just said, well, where did you get that from? You have to tell me. I need to know and then I have to take it on my own. I have to see if it resonates. And it didn't resonate. I'm not against them. They can do what they will, but the same thing I said to them, what Saba said earlier, you not even asking for the proof. So anybody can tell you anything, for real, about your life. You know what I'm saying? You making sacrifices and killing chickens and shit. Excuse me. I'm just saying. And you don't ask nobody how they know what they know. And all I'm going to say is, thank God that Saba know. All right, I'm going to hit it with that.
Wonderful. Beautiful words. Beautiful words, Archises. Beautiful words, everyone. We're going to get right back into this because now we're into phase 3. Phase 1 was the PSYOPS and the imposter confusion of the actual woman that was transformed into Mama Wata. Phase 2 was understanding the Sibyls, that the Sibyls are connected directly with the Kemetic stories, and that they taught in the Nibiru when they were not called the Sibyls. Now phase 3 is we're going to get into the origin of Auset, the Auset origin, and why people were so apt in the motherland, as they call it, to be familiar with accepting an image of a woman with snakes associated with water. And we're going to get into Auset. And remember, the word Sibyl means divine wish. So we're going to get into that. So let's get into it, everybody. Peace and love, Amun, Amunet. Peace and love, the Jet to them. Mahem, Tehut. Peace and love, Archises. Peace and love, Nook Twinuk. Everybody, get ready. Again, Get your iPhones, get your iPads, get your eyeballs, get them all ready, your iPods and everything ready to receive the information. I'm gonna help our guys to get back into the chat. Boom, and boom, and boom. And let's get into it, everybody. Ready? Welcome to TEHUTI Podclass. We're about to put the timer back on and get into phase 3 of this answer. Let's get into it, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready, everyone? Let's get directly and back into it. Boom. Press the 9 if you can hear me. We're about to do phase 3 and end off this beautiful question. And I hope the brother Aaron was listening. Here we go. Support the TEHUTI Podclass. Cash App TTM Moon. PayPal at RockySV. I'm not trying to come on when we're coming off. Must be some of the accident. Let me keep the studio. Okay, boom. That was sorry nobody. What is that? I'm just trying to come on while we're coming. I'm about to start the class. Here we go, everybody. You ready? Boom, boom. What's that? What? I was looking for support. I didn't see any support yet. There we go. I don't know what's wrong with them. There we go. Boom, boom, and let's get back into it. Boom. Let me see if that's showing up on the screen. Let me take this off of the screen here. Boom. Media. We're gonna move this off the screen. There it is. Okay, here we go. Ready, everybody. Boom. We're back. And here it is. Here's what happens when the Sibyl taught and influenced Alexander the Great. He got his Kemetic Medu-Neter name and continued his worship of Heru and continued the worship of Ptah the bull. And everything was from Nile Valley. Everything was from MAAT. And that is the historical record of Alexander and the so-called Sibyl. The Greek word, the temple of Amun. I show the temple. And now we're going to get into it. Here we go. Boom. So Alexander got his name, so we know that these stories are coming directly from Kemet, and they're just shrouding them over with Aoife and Mermaid and other type of stories over the original, while never giving you the source of the original. So here we go, everybody. So now that I've clearly broken the matrix for you, and I've clearly shown you. Now that I've clearly broken the matrix for you, and I've clearly shown you the original Sibyl were the teachers of Ma'at and represented the Netiru and resulted in Alexander being named the protector, having a Heru name. Heru, having his Heru name, who was Auset's son. Thus the Sibyl most certainly taught on Auset because he received his Heru name in the story of Auset. So the Sibyls were teaching on Auset. Alexander the Great left with the Heru name, who was the son of Auset. So certainly the Sibyl most certainly taught on Auset. You will now understand why all of these Sibyls, type of MAMI Wata, and all these symbols, now we're into the actual word symbols of MAMI Wata with the serpent, and why that image was immediately acceptable to the people in the African area when they saw it and familiarized with it. Let me shrink this down. Okay, so now you will understand why all of the symbols of MAMI Wata with the serpent in her hands, and why that image was immediately acceptable to the people in Africa when they saw it. They familiarized with it, which made it easier to accept that image that started circulating with the woman holding serpents. What does the serpent symbol have to do with the feminine and with Auset herself? Does it source back to femininity? So the people were already familiar of seeing an image of a woman with serpents. They associated serpents with womanhood or femininity. So it was very acceptable when they saw a picture of a woman with a serpent that they started acknowledging and identifying it with divinity. You even have MAMI Wata promoters having femme serpents. And she's always with a serpent. Where did the original come from? Well, let me take you back to 1600 BC, found on the archaeological museum of Heracleion. And what did we see that was found in Crete? Well, it was found in Crete in 1600 BC, of the woman with two serpents in her hand. This was already a familiar symbol, and now we're into the Crete, which was the area that became Greece in 1600 BC, and this approximately 1.5 inch high archaeological symbol image in the Archaeological Museum of Heracleion. A woman with two serpents in her hand was already an acceptable image, and they were familiar with it. So when this got into the area, into those areas, it was already easily identifiable, because this image here with the serpent in her hand from Crete came from another image that's even older than that. Boom, looks familiar? Yes, the image of a goddess holding snakes. But who is this? What are the symbols of influence? Let me zoom in closer for you. So we're going to zoom in into this image of the serpent with the two hands, two serpents in the hands of Crete. We're going to zoom in to where I have arrows pointed now at the womb area, moving upward to the breast area, the area that defines femininity, the area that defines rebirth, the womb, waist, all the way up to the breast. We see these symbols right here. What are these? Is this fashion design? Absolutely not. Everything on her is a symbol. What are these symbols going up from the bare womb area up to exposed breast? You notice the 3 knots? Typo. You notice the 3 knots from her womb flow, from her womb area upwards? Where is this from? Let me take you to the Per Emheru. What do we see? Right there in that same upper womb area, moving up to the waist. Right on the first and the second page, depending on what Per Emheru we have. Second page of the Per Emheru. You see the women with the knots around their waist with the red flowing ribbon or knot right around this area, in this upper area. This knot was an ancient symbol of femininity. And boom, this was called the Tiet or Tet Auset, and it represented the blood that echoes the child, and the knot and the contraction. The word itself means to echo, representing the rebirth. And so we'll see Auset depicted with the knot in the exact same area, and we will see her with the rebirth symbols in her hands. Which, guess what are those? What are the rebirth symbols? Now we go over here. What are the rebirth symbols Auset in her hand? Boom, 2 serpents. There we are. There's the image now of Isis from the Ptolemaic era, because this image echoes all the way from ancient Kemet to the Ptolemies who kept the images going, all the way to the Crete. It's a woman with 2 serpents in her hand. And this was Auset. This is where it comes from. And they just continued the image. So when they saw the woman with 2 serpents in her hand, by the time this image circulated back to Africa and back to Greece, they were already familiar with it. Boom, Auset with the birthing serpents in her hand and associated with the serpent for thousands of years. So that's an already familiar symbol to accept once the image of a woman with serpents in her hand was brought back to Africa. So once this image started circulating back to Africa, they were readily acceptable of it, because we already had for thousands of years an image of a woman with 2 serpents and serpents in her hand. So without being told that this image originated from a circus character, if they just see the image of a melanated woman with serpents in her hand, it's already going to be readily acceptable to them. They're not going to refute it, because it's already been circulating in the Nile Valley all the way up to Greece for thousands of years. Thus, it's familiar when they got there. They just think it's another rendition of something that they've always had for thousands of years, not knowing that it's a woman from the circus. Let's continue. Boom. Ready? Here we go. Screen's turning white. Gonna turn back. All right, so here we are. Isis holding cobras all the way even up to the Ptolemaic era. Which why? Because who are the Ptolemies? The Ptolemies were the continuation of the adopted culture of Alexander, who was taught by the oracles in the Temple of Amun. After Alexander stayed in Kemet for 6 months, he left it in the hand of the Ptolemies. So the Ptolemies just continued on the same tradition. They continued on the image of Auset with a serpent in her hand, because they were continuing the tradition of their father Alexander the Great. That's why you see it in Kemet, you see it in Crete, and then you see the Ptolemies in the 1st century still continuing it. And it was a serpent. Why? Because the serpent in Ma'at represents what it does in its actual living life, which is shedding its skin. Thus it represents rebirth, which is what Auset achieved, which was what? The rebirth of Asar. The star had passed, it was rebirthed back to life, so she could rebirth Heru, who was the rebirth of Asar, his heir, his son, his copy. A renew, as we see in the Purim Heru on plate 27. And that's on plate 27. It's a little blurry. It says, I am born, I renew myself every day, Sata, the serpent. I lay down, I am born, I renew myself and become young every day. Transformation into Sata, the serpent. Here's the English and the transliteration. And here's the metanetter of the serpent with the legs resurrecting its body, of the rebirth called Sata. It was rebirth because what does the serpent do? What were serpents seen to do all over the world, but especially in Kemet where they wrote this? The serpent looks like it's rebirthing itself out of its old skin, because after it comes out of this shed mode, it's a bright, shiny, iridescent color all over itself. So the serpent's shedding of skin represented a rebirth. And that's what Auset represented, the rebirth. Why? Because she rebirthed or brought back to life Asar, so they could bring back to life or bring to life and birth Heru, who was a continuation of Asar. So Auset symbolized the rebirth and the birth, bring somebody back to life. And then in the story of the Sibyls, or the magical papyrus of Heru, she rebirthed Heru back to life after Heru was killed. Most people are not familiar with that story. So she rebirthed Asar back to life, and she rebirthed Heru back to life. She was in a terse of rebirth. The Africans were already well acquainted for thousands of years with a female being associated with serpents due to the teachings out of Kemet. As a matter of ancient fact, if you were to ever speak about a female goddess or write about one, guess what she had to add to the word to make it a goddess? What did you have to add to the word to write the word goddess? What did you have to add the add? We're on plate 4 of the Purim Heru, and it says here, to thee Osar, our neck Osar ani ib f ma'a pert m ma'chait in. To the Asar ani, his heart, his right, coming forth from the balance. This is the word for balance, and everybody thinks the word ma'at means balance. Ma'kait is balance, not sin or in beta f kur neter neb, the God. See the word God there, N-E-T-E-R, the neter neb, any God. God, a neter is NTR, or this symbol here, or goddess. Look what you have to add to the word. See the word neter? What do you add to it to make it netert? Here's neter, NTR. You have to add this. What is that, everybody? What do you have to add to the word God to make it goddess, as they translate it? Or what do you have to add to the word neter to make it netert? You see that? What is that image that was so associated? The serpent was the image that was so associated with the female, because in order to say a female, which is a netert, the feminine of neter. Why is this back up? That's strange. In order to say a female, you had to add the serpent to it. So by the time this image got migrated back to the motherland, and they saw the image of the woman holding two serpents, the people of the area were very acquainted with this. It was very familiar with them. A female with serpents was already a symbol of divinity, because in order to say a goddess, you had to add the serpent to the word netter, and that's what made it feminine. The literal serpent was the feminine, why it was so accepted for a Mama Wata image of a woman with two serpents to be associated with femininity. Because for thousands of years, the way you made a word feminine, a god feminine, was you added the serpent to it. The serpent was the feminine. Here we go, everybody. Boom, boom, boom. I hope your priest is teaching you this. I highly doubt it, but they have 50 million followers for some interesting reason. Here we go. It doesn't take all this to turn them into followers. Here we go, everybody. Boom. And yes, the serpent. And to write Auset's name, look at what's a part of her name. To write Auset's name, look at this. Heket M Netiru Heru Pu. Whoops. Heket M Netiru Heru Pu Si Auset. Second M Auset. You have to add, you add the serpent. See that? Here's Auset. That's just the seat. See this? This is the owl symbol, the T, and the per symbol, which is the realm or domain of something. There's Auset. What do you have to do to this word to make it a female? This is just the word for seat. How do you make this into a female? You add the cobra and of course the egg, because that's what females hold. So here's the word Auset. The same word as this. What's the major difference? The serpent makes it female. So our ancestors associated serpents with women. That's how you make something a female word. I hope your Orisha teacher is telling you this. I highly doubt it, but here we go, everybody. Boom. Ready? Now, what about the Wata part of the name water? This is the part, yeah, Manani. What about the Wata part of the name that equals water? Does that originate with Auset as well? Ready, everybody? What about the water part? Because they associate Mami Wata with water. Is that from Auset? You see the two serpents in the hands are? Yes. They say Wata and Mami. This is a giveaway right here of how ancient this is. They say Wata and Mami. What was in the water, which is right off the bat, typos here, lets you know that this is not an ancient name. They say Mami Wata. They say the word Wata is water. You know, Wata. That's not the ancient word for water. There is an ancient word for Wata that lets you know that it comes directly from Auset. What is the ancient word? We're going to find out. Yes, they say Wata and Mami was the water part. It's right off the bat lets you know that it's not an ancient name. There's no ancient word Wata that has anything to do with water. So was the water aspect also from Auset? Well, here's Auset's ancient name. It's Myrrh. And as I have taught you in my previous classes, what does the word myrrh or Marie mean, everybody? Type it in the room. Here it is. The goddess of inundation. That's what Auset was. Auset was the water goddess. Huh? Myrrh. The water goddess. That's where they get the concept from. They say the word Mama Wata is the water part. It's Myrrh, because that was Auset. See? Myrrh means water. Lake pool. See that right there? That was Auset's name. Her name was Water. So she was the water netter and the serpent netter. Two symbols that they show as Mama Water. Now I'm going to show you something that's not even a part of this this class. I'm just going to show you. Remember, I told you about Sibyls. Where the Sibyls were the representatives of Mami Wata. For some reason my computer is going so slow. Not sure why. That's very go. Here, this will show up. So remember, what did I tell you that Sybil? Where did they get Sybil from? Let me pull it back up. Ready, everybody? S-I-B-Y-L. Sybil, I'm going to do this live for you. Sybil, let's see if this pulls up. This is still going slow. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to click on this, but it's still, for some reason, it's moving very, very slow. That's very strange. Okay. So here I'm going to show this. Computer does not want to pull it up. I'm going to X that out. This wasn't even a part of the presentation. I'm just going to show you this as the bonus, just to compound this even more. I'm going to put MER. Let's see what pops up. Okay, should go into MER. So many of it. Let's see if it pulls up here. I have so many in the file. MER Water Lake. Here it is, MER Love. Here we go. I'm going to pull this up. See if this comes up here. And now let me go ahead and show you what Sybil meant. Remember, they told you the Sibyls were the representatives of Mami Wata. Well, let me show you what Sybil, where they say Sybil comes from. Here we go. Because remember, the word MER is Auset's name. Let me go ahead and show you Sybil. Here it is. Boom. Sybil. Here it is. Everybody see that? Sybil, they say it goes back to an unknown origin, but somehow means divine wish. So they say Sybil. Remember, they tell you the Sibyls are the representatives of Mami Wata. We're establishing that the original Mami Wata was Auset. Her name was MER. She was the one with the two serpents. MER is the word for water. And now let me show you what else MER means. Remember, Sybil is divine wish. Let me cut that out. And then I'll show you what MER is. You ready? Here we go. This will go through it. Is this in here? Nope. Let me cancel that. Let me see if it showed up. Here it is. Boom. Aha. Got it. Ready, everybody? There we go. Look what MER means. MER. Turn that on. Turn that off. MER is Auset's name. There we go, everybody. Okay, stop. MER. Do you see it, everybody? MER is a word for love. Do you see MER? Loved one. MER is love, and MER is also wish. See that right there? Wish, desire, wish. So MER was a word for desire, and now they say the representatives of Mami Wata are these beings called the Sybil. And when you look up the origin of Sybil, it means divine wish. The word MER, that's Auset's name, that was the meaning, one of the meanings of her name. One was water, from where they get the Wata, Mama Wata from. And the other word was wish, that they say in their dictionary. The dictionary is the definition of the word Sybil. Let's continue, everybody. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. Here we go. Boom, boom, and boom. There it is, MER. Inundation, MER, which is water. And MER, which is the word that also means wish. And that's the definition of the word Sybil. The definition of the word Sybil is wish, which is the word definition of the word Mer. There is the original goddess of the water that the real Sibyl, thousands of years ago, would have taught on in the temple of Amun. Oh, by the way, guess what they call Mama Wata, according to the most extensive book ever written on Mama Wata, African Goddess Unveiled, on page 96, which of course is called MAMI as the Sacred Serpent. What do they say? Guess what they call Mama Wata, according to the most extensive book ever written. It's over 1,300 pages, both volumes, on Mama Wata, the African Goddess Unveiled, on page 96. This volume here is over 500 pages, and the next one's over 700 pages. And this chapter is called Mami Wata as the Sacred Serpent. Guess what she's called, everybody? Uh-oh. Coming from the followers of Ifa themselves. Additionally, the Ewe word mama. Tell us about the Ewe word mama. Huh? Which means, they say means grandmother. And utilized by African people all over the diaspora, by Africans all over the African diaspora all over the world. And mamata, mamaid, originally means fertilizing waters. So it's utilized by Afro diaspora all over the world. It's word ma, and then it goes, the devotional titles used as well to refer to mermaid goddess. They call her a mermaid. Why is that? Boom. From the word mer, that's Auset's name. That was the original word that meant water. Was mer. Was mer. That's why when you ask anybody, where does a mermaid live? They're going to say, from water. It was from Auset's name. So they call Mama Wata, the being of Wata, a mermaid from Auset's name, which is mer, the word that means wishes, which is what they say is the definition of the word Sibyl. They call Mama Wata the water goddess because Auset's name was literally water, and wish, which was the name meaning of the word Sibyl. So they call her a mermaid, and that's where you get the marines from. That's where you get the marine land from. All those words with Marina del Rey, the marina, all those words mer from water, because you saw that Auset's name meant water. So they say Mama Wata. Mama Wata is the water goddess, and she's the mermaid. We don't like you to. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. You don't like me, but you like Hennessy and weed. Boom. Mermaid from mer, Auset's name, the ancient word for water. And now, here we go. Ready, everybody? And now in certain images in the UCLA Museum, Mama Wata is shown as a mermaid. Because as these stories started to change, it literally changed her into the actual fictitious mermaid. From the word mer, the woman of the sea or the woman of waters, that was Auset. Now comes the mermaid, and as time goes on, we have brothers like Hush Nation being afraid to go into the ocean because of the mermaid type creatures, when originally the mermaid, the servant of the water, that was Auset, the servant in the female. You see? The servant in the female was the mermaid. Originally, mermaid had nothing to do with a creature that lived in the sea. It was Mer who was Auset. Maid is from maiden. Maiden is the name for a female. My fair maiden. We have to save a distressed maiden. Maiden is female. The female Mer. That's what Auset was. Then gets transformed into a creature that lives in the sea. as it goes into the European stories. When it stayed back in the Nile, we knew we're talking about Auset, the goddess Netert of the inundation floodwaters. I wonder if they did all this to convert those 50 million people. I doubt it. Here we go. Boom. Boom. All they gotta say is Mama Wata. Mama Wata just set up the altar. Here we go. Ready? And now they show. See? Then it turns into beautiful, seductive, protective, yet dangerous. The water spirit, Mama Wata, Mother Water. See? Because Wata sounds like water, as if Wata is some an ancient word. Is celebrated throughout much of Africa, not part of Africa, much of it, and the African Atlantic world. 50 million, often portrayed as a mermaid, a snake charmer, and a combination of both. Of course, it was Mer Auset, the one who holds the snake, because the Araret represents the female resurrection. Araret means to raise. It's the name of the cobra. Why? Because she raised the Sar, and she raised Heru. So she's the Araret. That's the word for female. They turn into a physical being that now lives in the water with serpents in her hand from the circus performer. Nala. Juti. There we go. There we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's end it off. Are you ready, everybody? Boom. So we got Mer. We got the mermaid, the water. We got Mer. We got the Mer, which means wishes. We got the word Sibyl, which means divine wishes. Now, what if I showed you for the first time in history today, July 26, 2025, the direct connection and mention of the serpent Auset, Asar, and the water. Auset brought Asar back after finding him in the water so that she could become the mother, Mama. Are you ready, everybody? Let's see. Let's show them all together. It's a little blurry. I'm not sure why it was blurry like that. I'll try to read it in the blurriness. Here we go. So, which is water, which is offered to thee by Heru, in the name of he who has come from the cataract. Cataract are the shallow areas of water, because that's where he was found. That's where the drowned body was found. It was found in the shallows. Those are the cataracts that go along the Nile. So he who comes from the cataract, take thee thyself the efflux, which is the sweat, which goes forth from thee. Heru has made me assemble for thee the Netiru from every place to which thou goest. Heru has made me count for thee the children of Heru, even to the place where thou was drowned. Why? He was drowned in the waters. So Auset was associated with the waters again, because he was drowned in the waters, and she found him from the cataract, one of the cataract areas. He who comes from the cataract, because that's where she found him, his drowned body. So she's associated with saving the husband from the waters, which compounds her as a water goddess again. This is in the writings of 2300 BC. Get your Ifa person to show you Mama Wata writings from 2300 BC, because they say that her teachings were here in temples for 6,000 years. That goes even before 2300 BC. Show me one word. The source of the area of the Nile water was called Kur. Now you're going to learn this for the first time. Kur is one of the birthplace sources. Let me do this. The word Kur. Ready, everybody? So here's how Kur is going to associate with the water, Auset, and the serpent all simultaneously. This is the word Kur. Kur or Kurti caverns in the first cataract. Remember? The cataract associated with Asar. But this first cataract is out of which the Nile the Itiru was to believe to rise. So the Itiru was believed to source or rise out of this first cataract area called the Kur, or the Kurti. And guess what else Kurat or Kurti means, everybody? So we see the Kur means the caverns from the cataract of the Nile, so that's associated with water. The word Kur is cataract. In the first cataract, and one of the cataracts is where they found Asar's body in the water. So Kur is associated with Asar's body and the water. And guess what else Kur means? Uh-oh. Here it is. Kur, the model which Osiris was made. And what else? A kind of a serpent, divine spirit. The word Kur, the same word for the cataract of water in the Nile, from which Auset found Asar's body, the same word that means the model of which Asar was made, is the same word for serpent. There you have it for the first time, taught to you in history. Yes, the direct association with water, Auset, Kur, the Nile, Asar, and it also is the word for serpent. The same word for the cataract. I hope they tell the 15 million people this for them to convert. The same word for the cataract, the source of which the Nile springs up from, the same word from where Asar was found in the water, which is the word Mer, which is Auset's name, finding him and resurrecting him from the waters, is also the same word for the serpent and the divine spirit. Oh, man. Kur. There you are for the first time. Ready, everybody? Boom. There it is, everybody. Kur, the model of Osiris, from what Osiris was made, divine serpent, and also the cataract. The caverns in the first cataract, out of which the Nile was believed to rise. There's your water, associated with Asar and his resurrection, and it's the same word for serpent, all associated with Auset. The Kuret, divine spirit. See the this is Ka, this right here, hypotenuse. This triangle here is Ka, R, and there's the serpent, the divine spirit that was associated with Asar, Auset, and the resurrecting of Asar. You see, that's have a serpent with it. That's the feminine, because the word Kurt is already there. There's Q, R, there's the H, there's the T. That's already the word Kurt. What's the word serpent there for? That's the resurrection of the divine spirit, which is Auset's responsibility that she did with Asar, who was found in the Kurt, which is one of the cataracts of the Nile. Boom. Vessel models of Asar, divine spirit, and yes, serpent, which was the shape of what the water was, the water that Auset was the goddess of. She's the divine serpent, was the shape of the Nile itself, from where they found Asar. And that's why when you go to the Unas Nefer Auset that they call the pyramid text, it tells you clearly 2300 BC the Min Canal is open. The Min Canal is open. The marsh of reeds is filled with water. The winding water course. What's the winding water course? It's the Nile. It winds like a serpent. Is the pouring down of rain. He came forth as the coming into being of water. Into being of water. For he is, remember the Neheb cow? The serpent with many coils. Unas is the scribe of the divine book, who says what is and causes to exist what is not. So this is the winding waterways, or the winding watercourse, because the Nile River itself looks like a serpent. Has anyone ever shown you the Nile water from above the earth. Let's take a close look. What does it look like? That's what Auset was the goddess of. The winding waterways. As the serpent, that's the Nile, the Itiru, which looks like a serpent, winding. One of the most popular, listen. The serpent that represents Asar, where you get the word Atef from. Atef is the word for father. The divine father was Asar. Guess what type of serpent it was? Want to take a guess? What kind of serpent is a specific species of serpent that is the Atef, that represents Asar? He's the one with the Atef crown. Guess what type of serpent it was? A sidewinder. Shout out to the new people in the room. Shout out to Moses77. My brother Moses77. Just want to give him a shout out here. First time I met him was on Sonnetter. He came to ask me a question, and by the end of the conversation, he was like, I guess my name is Thutmose. I remember that brother from a couple years ago. Shout out to him. I guess my name is Thutmose. That's right, brother. Your name is Thutmose. Shout out to you. Moses, Thutmose. So, the divine, the serpent. That's the shape of the Nile itself, is the serpent, which was the symbol of where they found Asar's body, who is called the Atef. Atef is the word for father, and the meta-letter glyph of Atef is called the sidewinder because it moves like that. So thus the ancient, the oldest writings of the pyramid text called the Nefer Auset, it says the winding waterways. The winding waterways. That's the shape of the Nile, where Auset's body was found. The Asar and Auset associated with the waters again. Let's go, everybody. Let's continue. Something about our ancient ancestors that we call the gods. The gods. God is just your ancient ancestor. Here we go. You ready? Here we go. Boom. Boom. And oh, yes. Do what the brother says. Hit the like button. Is that so difficult? Amunet says, wow, Hanu Sabatuti, Tua for this mind-blowing class. You are You are great. Hanu Nitiru with the blue heart. Let's go, everybody. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link in the room. I'll let them take over the podcast. If not, come and learn what the netters say. Ready, everybody? Your ancestors, the gods. No spooks. God is just your ancestors. There we go, everybody. Let's go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. And there it is, everybody. Boom, the winding waterways, the sidewinder, boom, Auset, the Netert of the water, and the serpent, which was also the water Nile, which rebirths itself every year because the Nile Valley, called the Itzeru, was also the serpent rebirther because it rebirths itself every year when the flood comes, just like the snake rebirths itself out of the shed. It rebirths itself out of the shed. Where do they get that word shed from? Where do you think, man? Shed. You know what shed is? Shed is the ancient word for vagina. Shed is the Meduneta word for vagina. Remember, the Tet Auset was the tampon, the knot or the tie, where a woman goes through menstruation. And what do they call it when a woman goes through menstruation? They use a particular word. She blanks her blood. What's that word, everybody? Type it in the room while I get some water. A woman blanks her blood. What's that word they use? What does she do with her blood every month? What's that word? Type it in the room, everybody. A woman blanks her blood. Whenever blood comes off of you, they use a particular word, starts with the letter S. That's right, boom, sheds. A woman sheds her blood. Shed was the ancient word for the vagina that released the blood for menstruation to start, that began womanhood. Menstruation, that's right. Sheds her blood. Where do you think they got that from? That was a palindrome word. What's a palindrome word? A palindrome word is a word. It's not even a part of the class. Man. A palindrome word is a word that goes back and forth, or it's a word that also is its own opposite. So you can spell it radar, R-A-D-A-R, radar, R-A-D-A-R. But there's palindrome words that mean their own opposite. Huh? Because a woman sheds her blood in order to give life. Eggs, things that come out of her that can't do anything anymore. They're no longer alive anymore, but that's the indication that she now can give life. She sheds her blood. That's the Masons took the word shed, which was the word for the vagina, made it shed blood, and then they gave it, of course, to Jesus. Jesus sheds his blood for you. But shed is the one word that means its own opposite. Why? Because shed is a word that means to add to and take away at the same time. Huh? If you want to add, let me shed some light on this. That means you're adding light to the situation. But if somebody said, shed your clothes, that means you take your clothes off now. So what does shed mean? To take off or to add to? Or does it mean both? Bing bong. Let's go, everybody. Huh? I don't debate anymore. Debate who? Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Ready? This is hypo class. Hypo class. Here we go. Let's get back to class. Let's get back to it, man. Huh? Here we go. TEHUTI. TEHUTI. You are making this all up, man. You're making this up. You want all of the ancient African traditional religions. You're making this up, TEHUTI. You want all of our ancient African traditional religions to apparently seem like they're coming and influenced by Kemet. Our Mama Wata has nothing to do with ISIS. Okay. Again, let me take you to the most extensive writing on the planet of Mami Wata, the 2-volume, over 1,300-page volumes of Africa's Ancient Goddess Unveiled, Mami Wata. I never showed you the table of contents, did I? Did I ever show you the table of contents? I don't think I showed you the table of contents. Let's go to the table of contents. Ready? Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go. Table of contents. This is coming from the most extensive Mama Wati book that there is, over 1,300 pages, volume 1 and 2. Let's see what the teachers of Mama Wati say themselves. Shall we? I think we shall. TEHUTI, leave them alone. I came to defend the Netter. Sorry, I can't leave them alone until they leave the Netter alone. Just leave the Netter stories out of your stories and we'll be at peace. If not, we're going to teach the root of the stories of where these things came from, so you can abandon your addition to it and just go by the papyrus, go by what it says without adding your mermaids to it. Mermaidens. Here we go. Boom. Ready? Let's go, everybody. TEHUTI, you're making all this up. You want all of our ancient African traditional religions apparently to come all from or influenced by Kemet, to apparently seem like they all come from Kemet. Our Mama Wati has nothing to do with ISIS, TEHUTI. You're just saying that. Okay, again, let me take you to the most extensive writing on this planet of Mami Wata, the 2-volume, over 1,300-page volumes of African Ancient Goddess Unveiled, Mami Wata. I never showed you the table of contents, did I? Let's go to the table of contents. Let's take a walk, everybody. Let's take a walk to the table of contents that TEHUTI made up. TEHUTI wrote the table of contents. I didn't tell you I was a co-author. Let's go, everybody. Nothing to do with Auset. I only believe in those who teach about Mami Wata. They'll tell you the truth. We're not going to listen to you, TEHUTI. You're just trying to make it seem that it all comes from ISIS. Leave us alone. Here we go. Oh, we're in Mami Wata, table of contents, 500-page book, volume 1, over 500 pages, over 700 pages, volume 2. Let's go to the table of contents, everybody. Are you ready? What does it say? Here we are. Part 1, Mama Wata in the ancient world. What else does it say? Huh? Volume 1. This is from the Mami Wata book itself. I wonder what it says. TEHUTI, what does it say? Leave us alone. ISIS. Ancient mythological origins of Mami Wata. ISIS. divine wisdom, originally and only logos. What's Isis doing in the Mummy Wata book under the origins of Mummy Wata? Because TEHUTI wrote that book. In their own book, Origins of Mummy Wata. Isis. Divine logos. Ancient, or the origins of Mummy Wata. Isis, wisdom, original, and only logos. Under the origin section of Mummy Wata. Woo-wee. Let's continue, everybody. Let's close it up. Huh? TEHUTI wrote that book. You photoshopped the word ISIS in there, TEHUTI? ISIS. Origin, ancient mythological origins of Mummy Wata. Isis, divine wisdom. Original and only logos. Ancient origin of Mummy Wata name. This is under the origin section. Isis. I was going to end the class there. I decided not to. There we go. Boom. Question has been answered about an hour ago. But here we go. Boom. Boom. The ongoing PSYOPs of taking bits and pieces from the Nitiru and the original culture of MAAT, formulating their own and leaving out all of the writings and discipline left by what the ancestors left in the writing for us. But not with TEHUTI around. Enu Auset. This is supposed to be the Hotep I'm done, by the way. And I decided to keep going. It's supposed to be Hotep I'm done after this. I decided to go into double overdrive. Let's go, everybody. Now we're going to end it off. Ready? In the coffin text, coffin text, and many places throughout the Purim Haru, it shows Auset and Heru as the giver of water. See? Et Heru means the mother of Auset. What is she doing? Giving the Kepsana. Giving the Kepston. The water. That's the water vase. And the Baas come to get the water. She's the divine giver of water, making her the original water goddess again. See that? That was the original tree of life. Here we go. And what is called in today the Sibyls of Horus states, what does it state? I am Auset, or Isis, the goddess, the possessor of magic, the light giver. Her title was the light giver, which was represented by the great star that brings the waters, which is the Sapti star, the Sirius star constellation, the Sirius star that comes around once a year. And when it comes around, the water floods. I want you to remember that for later. Auset's name, her most powerful light name, is the light giver, and is represented by the Sapti star. That's found right here in the Carlos Museum, Emory University, Egyptian Purchase, Fund 2008. Here's the Sapti star over her head. That's the bright star that has the vernal heliacal equinox rising. When the vernal heliacal equinox rise takes place, there are now floods, which is the rebirth of life. The water is given back to the serpent. But I want you to remember that Auset's name, one of her titles, is the light giver, because Sirius is the brightest star seen in the sky each year. That's found in the magical Stella Sibyls of Horus, which is here. This is a papyrus I translated from A.J. Mogul before he disappeared. This is the magical Stella Sibyls of Horus. And the Lamentations of Auset, what does it state? Here we go, everybody, ready? His sister, his guard, she who drives off foes, who stops what? Who stops the deeds of the disturber by the power of her utterance, the clever-tongued, whose speech fails not, effective in word of command. Mighty Auset, who protected her brother, who sought him without weariness, who roamed the land lamenting, not resting till she found him, who made a shade with her plumage, creating breath with her wings, who jubilated, joined her brother, raised the weary ones in earnestness, received the seed, bore an heir, that's 2 births of life, bringing back a start of life, then bringing Heru to life, through childbirth, bore an heir, raised the child in solitude, his abode unknown. I want you to focus on this part. She created breath in her wings. She made a shade with her plumage, created breath in her wings. That's why you see sometimes Auset is depicted as the kite bird. So yes, Auset, and the bird is waving over the pharaoh or the Nisubiti to represent when she brought breath back to Asar. That's the wings creating that fan. So yes, Auset is the one who gives light, which is the Sapsi star, and the light, which is Heru. Heru is the word for light itself. Heru, light, consciousness, back to Asar. And she created breath, air, back to Asar, equaling, giving him life, symbolically fanning him with her wings. The fanning of the wings of the bird represents giving back the breath of life. After she found him in the water, which was her name Mary, which equals water. Oh, guess how you say to give, this is a typo, to give light. So remember, it's not to give life, but the light was the life, but it was to give light and to make air. So this should say light. Guess how you say, there's 2 ways in Medunetter that you say to give life, to give life, and to make air. And that's exactly what Auset does. The wings represent the giving of air and giving light and life back to Asar. How do you say that in Medunetter though? Are you ready, everybody? How do you say that? How do you say to give light and to make air? It's one word that means both of those things. Want to guess how to say it, everybody? How do we say those 2 things in one word? I wonder what the word would be. What was the word that the Sibyl would teach? Huh? To give light and to make air is one Medunetter word. Guess what that word is, family? Are you ready? Boom, 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 and boom. Remember, she said she's the giver of light, the light giver. And she makes air with her wings to give air back to a star, the Nefu. What's that word, everybody? Are you ready? Remember, here we go. We'll go down to the bottom part here. She created breath with her wing. So the flapping of the wings of the bird that represents Auset represents fanning of air. So yes, Auset, and she was represented by the Sapti star. She gives light. So yes, Auset is the one who gives light. The Sapti star, which comes around once a year, the brightest light in the sky. The word light also is Heru, which means day. Light consciousness back to a star. She brought him back as Ku, which is light. And she created breath, air, back into a star, giving him life symbolically, fanning him with her wings, which was just symbolically giving him back air again, which is giving him back life. After she found him in the water, and which was her name, which was Mary. So she was called the giver of light in the Sibyls of Horus. I am the great protector. I'm the giver of light. And how do you say light giver in Medunetter? It's a word that means to give light and to fan simultaneously. Guess what that word is, everybody? To put the icing on the cake, as they say in the Matrix. Oh, guess how you say to give light and fan to make air in Medunetter? Are you ready? How do you say that word? Word Tehuti. What is that word? It's a word that means what? What? To give light and to make air. Huh? That was Auset's title, the giver of light. She was one who gave light as the Sapti star over here, and the one who fans her wings to make air. And the way you say that, everybody, is mama. There is where the word mama comes from, and Mur is the water. Mama Wata. Henu Auset. Hotep. How you like that? Hotep, I am done, everybody. Matrix broken. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you've given to the Avengers, July 4th. Where's it going? For those of you who have appreciated this, greater than the waiter that you have tipped, it's over. For those of you who appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you spent over the years on July 4th, Thanksgiving, popcorn at the movies, if you have learned, and if this has had any type of impact and has advanced your current understanding of the subject matter, please send your tip of reciprocity, appreciation called Mama Marie, Sibyls PSYOPS solved, Auset over acrobats, or any creative title that you can come up with to Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Hotep, I am done. Hope you all appreciated it. 50 million people teaching and believing in Mami Wata. Support the TEHUTI Podclass. There you go, Aaron. What did the IFA priest do? 2 hours and 41 minutes on Mami Wata. Support Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, at Rocky SV. Let's see who enjoyed the class in the room. I'm going to put the link in the room, and then we're going to see who appreciated the class. We're going to go to the Cash Apps and the PayPal, and I hope everybody wants this phenomenon to stay here. 2 hours and 41 minutes. That's for you, Aaron. Through you, Dejed. Angela Gates put fire, fire, fire. 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 Fire, fire. All right, there's a link in the room for the team to jump in. Hope you all appreciated this. Jump in the room. Tell us how you appreciated it. My sound man, Dejed. You be the sound man for your brother's questions. Jump in the room, and we're gonna go to the Cash Apps to see who actually appreciated 2 hours and 41 minutes. Breaking the matrix of 50 million people. Huh? All right. We're going to go to the support. Yvette says, Henu Nefer SABA, Tua, let me read the screen. Henu Nefer SABA, Tua for this, Nefer Podclass, TEHUTI, the Martyr. And there's Arc Isis. There you go, Arc Isis. Mama Wata. Oh, man. All right. Okay. How'd you enjoy that, Arc Isis? You learned about that before? Or did you break that down?
So I've never had it broken down like that. But you already know that, right? You already know ain't nobody breaking it down like you breaking it down. It, like I said, it just I love that I get to see the facts, and I get to for me anyway, I get to understand why I felt this way and where that came from inside my journey and inside myself, and being able to piece together facts and see it, not just believe it, it's just amazing. I know amazing is an underrated word, but it's not for me because, again, I don't live in the matrix, so things mean something very different to me. And it is, when I say amaze me, I mean, it's like going through a maze and understanding the way out. If you've ever been in a maze or lost or puzzled, to not ever know where you're going, how you're going to get there, is a very crazy feeling. You might catch it at this door, you might catch it at that door, you know, that kind of thing. You make it where you know there is a door, you know that there is an answer, and you love the whole trip, the whole journey on the way to the other side of that maze. You love it. You know that with each and every turn, even when it's something that you don't know, you know that it's going to be fulfilling. And that's what makes it so big to me. So it never fails on the truth of it and the content. That never fails. But just not knowing, like, you break down each piece of it. And I don't think people understand how important that is. Some people don't understand the route of coherence, the route of understanding, the route that the mind takes, the DNA, those things coming together, the emotion. You put all of those pieces together. It's like a real doctor. It's like surgery. It's not going in and just saying, hey, I know how to patch that bone up. Let me, have some people set it and give you some medicine. And will it heal? Maybe, maybe not. But you're the surgeon that comes in and says, that's not just a fraction. That's this. You see here, if this ain't set right and that ain't set right, you're going to end up not being able to walk or not being able to move. It's going to affect you in 3 years from now in this way, and 5 years from now in this way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this route, fix this, remove this bone, reattach it, and it's like magic, and that's what you do.
Thank you.
You the bone.
Beautiful. Beautiful breakdown. Appreciate your appreciation. I'm gonna give you all a lot more time to speak. Once I step off, I'm gonna take another break after we read some support. I'm glad you appreciate it. And Amun and Amunette, we'll let you speak for a minute, and then I'm gonna go to the support, because you all are the first support. So thank you, guys, for your beautiful appreciation. I have words, and Amunette, you can say a few words, and we're gonna go with the actual first donation I'm gonna read out.
To our great SABA for this fantastic class, for all the hard work you put into it, for bringing so many different things to our attention, breaking matrices and building us back up within MAAT, for ending the class off with the second half being beautiful, MAAT, entanglement, and all the various different intricacies of beauty and love within the culture.
Beautiful. Thank you for your beautiful words. And Nina, for everything you thanked me for. We're going to move on to Amonette. Let me get to the beautiful support. I want to see what Nook is talking about. But go ahead. He's coming out with a mask. Okay, go ahead. Amonette.
I echo all that Amun said, and I appreciate you very much for everything, for your hard work, as Amun said, and for everything that you bring forth and teach us. I appreciate your nefer life and for you raising us up in the way that you do. Tua and Henu to you, and Henu to the Nasiru.
Nook. All right, beautiful words. Now let's get to the support. Everybody who watched the class, the Podclass, 2 hours. What did I do? I answered the question in the first 1 hour, and then I had a whole step I'm done, and then went another 15 minutes to equal 2 hours and 41 minutes. If there is a class on Mama Wata, even from the believers that are 2 hours and 41 minutes, let me know. From the believers of Mami Wata. not the ones breaking it down, trying to disprove it, but those who believe in it. Has there been a class in Earth's history of 2 hours and 41 minutes on MAMI Wata since the Earth was created? Okay, here we go, everybody. We're going to go into the first support, and that is coming from the beautiful Amun and Amunet. Everybody who's reading, everybody who was watching the class, send in your support. Those who appreciate what it is you've seen. If you've seen all this before, then just type in the room. We already got that answer from our Ifa. We got that answer from our MAMI Wata priestess. She told us about all that already. If not, support the phenomenon that you've never seen happen in this Earth's history. Here we go. So the first appreciators of this, Amun and Amunet, go ahead and read that for us, either one of you, please.
$45 for breaking the matrix and building us up. Mary with a water emoji.
All right, and I guess you are our only sound man, so give some sound, Amun. Thank you for reading that, Amunet.
You're welcome.
And yes, the Hekau really worked.
I came to overcome before I'm gone by showing and proving and letting ours be born.
Yeah, we're here, and we're the best.
Okay. Thank you for that. Those great sounds. I'm going to listen to Rakim before the pathway so I can pick up some of his rapping ability and keep up with the youngins rapping at the pathways of the awakening. All right. Thank you for that. To Amun and Amunet, great supporters who appreciate my life. The life of doing this. My life is this. If you all were to see my life, if you all were to put a camera in where I live, this is my life is only one-on-ones, these teachings, other than me training, classes that I have here. All of this, when the computer shuts down, it never stops. You may wonder, what do I do in my personal life? This is my personal life. My personal life is this. My personal life is when this shuts down, I go from snake to snake, holding them, viewing their energy, examining them, and teaching them its hurts. And then I'm back to the Podclass again. In between, putting together these answers is my entire life, and sneaking training time in between there. To it, everybody who appreciates the life that I have for you. We're gonna go to Robert Williams, of course. Robert Williams is back to back with Amun and Amunet. Harass did. Do I see you in here somewhere? Do I see Harass did? What? It's a flash. Harass did. She did say she's sending support. Wait till I look at it again. Something flashed before my eyes, and now the screen is gone. Okay, so right now I just see Robert Williams. Okay, there we go. Robert Williams on the screen here. And Nook Punuk, you were saying something. Nook Punuk, come to the screen and explain. I do see somebody in the background with a mask on. I don't know what is happening right now, what that is. But did Sorry Nobody send support? And of course you have to come on with your face. You have to come on with your face. I'm not sure what's happening here, but as I said, the Nets are not coming here. Nets are not coming here for this. All right, everybody. So let me go ahead and put this on here. This is yeah, so Sorry Nobody, if you're in the back, is Sorry Nobody, no poo, Sorry Nobody gave support? Tell me what the name is. Somebody tell me what's happening. I'm not sure what's going on. But here are the names that do give support. And if Sorry Nobody gave support, give me his Cash App name, please, so he can come on. All right, Robert E. Williams, can you go ahead and read that for us? Beautiful Arc Isis, please.
Absolutely, Saba. Robert E. Williams Jr. for the $33.72 For the Orisha, do know the netter. Wait a minute. Auset, not Mama Wata.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Archives, for reading that. And go ahead and thank you, Robert Williams. Go ahead and give some big noise to Robert Williams, 3372, boom. Okay. All right. Thank you. And yes, Nukpu, if sorry nobody is whatever is happening, I want sorry nobody to type what he is requesting in the room. I'm sure he can speak for himself. He can type for himself and type what the cash app or what it is that's happening. Only supporters can come on the Podclass. And if he sends supports, he needs to type in the room, not somebody else typing for him. I don't know how that can be built off of this. But there we go. Okay, the next up is Nukpu is the next up. Here we go. Boom. Boom. Anybody who wants to come to the panel, I've been saying this since the panel for years. Support the TEHUTI Podclass. Let me know your Cash App or PayPal support name. We'll look it up. Once we see support, you can come to the panel. The good brother Nukpu is so nice. He actually scared one of the people away. He gave a donation for Rob Lowe. Now you don't see Rob Lowe. Rob Lowe never said thank you. Rob Lowe never came to the panel, and Rob Lowe never even typed thank you in the chat to Nukpu. And now I'm seeing that Sorry Nobody wants to come on. I do not see Sorry Nobody himself typing in the chat that he wants to come on. I'm not seeing. When I was raised up in this knowledge, I just didn't get babied. I don't know what this is. I was a young man traveling with, selling my mother's gold for train tickets to get to a land to build off of pawning gold for my mom. I don't know. I was putting electricity. Like, I don't know this stuff. This like weird kind of soft life. I can't relate to it. So everybody, man up, men, man up, men, man up. I can't relate to the soft internet world. I can't relate to it. I just sell incense at $2 an incense. 1, 2, and leave at 11 o'clock in the morning until 8 o'clock at night in the roughest environments of Smiley Court, Tulane Court, Montgomery, Alabama, with guys on the streets with AK-47s, and I had to sell them books, break them out of their Bible, break them out of their religion, while selling them incense to provide for my family. And you tell me that grown men can't even type in the chat, I'd like to come to the panel and here's my Cash App? I can't relate. I can't raise no soft sissies, man. I'm sorry. You got the wrong leader. Here we go. Boom. I can't raise sissy boys. Sissy boys? I can't do it. Here we go. So boom. We got Nukpu. Go ahead and read that for us. Amun or Amunet.
999 for Hotep, Sekem, Saba, Deep, Uncle Justin Neb, Mary, Auset with a I can't tell what that is all the way, but I think that's an entanglement emoji, something like that.
I think it's a knot. The knot of ISIS.
Oh, yeah, maybe that is. I can't see it too well. And then it has a blue eye.
All right. And Nukpu's given multiple supports. I'm about to read them, so we can go and give them, even though this is not $20, you're going to see a string of supports that's going to go over $20. So go ahead and give some noise to Nukpu. All right, wonderful.
Makeru.
All right, next donation support is from Nukpu again. Here we go. Ready? Here's a string of supports. Nukpu again. Hey, Arc Isis, can I ask you? I'm gonna ask you a question.
Absolutely.
You don't have to say. You don't have to say your age, but are you over 38?
Yeah, I don't mind saying my age. I'm 54.
Oh, thank you. Okay, good.
I am.
You're
I'm
54. Okay, so you're from. Okay, good. So you're from the days of Khalid Muhammad. You're from the days where men, strong, speaking men, where men followed Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, that's why I laugh so hard. 'Cause that's, yeah, take that little boy stuff somewhere else.
Okay, you're from the days of Farrakhan, brothers walking, marching the street. Okay, good. I thought I was alone up here. I cannot get used to this internet type. I am behind the screen. I don't know anything about that. I would actually rather teach you all in person. I wish we were in a coliseum and I could teach you all in person. I wish we could fight our wars in person. The things that I was raised up with. I don't know about the what do they call them, the YN world. I'm not sure what they call them, but I'm not familiar with the young type of I'm not familiar with that. I can't get into that. I'm into the days of Bob Marley. I don't know about Young Thug.
Unfortunately, they are familiar with it too. They have no clue how to be a real man.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not sure about that. Nukpu is a very generous individual being, but he's being generous to people that don't care about the thing themselves. You're being generous, Nukpu, to someone who doesn't care himself. The brother Rob Lowe never even said thank you. Never came to the panel. Nukpu paid for him to come to the panel, never say thank you. Now we have this sorry nobody person who can't even type in the room, may I come to the panel? Can't even type that. Can't type, thank you, Nukpu. There's no, let me scroll up. Is there a thank you somewhere? Oh, Nukpu, you're going to pay my way? Thank you, Nukpu, as a man. Thank you. TEHUTI, can I come to the panel? Nowhere typed. Rob Lowe disappears. I don't know about this life, and I don't want to convert to it. I don't know about that life. I was raised up with Chuck D and Khalid Muhammad. I don't know about Drake. So here we go. Boom. All right, we got Nukpu. We got Nukpu again. Go ahead and read that for us, Arc Isis.
Absolutely. So,
guys, come to the phone with a mask on.
Emmanuel Rodriguez, $9.99 for Hotep, Saba, Netter, THT, Auset, Mama, Nefer, Meta, Hotep, MAAT, and the I.
All right, give Nukpu some big noise, please.
You are watching a master at work. All I'm offering is the truth, nothing more.
I'm getting a kick out of this. Are you telling me the brother wants to come to the panel? Now, Nukpu is allowed to come with a mask on because he takes the mask on. Are you telling me there's somebody that wants to come to the TEHUTI Podclass and with a mask on and keep it on? I can't even imagine going to the nation of. Imagine going to Khalid Muhammad with a mask on. Arc Isis, imagine going to Khalid Muhammad, then you want to represent him, and you have a mask on, and you won't show him who you are. What would Khalid do?
Yeah, they have no idea. True. Yeah.
Imagine going to Noble Drew Ali with a mask on. Going to Marcus Garvey, saying you want to be a part of it, you have a mask on, you won't show Marcus Garvey who you are. This is a new world. I'm about to leave with the network soon. All right, here we go. This is a weird world here. All right, we got Nukpu again. Nukpu again. He's on his streak. He's on a streak. Shout out to the beautiful supporters and those who appreciate the TEHUTI Podclass and want to keep this going. Nukpu again. Here we go, Nukpu. Let's go ahead and read this. Nipu says, Hotep Saba tour for clarifying. Absolutely. Absolutely, my good brother. You're from the strong generation, so you don't let those little guys that don't even say thank you. This is, oh man. But my mama would spank me. I'm from the days we used to get spankings. I don't know. All right, go ahead and read that for us again, Archives.
Right. We got Nuku again with $9.99 for Makaru.
All right, give him some big noise. He says, Hotep, do a Saba. Yes, this was a second powerful class. Give him some big noise again. Wonderful. Tua Nuku, you're great student, gave support. Great being on a whole. Go ahead. Big noise. Makaru. All right, who is this? Johan Billadou coming in with the oh, that's a nice odd number class that I don't see people ordering. Interesting. Class number 52. That's a you're ordering class number 52. Okay. I'm gonna put a Medu here. Johan Billadou. This is the young brother who looks like me. He actually looks like me when I was around his age. It's amazing actually how much he looks like me. So we're gonna go ahead and show Johan Billadou all the way from Canada. I used to live there too. Johan Billadou all the way from Canada. He's from Quebec. I think it's Quebec. That's what say. Johan Billadou. Okay. Go ahead and read this one for us, Amonette, while I get this class for the good brother, please.
$22.22 for Madhu Netter class 52.
All right, thank you. And by the way, for those who want to know, Men Netter class 52, that's what I'm going to start doing sometimes. I'm going to read what the class is about. So those who want to know what this Medu Magic class 52 is about, it's about the pentagram origin. I believe this started off with a Minty Hotep question. It's about a pentagram origin, the protectress, Auset and Nebet, third eye. The Ka'a is to raise, the crown, family biological imperative. There's rituals. I can't say what they are, but there's there's rituals in the class given as well. So that's in class number 52. So for those who don't know, there are 65 classes and that you can order, which are live classes of me teaching actual practice and ritual while teaching the symbolism of the Medu Netter language and how to apply it to empower yourself. So let me see if he's here. Johan Billadou. All right, wonderful. So Johan Billadou, if you check your email, you have it already. Class number 52. Great choice. That was the class that Minty Hotep sparked. And a wonderful class, as all of them. But Minty Hotep sparked some really good classes. She sparked that one. She sparked one about the petabytes. The petabyte class really actually caused me to set the Medu Netter class into the full magic classes. After Minty asked about the petabytes, every class from that was magical practice. Shout out to the new person, Hot Ocho, says, this was a great showcase. I just got caught up. Okay. Hot Ocho, I don't know if it's a male or female. I can't tell what the name. I was going to say he, but it could be a she. Hot Ocho says, thanks a lot for the work and clarity. You're welcome, which is Nini Uk. All right, excellent. Let's go on with the great supporters. Someone's having crazy in my background with the animals. I'll get to that. I gotta fix that. We got Angela Martin, Arc Isis. Okay. Arc Isis, who has actually been supporting every podcast since she showed up. And let me go ahead and put this here. So we'll get Arc Isis to read her own. Where is she? Where is it? Okay, Arc Isis, could you read that for us, please?
Absolutely. From Arc Isis, which is me, for an amazing SABA. I wish I could do more. It's just been a little tight. You worth so much. You are worth so much more. So much more. I promise.
All right. You know, I'm going to do Arc Isis since you are new and you've literally donated every single time you've shown up. We're going to still give you a hand clap for this one. Give her a hand clap. Amun, thank you for that. Times sometimes can be rough, but you, like I said, if somebody sometimes, if Elon Musk gave me $20,000 and the homeless man gave me the last rock in his pocket, the homeless man actually gave me more. All right. Give her some big noise. Okay, wonderful. And we're gonna go to hey, Anpu. There's Anpu. Anpu. Someone's going crazy in the background. I gotta fix something in Animal Town, TEHUTI Town, at the zoo. Okay. We got Anpu. Hey, Anpu. Anpu. Where's Anpu? Oh. Anpu is boom, boom, and boom. Atef came right on time. How you doing, good brother, Atef?
What's up, Great SABA? Can you hear me? Mic check.
I hear you pretty well. I added some new jewels for your name in there. Did you get that?
Yeah, I sure
that was
did.
Part of the class.
Yeah, 2 off of that.
Meaning of the winding serpent.
Yes. A tap, the winding serpent. Yes, 2 off of that, Great SABA. I did pick that up. I was listening to the, I know it's probably dangerous, but I was listening to the class on my motorcycle. So this is how important this is to me. So I was gonna come on with my helmet on.
On the motorcycle?
Yeah. When I'm in Mexico, so you know, I don't miss
class. What'd you say? Say it again. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I said I come on when I'm in Mexico, so I don't miss class.
Oh, it's totally cutting you off for some reason. Speak up again in the mic. Try one more time. It just cut you off completely.
Hold on, let me switch my mic.
Okay.
I said I come on even when I'm in Mexico, so I'm not gonna miss class.
Excellent. Amun, it cut him off at the end. Did you hear what he said? He comes on even when what, Amun? It keeps cutting him
Even
off.
when he said he comes on even when he's in Mexico, he wouldn't miss class.
What? I didn't expect to hear that. Okay, wonderful. I didn't know his family trip was going all the way up to Mexico, but wonderful, excellent, and brave man. When I first came to California, I ordered a motorcycle that didn't seem to be in the country yet, and I had to make it upon delivery. So I was the only one in all of California that appears to be with this motorcycle. I was able to have a motorcycle out of the grid, which means that I got a motorcycle order from Canada that I had to build from scratch on the street. I ordered the parts and I built it from scratch, and it was a motorcycle that allowed you to drive without having a license. So I ordered the parts from China. It wasn't here in California yet, and the motorcycle had pedals attached to it. It had pedals attached to it, and it was an electric engine with the shape of the motorcycle. So when the police pulled me over, they'd say, "Show your identification, sir. Can I see your license?" And I'll say, "License for what?" They say, you need to have your license to drive." I said, "I'm not a bicycle, right?" They said, "What do you mean? This is a motorcycle." I said, "Look, it has pedals." I said, "Look over here, there's no engine. Thus, I don't need a license for it." They're like, "What the heck is this?" I said, "I don't exist." But I was driving a motorcycle that was built that I put pedals on, and it was electric. But it was a big motorcycle. Very nice, too. I had to get rid of it because the cars couldn't hear me because it didn't have an engine. I was like gonna die every day. So anyways, yeah, it's the only time I've been on a motorcycle. I'll probably never go back on one. But you're a brave man for riding a motorcycle, whether you're watching the podcast or not. You're braver than me. I'm not getting on a motorcycle, sir. I was like, "Do they have seatbelts? Wait a minute. If you have the seatbelt on, you're trapped on the bike." I'm like, "Can I get a bus for that?" So you're brave, brother. Good job for driving a motorcycle, period. I can't do it. That's awesome.
To us,
Right. Nini Ugg. I don't know how anybody does that. That's crazy. That's awesome. All right, shout out to Nook Poo. Nook Poo. And Atef came on right on time. And that's why Atef can read this, because he's the one that translated this for me. Go ahead and read this for us, Atef, please.
To us, SABA. $20
Nini Ugg.
from MAAT. $20 for TFTK, which stands for Thanks for the Knowledge.
All right. Make some big noise, please, for Ampu. Give him some hand clap for noise. Somebody's sound is off.
You can't hear it?
No. We're gonna get.
What about now? Okay.
Clear and perfect. Thank you for that. That was extremely clear. Hotep in Mexico. I wouldn't go there right now, even if you paid me to go. One of my in a little short story, in my beginnings, when I said I had the bodybuilding supplement guy that looked like a hitman that got me into the business and told me that he would put me in cement shoes if I released any of his information out. He would go over to Mexico a lot, and he'd go over there and bring things back from Mexico. And they pulled him over, and he said, "There's no laws." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "When they pulled him over, they asked him, and they looked and saw all the stuff he was bringing back, and they said, 'That's a lot of money. It's a lot of money you can bring back.' They said to give the secure. What is the guy at the border called? The border. What's the border control guy called?
Border Patrol?
Yeah, whoever that officer is. He said, 'Give me 20,000, or we take your stuff and abuse your wife.' That was the law. So to pass the border with all of the product, give me 20,000, or we take your wife. I was like, Mexico sounds rough, man. I was like, hey, I'll take an American cop any day. But yeah, Border Patrol. 20,000 cash, or we'll take. It's crazy. But anyways, shout out to you, Atef, for being on a motorcycle and surviving wherever you were in Mexico. Shout out to you. All right, we got Annie Pata 10. TEHUTI. Shout out to this good brother. There was a time when I was giving Wrens out when people would get the name Amun in their Wren. Those who were close to me. You notice that the original people that were in the Podclass that had their names had Wrens in their names. And Nana has a moon. TT's a moon. Was with us once, who doesn't go by that name anymore. He was a moon. And this brother here is a brother that I changed that and put the TEHUTI in his name. Before that, people were getting a moons in their name in the first generation when the Wrens were given out. That's before I even had a Podclass. So shout out to Pata. Shout out to Pata. Annie, attend TEHUTI. And Amuna, could you read that for us, please?
2772 for Hotep D Nesu Tua for Sabai on Mama Wata Netert sword.
Wow. Hotep D Nesu Tua. Excellent. Give us some big thank you, Amina, for reading that, and give Pata some big noise, please. Thank you. Who was that? Was that you? Who was the noisemaker? Sound? Who was the sound selector on that?
Atef did all of it except for the owl.
Who did the owl?
I did the owl.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for that, and thank you, Amun. Amun always had that one noise at the end. Thank you for adding the owl noise. Thank you all. Teamwork, making the dream work. Thank you, Pata, for your great support. Now we have the beautiful Hemet of the Jed, and that is the woman of purple. The woman of purple, the beautiful color, purple. Wait a minute, let me put this on. Gabriela Lopez, the woman, the female. I don't want to call her a woman, but the female whose favorite color is purple, who asked me to do a class on purple, and she got the whole class that I proved to her. The color purple doesn't even exist. Beautiful. Here we go. Boom. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez. And Arc Isis, could you read that for us, please?
Absolutely, Saba, from Gabrielle Lopez. $22.22 for Mama Wata Lie, laughing, sweating, to a Saba, hearts, and praise and thank you. I think that means.
Yes, thank you, Arc Isis, for reading that. And give Gabriela Lopez, known as Gabriela Lopez for now, until October. Give her some big noise, please. Thank you. Nook, who says, I've been studying owls. I've been studying about owls. They are deep. Nook, if you were to have an animal, that's definitely one of the animals that I see you with. Owls are incredible, mysterious birds with some of the deepest symbolisms in the Meta Netter. The owl is actually the animal of Ma'at. So the animals, there's different animals for different netter. The actual animal for Ma'at is the owl. So shout out to you. All right. extra class. All right. There we go. We got I see a Tef down here, but I'm gonna go up. All right, everybody, where is the beautiful support for the class? It is this, where are the 50 people that watched the class? 50 people, and it's the same beautiful 15 people that are supporting, the same beautiful names of the 50 people that watched the class. Please be honorable and support what you see that was advanced, that was different, that was awakening. It must have been 50 people. 50, other than the Podclass, which is other than the people here, which is about 15 of us, there must have been 35 angry Hoodoo people. I'm not supporting that. He's right, but I'm not going to support him. All right, shout out to TEHUTI and Ra Aishet. And Amun, go ahead and read that for us, please.
$22.22 for the value you are and value you give, plus presentation skills.
I like that. Let me see if this one rhymes. Everyone he does rhymes. The value you are, plus the value you give, presentation skills. I don't see the rhyme in there, but maybe in there somewhere. Shout out to TEHUTI and Ra. And shout out to you, Amun, for reading that. Give him some noise, please. I'm gonna read a couple more, then I'm gonna take a little break. And everybody who saw the podcast, thank you. Everybody who saw the Podclass appreciates this. The answer that has never been done before. If it's been done before and you watch this class, type in the room. Yes, a Mama Wata class like this, as informative as this was done before. Mami Wata, the truth. Who are the Sibyls of Mami Wata, the German man who changed you forever? Voodoo divinities taken from Kemet. Is Mama Wata taken from Auset, and the serpent cataract. Support Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rock ESP if you appreciate any of the time it took and the the experience itself. This was an experience. It completely went against the grain. In a detective-like Nether fashion. So please support. 50 people saw the class, and the names of support are the same beautiful names. It's amazing to me, but 50 million people support Mama Wati without any breakdown. That's amazing. So if I left doing this and just became an Ifa priest, I'd be a part of a pool of 50 million people listening to me, I guess. I don't want to do that because that's not the truth. I want to do the truth. So please support the truth and keep it here, because if this is not here, do your best with old Bobby Hemmett tapes, I guess. I don't know what. I don't think he did this at all, but shout out to Bobby Hemmett. Good brother. All right, so next supporter who actually appreciates this class is who? Robert E. Williams again. This brother is the multiple support man. Shout out to the consistency. Shout out to the consistency. And Nook Punuk, I didn't see your message, but are you jumping on the panel? I saw something, but I didn't get to read it before it scrolled up. All right, shout out to Robert E. Williams. And I'm gonna get Arc Isis to read this and give him some big noise, please. I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment.
Absolutely, Saba. From Robert E. Williams Jr., $22.72. For Mama Wata, Natiru, never heard of it. Tua, hands together praying, fire, and hatchet, cutting them down, Saba.
Give him some big noise, please. Okay, excellent. And when you come on, if you're able to come on the panel, then Setmer has a question for you. Either she's gonna ask you or ask you through me. She has a question about for you pertaining to Mami Wata. Hot Ocha says, I just tossed a tipping ton. Any translators out there? I just tossed a tipping ton. And Amun, can you help me out with this? You know,
Maybe they're saying they sent in a donation.
Okay. Is that from that's from Britain? I tossed the tipping ton. I don't know. I need VRI to translate. I tossed the tipping ton. Thank you. If that means you, oh, wonderful. He said you got, or she, Acha said you got it. Ding, 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 ding. You translated. I tossed the tipping ton. All right. That means Hot Ocha sent the support. And Hot Ocha, if you could type in the room what the Cash App name was, so that unless it says Hot Ocha, so I can say that it was you. All right. Awesome. Thank you. That's teamwork. See? All right. We read Robert E. Williams already, right?
Yes, we did.
All right. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. And on to the next one. This may be the tipping ton. Hold on. Oh, this is hilarious. And the name is Hot Tea. Is this the person? Hold on a second. This must be from Britain. Let me see. I tossed it in Hot Tea. All right, here we go. We got Hot Tea, tossed the Tippington, and shout out to. Let me go ahead and grab this. All right. All right, and we're gonna give this new supporter some noise because even though it's under $20, it's a new person, and any new person, whenever they first give support, they always get shout out and noise. So here we go. This is coming from Hot Tea. Sound like Lee Priest now. All right, shout out to Hot Tea. Can you go ahead and read this for us, Arc Isis, please?
Absolutely, Saba. From Hot Tea, $7.77 for I can't see what's in between that, but MAAT and reciprocity. It's like white square.
Okay.
Okay.
It looks like a. Well, say it again. Say it again.
I said, I don't know. It just looks like a little square.
It looks like a netter symbol.
Oh,
and,
yeah, I made it big. Okay.
Okay. And Hot Ocha says, Ington, common NYC slang, my bad. That must be after I left. Is that after they what's it called? Gentrified? I lived on, shout out to Hot Tea, I lived on Remsen and Rutland. Ocean Ave, Brooklyn, New York. Helped produce beats for the Bush Baby, straight out of New York. And I must say, I've never heard of ATTON as a slang. So that's definitely something new that came after I left. But shout out to you for letting us know that. So ATTON is common NYC slang. Shout out to give Hati some noise, please. Give Hati some noise, please. All right, thank you. Hot Ocha from NYC says, laughing, it's from Lexington in the light feet era. Early 2000s, I love you. Okay. That's when I left. There it is. That's when I left. I left 2002, so I missed the Ingtons. I left right around that time, right around the Cameron was in purple and stuff. All right, so we're gonna go to the next great supporter, which is who? I see Angela Gates, and I see, but before Angela Gates, I see the woman, the female, who loves the Auset classes, and that, of course, is none other than Sekhet herself. I don't know how many classes I've done so far on the Auset consciousness and Auset associations, but and she loves them all, and they all add a little bit to the being that she is, a little bit more knowledge, and a lot more knowledge actually to who she actually is. So we have Sekhet, and let me get Amunet to read this, please.
1881, Sekhet Tua for foraging reunion to Auset and purging false narratives and idols with a thorough Nyoki mode.
Did you say what the symbols were?
I said Auset because it's a seat and then a bread loaf, an egg, and a snake.
Perfect. All right, Amunet. This is the second thing, Amunet, that riddle you figured out, and I think the last one was Sekhet's riddle as well. It was the Tua Aishen, wasn't it? That was you too, right?
Yeah, yeah. Amun helped me with that though, right there. The Auset. I was stuck a little bit, and then he helped me.
You did what a little bit? Cut off.
I was stuck a little bit, and then he helped me. All
right, two of the Amun and Amunet, the riddle solvers of Sekhet's support. Go ahead and give some big noise. We got Ucha says, I'm glad to brighten up a mood. That was a great accent from Ark Isis. Faxington. All right. Thank you. Wonderful. Okay, everybody. I'm going to read two more, and then I'm going to take a break and come back, and hopefully there will be more support when I come back. So I'm going to read Angela Gates, and I think Yvette is here too. I know she's here, but I don't know what order she's in. Let me see. So in the order that I have it right now, it's Angela Gates up. And okay. Shout out to Angela straight out the gate. Boom. Ark Isis, could you read that one first, please?
Angela Gates, $15 for Mama Wata, Hearts Over Heart, Fire, Muscle Man SABA, and You too cool. What is that? What a glasses on, right? You cool.
I'm in there. I'm in there.
No, I'm just saying it's you.
Oh.
At the end. Oh no, it's a fist. It's a fist. It's a fist. I'm sorry. I thought it was a little bear with cool sunglasses on. And I was saying that was you, but it's a fist. Okay.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Angela Gates. Angela Gates, appreciate your great support from Mama Wata. Excellent support. We appreciate you very, very much. Wonderful. You're a consistent supporter. And keep up the beautiful, beautiful work. And of course, the last one I'm going to read. And I see Yvette here. I see, but of course, I have to read the person who's this? Oh, Terry Patty, Nana Amun. Okay, but of course, I have to read the person who sent the support, who sent the question in the first place. He was listening. Wonderful. Okay. I'm glad you were listening, Aaron, and you appreciate it. This was a monster class for you. And I'm sure whatever you thought about Mama Wata prior to this class, you're in another world right now. So shout out to you. This is the person, everybody, for the person who asked the question, who set this class into motion. Without the question, there is no podcast. Without Aaron, the alchemist, asking, he sent in 2 supports. I thought there were 3 questions, but I guess maybe there was 2 questions. But he sent it, so he sent in 2 questions, 1 support each, and now he sent in this on top of the support he already sent for the question. So, Amonette, could you go ahead and read that for us, please?
Yes, I can. $40 for appreciate the jewels.
All right, give some big, big noise to Alchemist.
Forget that we the real champions around here.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Tefrem Kemaat's backgrounds are getting just more advanced, and just more and more advanced. All right, where's my brother Nukpu? Is Nukpu coming? I keep missing his message. He said something, but it's way up at the top. I don't know if he said something else, but come on up to the panel, good brother Nukpu. Okay, and all right, everybody. I see a couple more. I see TEHUTI. I see Eric G. That's it. I see Nefer Nature J. Yvette. Amonette again. Everybody that watched the class. Everybody that watched the classes for the last 3 years. When was I on Killer Priest? It was 2020. 22, right? 2022. And was it the end of 21? Well, let's say 2022. 3, 4, 5. 3 years, maybe going on 4 of this teaching, of this internet. Then there was a time I was teaching prior to. So anybody who appreciates this as the end product of 35 years, it's 35 years that I've been actually doing this on different levels. And what you're seeing is the 35th year. The 35th year is you're seeing right now, maybe 34, something around there. So you're catching the end product of 34 years of work, and appreciate what it is that you're seeing, because the podcast to get to this level, I wasn't teaching at this level 20 years ago. We didn't have 25 years ago when I was teaching, we didn't have computers with
screen shares, and I don't even remember an internet. I don't even remember a YouTube. I don't remember the ability to do any of these things. So this is an art at work that you're seeing, and it took time and a lot of bloodshed, and a lot of literal bloodshed, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, literally. So support the TEHUTI Podclass if you appreciate this. I'm going to step away for just a moment. You all build, everybody in the room. Aurora Borealis, you've been around. This brother's been around since the KP. Shout out to you. I don't know if you're an anonymous supporter or what or anything, but I've been seeing your name in this podcast from the very, very beginning. Shout out to you for being consistent, and I want to give you shout outs if you've been supporting under a different name. I don't see the Aurora Borealis support. You may be under a different name, and I just don't link the two. But let us know if you're one of the supporters. And peace and shout out to you. You're always in the Podclass. You always support this and Killer Pre-Show consistently for years as far as your attendance. Shout out to Aurora Borealis. All right, so Nukpu says Hotepi's coming, so I can wait a minute because once I step off, it's hard for me to hear. Yeah, the book. Oh, there it is. Boop. All right. So he came on just as I was for perfect timing. Now I can step off. All right, Nukpu. How you doing, good brother Nukpu? Come onto the screen.
What's up, sorry. Yeah, just give me a second. I'm gonna get on the screen right now.
Okay, no problem. Okay, excellent. I just got the email from VRI. VRI wants to be in the collaboration. Atef, I heard from you. You want to be in the collaboration too? Is that right?
Yes, Saba.
Jazz is coming back.
Okay. Isn't that more than 6 people? Because
one second, Archives. One moment. Yeah, let me finish up with Atef.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, Atef, are you wanting to come in the collaboration?
Yes, Saba.
Okay. All right. I think we have. Let me see, just for everybody to know who we have as far as who is committed to say so for the last few months up until today is Annie Pata, Nukpu, Hush Nation, Annie Pata, Nukpu, Hush Nation, Atef,
Minty Hotel.
Minty, but I haven't heard Minty say anything to me. She, Minty and pending, but I haven't heard anything from Minty. I don't know if she confirmed. I said this week was the last week. She'll probably send me a text message, but okay. Minty pending, and in VRI. So that seems to be it for right now. So we'll see. I'll read VRI's message to confirm, and then I'll wait to hear back from Minty. But that's good. That's a lot of people. May have to do a collab part 2. But at any rate, 2 out of everyone, and look forward to hearing everybody's lyrical skills. And now, before I go, I'm going to hear Archives. He wanted to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say, does it once you get to the 6 people? Because I know you say you just wanted 6. Anybody that is new is gets put off, right? Because I wanted to be on it. I sent a message last week, but he said he didn't get it, but he got it today. So I don't know. I sent it to Fatah, and he said it was noted. So I don't know how it works, but you know, after you finish with the main people, just let me know if I can.
Okay. Yes. We'll see. It definitely. I appreciate you wanted to come on. It definitely. That's a beautiful thing. We'll see about that. Definitely in the ranking system, the people that are on are people that have been around for years, so they would definitely get first dibs if Minty confirms. But yeah, but I like that you actually want to be on as a brand new person. That's a beautiful thing. This will be the first of many. And I'll check with Pata. We'll see how it goes. But appreciate that for you wanting to be on there.
Absolutely.
Saba.
Okay.
Saba Minty in the chat. She said, Hotep, I would love to drop some hot coals. Fire, fire, fire.
Okay, Hotep Minty, and yes, I heard from last week that she wanted to be on there. I just wanted to confirm that everybody on there is rhyming, and then for those who want to be in the chorus, you can be in the chorus, but you cannot be in the chorus and not rhyme. So I have to confirm that. As far as the TEF, I already wanted to be in the chorus, and then Minty. So beautiful. I would love you two to be in the chorus and also on the mic. Oh, Nookpoo. Did I say Nookpoo is the name? Is Nookpoo in there? Okay, Nookpoo is
I'm throwing straight spears and axes.
Yeah, so Pata, Nookpoo. I'll have to get the list. We're maybe over 6 people. But okay.
But you said my name, Saba.
Oh, I did? Okay, good. Thank you. All right, wonderful. MBD said it'd be an honor and pleasure. Okay, wonderful. And all right, Nookpoo, you have a beautiful Ebe, and your beautiful Ebe is scaring people away. It's an awesome thing. You've scared good brother Rob Lowe, got scared away. I haven't seen the sorry nobody type in the chat. After you offer, it's like your offer is like kryptonite. Offer them to come on the panel, and they won't disappear. I don't know what it is.
That's why I gotta hit him with the spear. I can't be generous, man. My kindness makes them weak.
I am a witness to you offering, and you are very, very generous to offer the sorry nobody, because he's actually thrown spears at you, not supported, and speared your neck. You blocked it though, but he speared your he threw spears at you, and you're still offering to pay his way. You are the nicest killer. You're the nicest actor I've ever seen. You're like Kaiser Sose. You think I'm crippled? All right, so I'm gonna step off. I'm gonna step off now, and I'll be back, everybody. Support the TEHUTI Podclass. It's a fun night. It's an enjoyable night. Knowledge left and right, guidance left and right, matrix left and right, spears thrown left and right. Support the TEHUTI Podclass, and I will be Backington. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Backington, Saba.
Oh, Tep, you had your hand raised. I knew you wanted to talk.
Oh, too. I was going to tell Saba Tootie, if he's listening now, and everyone else, that Amunet and I have to step off. We have to go to sleep. We're extremely tired, and we had less than 2 hours of sleep. So to us, everybody, go out to Saba Tootie for having an excellent class. Hotel Marie to everyone. Make sure to send in your support. To Tef for holding it down with the sound selecting. And to our guys and Nookpoo holding it down, holding down the panel as well. And Hotel Marina for request.
Yes, Hotep Mary, Justin Neb, or Saba Tootie for everything that you do every day, and for being alive and healthy and well, and teaching us all every day. For me personally, every day. I watch you all the time. So thank you so very much for everything. Hotep Mary and Nefer Pesh to you when the time comes.
Never Pesh to me and what?
Nefer Pesh to you when the time comes.
Yes. And what did you say about every day? You literally, what do you say about every day? You watch me, you watch every day?
Yeah, I said Tuck is teaching me every day, and I said because I watch you very often.
Okay,
and I'm
good.
learning from that way.
And you're very what? He's cutting off.
And I'm learning from you in that way every day.
Excellent. I had to come back on because just as I was coming on, off, Amun and Amunet said they're stepping off, so I wanted to let them see my safe face, and I see their face to bid them off. And you all have a great night. And now I will officially be Backington. Peace.
Baxington.
Hotep, peace. Neferu Pax.
Hotep, Nitiru, or Sanu, Uncle Jafanev, Mary Maat.
Tua, Mary, Neferu Pax.
Hotep Maat.
Hotep, peace and love, great brother. Peace.
Hotep, Uncle Jafanev, Mary Maat.
Peace, great brother. Hotep, Arc Isis, good to see you on the panel. Consistently, peace to everybody in the chat. Minty Hotep, Aurora Borealis, peace and love to you. Peace and love to this great question asker. What's the brother's name? I never heard of Mama Wata. Never, I had no idea. And this is why I show up. I'm here every no matter what. I was here the whole time. Like I was on a motorcycle. I know it's dangerous, but the navigation is planned, and I could listen to that, or I could listen to SABA. So I chose to listen to the Podclass, and I'm here safely. A couple close calls, but that's regular. Just riding on two wheels or in a car. Where I'm at is the retirement capital, and it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on down here with people accustomed to driving on the other side of the road and that they ride on here in America. It's very strange. So, but it is dangerous. It really is. But I think that the Matrix is more dangerous. Like, I think that people do what's important to them. And so not missing this class is important to me. Like, I'm here. It doesn't matter where I'm at. I travel a lot, even when I'm out of the country. Like I said, when I was in Mexico, I was still here. Time change is weird for me. I'm 3 hours different than where SABA's at. It's what time? I don't even know what time. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at right now. But this is important, man. The great sister Arc Isis. She was at the telethon. What is that? What it called? The telethon? The
Cyberthon.
Cyberthon.
That's like the good brother or sister on the chat speaking that Engington.
Yeah,
we had a Cyberthon.
Yeah, yeah. But the great sister was here. That was like her first time or second time on a panel. She was there the whole time in her car watching. So, it's a beautiful thing. Like this, the truth is important to some people. So I get it. Like, trust me, I understand, because I don't miss a class. Even when I'm not here, when I'm not able to come to the panel, I'm still here. But for the most part, no matter what, no matter what, even when I'm traveling, I make sure that I have a way to come on the panel and show support. My sounds don't always be 100%. I'm working on that when I'm not at my regular station. But I'm not ashamed to say it, because I just found out, like when SABA was talking about being on that other show, the other podcast. That's my first time ever hearing the word Ma'at. I had never even heard the word Ma'at, and I want to say it's sad, and it really is, but I'm not ashamed of it, because that's how far into the Matrix we are, that we don't even know who we are, right? So I'm grateful for SABA for teaching me knowledge of self, right? For teaching me about the Nitiru. I'm grateful that I'm able to give offerings, right? To have an altar to give offerings and know what I'm doing, know what I'm supposed to do, right? To know what my ancestors did. And I know that a lot of people missed the gem when SABA said, God is your ancestors. the Nitiru are our ancestors. It's it's a very strange time that we're in right now. So they make the truth seem strange, but in actuality, the truth isn't strange. It's the lie that's strange. It's just that we're so accustomed to the lie that when we hear the truth, sometimes, you know, it causes a little bit of cognitive dissonance, or it seems strange to us because we've been living upside down for so long, right? We've been living backwards. So, you know, I'm eternally grateful for SABA and his work, his dedication, his merit, his strength, you know, and teaching us. And to our great SABA for pointing out wanting people to work past their weaknesses, right? Because prior to this, I never saw myself coming on a panel and, you know, but the reality is that I support the truth, and I support my teacher. I support and I appreciate my teacher. So, you know, I used to support McDonald. I used to support Ronald and the Burglar and Grimace. You know, I used to support. You know, I don't even know what the king. What's Buddy name from the other burger spot, the other character. You know, I used to support the characters like most people or a lot of people do today. Just supporting characters that only exist in a book, or made up characters from the circus. Just something that's from the circus is. I'm grateful. So if you appreciate the truth, then, you know, show your support. It was 50 people watching, and like SABA said, it's always the same people that show support. And 50 million people are it's man, listen, I don't know, but support the truth, support yourself, right? Like SABA is breaking us out the matrix, man. Hotep to Killer Priest for you know, having SABA on and for introducing, being a part of you know, my introduction to SABA, because that's how I met him. You know, it was through that platform, and I'm grateful for him. For sure, I'm a Wu-Tang Clan, you know, fan. For sure, I was Killer Army. You know, Killer Priest is an amazing artist, right? I'm grateful. Killer Army. It's an echo. Isaac, can you mute your phone? Yeah, the great brother is an amazing artist, and I'm grateful for him and his platform and the frequency that he created, because that's where most of us came from. A lot of us came through that platform. So Hotep and him knew to him, and he had the good sister Minty was just on, you know, so it's almost like a full circle situation, because if I'm not mistaken, well, she didn't meet SABA there, but that was like a reintroduction for her, because she actually met SABA live at the beach when he was performing Magic. Her and her father. So, you know, the reintroduction to SABA came through that platform. So I know that she's grateful. I heard her speak on that. You know, this frequency here is the frequency that I choose to be on, right? I don't even enjoy being around ISFET. I really don't. I really appreciate being in this energy, to the point where I'm doing things and looking forward to the freedom that I'll be able to just be in this frequency, you know, because when you go outside your house, those of you that are imbued in this frequency consistently, like some of us are, when you go outside of this frequency, it's real challenging. very, very challenging, and I don't enjoy it any longer. Once upon a time, I did. I have to be honest that I kind of enjoyed all the friction and arguing and the chaos. It kind of, at least I thought it felt good, right? But the reality is it's not healthy. It produces cortisol. Every emotion in your body produces a chemical reaction, and it's just not healthy to stay on that frequency because that produces bad health, right? That consistently being on that energy and that frequency, arguing all the time, being around negativity, it has a negative effect on you. And I don't know if people realize it, right? But the lies are expensive. The lies are very expensive. The lie that people subject themselves to, unbeknownst to them, right? Because a lot of us don't know what's real and what's fake. And that's why I'm truly grateful for SABA, because when I first was introduced to him, he was showing sources. I didn't even know what a source was. I mean, I knew what it was, but I never saw it in that context. I was so accustomed to just listening to people rap, just run their mouth, just talk. And it's some very eloquent speakers out there, but they just talking gibberish. I tried to listen to this one show, this one podcast. I'm not even gonna say what show it was, but I was just trying to listen to it, and there was a brother on there, and I had heard the brother before, and once upon a time I was really impressed with this brother, and shout out to him. But it was just gibberish. It was just a bunch of nonsense. And maybe what he was saying was true, but it just sounded like gibberish. I was like, what are you talking about? I couldn't continue to listen to it no more. He wasn't showing nothing. I wasn't seeing no facts. And maybe what he was saying was true. I don't know what he was saying, if it was true, but I know his point didn't hold no weight. The point that he was trying to make didn't hold any weight, right? Because the lie is so prevalent, it doesn't even matter. Trace your origins back to the original melanated culture, to the original nether, and that's where you came from. That's where civilization, what we call, came from. Civilization started in the Nile Valley. We know that now. Okay, so now how are we supposed to live now? I knew nothing about a libation other than 2 pots pour out a little liquor. How long will they mourn me? Right? Before that, I had no idea what the origins of that was until SABA. I had no idea. I had no idea that the first language was our language, our true mother tongue. I had no idea. I knew that English was not my mother tongue. And so to justify that out of ignorance, or just me knowing that that wasn't the case, but me still striving to get out of that, I said hip hop was my mother tongue. That's what I said to myself. I used to go around and tell myself that hip hop was my mother tongue. And then you got what's now? And I'm like, now that can't be it, right? And to the point where I don't even listen to that anymore as much, right? I limit that too, because it's foolishness now. It's fake. I don't want no part of it. I just don't want no part of the lie and the effect and the unnecessariness. I want to raise my family and take care of my family. I want my foundation to remain MAAT. I want to bring my children up in a nefer world, and the world is very nefer. And I want to be able to take care of myself and take care of the people that I love, and especially SABA and all of you, right? I want to be able to just continue to be in this frequency. This is why I stay up late. I see you yawning over there. I'm tired too. I was pushing the camera back, right? But this is important to me. right? The truth is important to me because I didn't know what a netter was until a few years ago. SABA said it was 3 years, 2021, end of 22. I've been on the planet way longer than that. And I had no idea who I was. I had no idea who I should be giving my reciprocity to for real. Who I should be giving my hotep to. Right? I had no idea. And again, like I say, it's not about being ashamed of it because we're all engulfed in this lie and this foolishness. They've made the lie appealing and the truth seems strange. But once you're able to break through from that frequency, like when I first saw SABA, he had this banner and it said, breaker of the matrix, I think. Was that what it said? Or stepping up? Yeah, breaker of the matrix. And he would do things and he would say things, his teachings would, I didn't even know what that meant. Let me just say that. I didn't even know what that meant when I saw that. And I saw the Matrix movie. Back then, I had no idea. Saba's done some phenomenal breakdown on that movie, but I had no idea what the Matrix was. Matrix means womb, but he said that he was the breaker of the Matrix. And at that time, I was just so accustomed to just listening to people talk, like how I'm doing. I'm just talking right now. I'm not showing I'm not showing anything. But I am speaking facts. I am telling the truth. But Saba said he was the breaker of the matrix, and the synchronicity to that was that I learned because Saba was showing stuff and his behavior and his poise and his attention to detail and consistency. It was different. It was very different than what I was accustomed to. And again, like I said, I was used to those people speaking very well, and I was impressed with them until I saw Saba. I was impressed with the way a lot of people spoke, and shout out to them. A lot of the people are where they're at. But even since then, I've adjusted the way I speak. I'm definitely doing my best to even speak better and behave differently. I'm grateful, man. I'm grateful. So it really baffles me how Saba doesn't get more support, but yet McDonald's is $1 billion, $1 trillion company, and it's killing you. Marlboro, the Marlboro man or the Winston man, whatever, the characters, all of the made up characters that only exist in a book, right? The circus characters, Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. I have family members that were a part of the circus back in the days. They were a part of that circus. That was what they did. That was their career. There's a few of them. So I was able to go to the circus every year for free. That particular one, the big one, Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey Circus. And I would see all the different characters and the different watch the tricks and the stuff that they would do, and it was very interesting. But it's all a distraction, it's all a distraction to keep you distracted from the truth. So, I just look forward to the day when more people actually recognize who they are, because if you truly, once you begin to gain knowledge yourself, like the great brother Nuku said, when Saba said, man up, he said that I can't man up, I'm a netter, right? And I know that doesn't mean anything to people. I know that it doesn't mean very much to people, but knowledge itself is a big deal. And there's organizations that they pride themselves on that. And shout out to them, because I know that through Saba and being a student that, we're all at different places on our journey, right? I came through Christianity and Islam to get here, to finally get back to the truth. And shout out to them, but that's one of the pillars of their organization is knowledge of self. And it's not even, it's sad, man, because we still adhering to all of these lies. We still adhere to these lies. We still got millions of people walking around thinking they're black. They think that that's their culture. Oh, my culture is black. Or my culture is African American. Like what? It's sad. So to SABA for his teachings, for his and not just that, not just people thinking that they're black, but just the basis. We think we are what we're not. It's just not true. There's a reason why everything was taken from certain people. There's a reason why, and I always wonder what that was. I always wonder. I said it got to be more than money. It has to be. I used to think it was just money. I used to think that the reason why they treated people so bad, certain people, was because of money, right? But then I realized that the money has certain people's ancestors on it, and there was a time when there was a certain group of people that wasn't even allowed to use that money. So you could have however much they hold up to their ear when they have the big stacks and they put it to their ear and they walk around. So you could have had that much back then, and you could have went to Tom's hardware store or whatever, grocery store. It was groceries. You going to buy your family something to eat, and they wouldn't allow you to use the money. Your money's not good here. What are you doing with that? You shouldn't even have it. That's not like we wasn't even allowed to use their currency to support us for whatever, right? So the point that I'm making is right now, if they wanted to cut the money off, they could just cut it off. They could just say, hey, if a group of people come in here and they don't look like the people, they don't look like they're related to the people on the little green pieces of paper, then don't let them spend it here. Then what are we gonna do? What are you gonna do then? They could cut the money off. They've done it. There was a time when that was the case. So my point is that I realized that it can't be about the money. So what is it about? We don't speak our language. We don't know our culture. We don't know how we should be living for real. So I wonder, well, what is it? What is it about us? What is it about a particular group of people that another group of people or people what is it about that they hate so much? I used to wonder that. Now I don't wonder that. I don't wonder that now because I understand things now. I understand it differently now. It's not about the money. It's about your immortality. It's about your biological imperative. I understand that now. And I'm grateful for SABA, right? So, yes, I have to use that right now to go and buy my family water, just for them to drink, right? So, I'm not sitting up there saying to not be intelligent about what you do. Be responsible with whatever you do. But I'm saying that it's time that we recognize who we are and we begin to build brick by brick, and we begin to take our power back, take our control back, right? And the only way to do that is through MAAT, is understanding what MAAT is understanding who you are and what MAAT is and who MAAT is and who TEHUTI is and understanding that. That's the only way. Because I've seen all the other ways. I've seen all the other organizations. I've seen the brothers and again, shout out to them because everyone, at different times have tried different things. The great ancestors, Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, all of them. But they didn't bring the culture to us. They just brought the knowledge to us. They didn't bring they didn't, they still adhered to a particular frequency. They wasn't fully where they were probably where they would have been, had they just stayed on that frequency. So Hotep Hinu to our great Saba and his Ahut. I'm grateful, Saba, for you and what you're creating here, what you created. Hinu to the Natiru, Hinu to all the great supporters, all the question askers that keep this going. My great brother Nukku, my great brother Anipata Aten TEHUTI, the Jed and his family, all the Natiru. The Natiru exists, and there's a reason why. Now it's actually comical now when I see people that are just so engulfed in the lie. It's a little comical to me now, right? Because they'll say the Natiru don't exist, but at the same time they'll give homage to characters that only exist in a book. So me understanding that now, I'm eternally grateful for Saba, and I'm and the beautiful thing about it is that I did read that in the book. The first time I saw the word netter was in a book that I bought for my mate. I had bought that book for her, and I didn't even know it was a word because I didn't know that ancient cultures didn't use vowels in their language. I had no idea. But I had the book and I saw those 3 letters, NTR, and I had no idea what it meant. And I went and I tried to look it up to get like a slight understanding of it. And I saw the definition, I saw a few things, but it wasn't clear. It wasn't really clear to me. It was still a little foggy. And then maybe a couple of months later, I was introduced to Saba, and Saba came on that platform and he said that word again. And this time he started showing things. And this time he showed me some other books that I could get that weren't actually books. They were papyruses that are now the words and the stuff that's in the book. And once I got my hands on that, things changed for me. With this teaching every week, Saba would come on there every week. I look forward to that. And it was a beautiful time. And I'm grateful to that brother Killer Priest and everything that he created over there. And because that also brought all of you, Nukku. I would see you over there in the chat, and I was in the chat. I wasn't even, I don't even think I typed much, bro. I wasn't with the texting, the typing, and coming on the panel and all. I would have never came on a panel. I'm telling y'all, if it wasn't for Saba, I would have never, I would have never come on a panel. If it wasn't for the truth, if it wasn't for my face wouldn't be on the panel. There's no need to hide and because the thing is I know that I can't hide from the material. I know that I can't hide from them. So what am I? Man, I'm just grateful. I talk all day, great brother. I'm gonna let you talk, great brother. Hear your never toes, good brother.
Hotel, Uncle Justin Nev. Yeah, you had Nefer Medu. Everything you say, you can speak all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's great wisdom that you bringing forth. Everything you say is accurate. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wanted to share also, like, it's funny how on Netter, all these people, they don't give homage to Saba, but as soon as he pops up, everybody has a question for him. Everybody wants to talk to him. Everybody wants to hear from Saba. And it's just a funny thing to me, you know what I'm saying? Like, it just goes to show you they're the sneak learners, that we talk about. They're the ones watching, not supporting. They're the ones watching and not saying that they're watching. Because, you know what I mean? If you don't know a certain person, you have no question for them. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to be like, oh, I got a question that I've been wanting to ask this person. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. And it was just funny to me, you know what I'm saying? a circus, you know what I'm saying? And like you mentioned, Atef, like how people can be so infatuated with mythological characters, you know what I'm saying? Not to be disrespectful to nobody, it's just the truth, it's just the facts, you know what I'm saying? It may seem disrespectful because people hold onto these things so dearly, but yet they don't go deep within to find out if it's true or not. They go just deeper into the mythological, you know what I'm saying? It's like learning about like these Marvel comic characters or whatever. Instead of finding out if it's true or not, they're getting deeper into the story, breaking it down. So it's like it's real Isfet. And I'm you know, like you say, I'm honored that I'm out of that Isfet, that I'm in the truth, and that I don't have to be involved with the lies, and it may come out a little harsh and you know, arrogant in a sense, but it's the truth, you know. Eventually, when you get to that other side, which I noticed that the Hebrew brothers like to use that a lot. They like to say, oh, you know, Kemet, you know, the mythology of Kemet's mythology, it's fake. Nobody has died and gone to the other side to see if it's true or not. Well, you haven't either. You don't know if what you're speaking about is true or not. So the same, you know, rebuttal that you're using to defend or to go against MAAT is what can be used against your own theories or your own belief system. And no, like, you know, they try to stay on that topic, and I noticed that Sarnetta, since SABA came on and Ani broke it down, it like made Sarnetta, you know, stay firm onto MAAT and the Thiru more now. And a lot of people were confused because it's like mind shattering, you know, reality shattering to them. But I'm honored to see people resonated to that. I'm honored to witness how Saba's impact towards Ani, how he's able to even go onto Sarnetta's platform and present. I honor Saba for allowing Ani to do that, to showcase his talent, showcase his skills. That's a very Nefer thing, something that I never witnessed from other teachers or masters as much. You know, some of them would, but not to the degree where Saba's doing it, because Saba's making stars out of all of us. Even with Minty, how she was able to get called in to come into Killer Priest Podclass, and it's like it's a Nefer thing, because it's like some people won't give us an eye or won't care about our opinions, our thoughts, or anything if it wasn't for Saba. You know what I'm saying? Even though we all have great bod, we all have Sekem Eves, we all have something Nefer to present. You know, a lot of these people won't respect us, you know, because of the way they view certain things, certain, you know, aspects of how they are and the perception of their being. But through Saba, you know, Saba proves he is who he is. You know what I'm saying? He's that door that allows us to be who we are. You know what I'm saying? And I'm excited every day, every moment. I'm so grateful and honored for Saba and for all of us, all of you, you know, that support Saba, support the House of ATTON. And I also wanted to mention, now that you're on the panel, Archisis, that it's a Nefer thing how you're able to resonate with Saba right away. And for all those that also resonate right away with Saba, as you guys witness with other people, it's like a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't resonate with the truth. It takes so long for them to understand MAAT. Even if they're into Kemet and Natiru, they still don't concept the bigger picture of what we're doing, what Saba's doing, what Saba's about. And for you to witness that at such an early stage is a never thing. It's like you should look at that as something special. Just like with all the other brothers and sisters that, you know, they may not have seen Saba for years like we have. And they just come into contact with Saba or a particular student of Saba, and right away it's like instant gratification, instantly, like they comprehending the assignment, they understand. It's like they belong to it, you know what I'm saying, and they're drawn to it right away. So that's a very second powerful thing, because like I say, you see so many people, they're so intelligent, they know so much, but yet they're not conscious, you know what I'm saying? They're not at that level of consciousness, you know what I'm saying? They know so much, but not that much, you know what I'm saying? So, and with some of us, we don't know as much as those other people do, but we carry that frequency to know this, you know what I'm saying? Like that, you can't beat that. Like, I don't want to be no scholar. I don't want to have all this knowledge in the world if I'm not going to comprehend what Saba's doing and what the House of Atten is about, what it is to live in MAAT. Like, who cares really about, you know, all this scientific knowledge and all that, you know, like, yeah, that's important, but this is more important, you know what I'm saying? So this is what's going to anchor you into the truth, so you won't fall off the boat, you know what I'm saying? You're going to be able to keep Minapapet in MAAT, advancing in MAAT, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what counts, because you can know so much but not be anchored. You can get pulled away by the tides, you know what I'm saying? That just knowledge itself doesn't give you the power. It's applying the knowledge that gives you the power, and that's what sustains you. That's what keeps you anchored into MAAT. Because without that, like, you know, like Saba always mentions, these scholars, they know more than we do. These architects, you know what I'm saying? These Egyptologists, they know way more than we know now, you know what I'm saying? But they're not living it. So they don't resonate with it like that. They don't have the Ba, the Ka, the Ku for this. So just having those little elements, you know, being grateful for those type of things is what keeps advancing you. It keeps getting you closer and closer to MAAT and keeping you in MAAT. So to our Uncle Jasaneb, Pep, Akai says you go ahead and speak your Meru, Uncle Jasaneb.
I don't have a lot to say. I was enjoying listening to you and a tap. Y'all know me, when I do get to going, I be ranting. So
go right ahead, man. It's your time to shine. Go ahead, man. This is what we do here.
It is how to say it. Again, I don't know how else to explain it, and I'm feeling like that a lot of other people have not done their own journeys yet, and that's going to be very rare, Nuku. And unfortunately, if you have not delved in spiritually, you can't get to the core self, which is who you originally are before you got here. And so that helps you raise your frequency by itself. Truth is a funny thing. Truth in itself, you see here, we, you know, like you see, the Netter invented words and things like that. That was the beginning of having to put things in words to communicate with each other. What it was originally was only feeling, only frequency, and we didn't need to, you know, before you got here, there was no words that needed to be said, because your energy, and everybody is energy. So you get here in this physical plane, and there was a need to go from one area to another. Now, over the years, that's been lost in translation, as they say. And the further and further that we get away from our direct connection to source and netters, you're going to see that falling away like you do. You wanted the truth, correct? Atef wanted the truth. You already wanted that. So when you heard it, you were chimed up to resonate with it. There's some people that would like the truth, but they don't want it and they don't need it. And it doesn't matter how many times they hear it, they're going to say, hey, it feels good, because you wonder, I hear you all talking, people will watch it and they'll say this, but they won't claim that. They'll always come, and because the truth itself is a frequency. Everything is an energy that carries a frequency. Truth by itself, which is what the netters tell you and SABA teaches, the way they deliver things, and they're telling you about MAAT, because we went from that, and they're trying to show you how to keep the frequency in words and truth. So because truth carries its frequency, you're going to always attract people with the truth. That's why you have seen over time little snippets of the truth in movies, and little snippets of the truth which they took from the netters and applied it to all the different things they're doing now, without, of course, giving the netters their credit. People would say, well, why don't, they could have just made up their own words or something new. They was running things, right? Why did they use them? Because it's truth. It has a currency. It has a frequency. You're going to be drawn to it mindlessly. Whether it's 100% or 10%, you're going to come. If I dangle it in front of you, because it's a frequency, you're going to come to it. So what you see is people, they know it's the truth, or they think they hear the truth and they're drawn to it, but they're not ready to receive it. Some just because they're just too blind. Some are not blind at all. They know the truth, and when they hear it, they understand that if they accept what SABA's teaching them, that means that everybody in their life was lying to them, and things that they believed in and gave their life for was bullshit. That's what I was saying earlier. They have to get to understanding where this thing is not personal. It has to do with you. But from the very beginning, we have always been taught to look outside ourselves. You look outside yourself for the resolve. You look outside yourself for the answer. But you have all the answers. Every answer that you ever need is within you. You are a God. The netters wanted you to understand this. Live this way, and you will keep your frequency up. MAAT. Do the right, the truth, and justice. If you can carry this through and live this way, you won't have all the disconnection and the craziness and the foolery and stuff like that. Well, that hasn't been the case. People have come in and taken over dictatorships and leaderships and things like that, and people have been programmed. The matrix is real. It's not just something that you say to say, well, all those people crazy, they got a scheme for you. No, the matrix is a real thing that they put energy and thought and magic and all types of shit in to control people. So these people are under that control. So the God in them has to be ignited. It is there. But it has to be ignited. And I always wish that more people would listen to somebody like SABA. But am I shocked when they don't? Absolutely not. And I think that, again, that's about his students, that's about the people that follow with him and believe in him to help put him on the map as well. I, for one, I don't want to do all that study. I don't mind getting it from somebody else. I'm just saying, I'm keeping it real. Okay. So my contribution is bringing people to you. Now, I want to, of course, learn the truth and be able to explain it. A lot of the truth I know, so it's better if I'm able to explain it. But I'm cool with SABA being able to explain it. All I need to do is get you there. Right? That's my job. Let me get you in front of somebody. Oh, you want to know that? Come here for a minute, right? You know what I'm saying? Let me do that. And I think that he is doing not too much, but what he's doing is so concentrated that he needs to just do that. And you know, and it's hard to just do that and still pull people in and things like that. As he stated, he doesn't live the way they live. So they're not relating to him. Where they might relate to you, Nakpoo, they're gonna relate to me. That's my gift. That's who I am, is that I still sound like the people because I am the people. I am Auset. You know, so this is what I came for. And everybody plays their role. If people don't come now, of course I want him to have more financial support, but it's I just don't expect all droves of people to start running in, because the truth is a hard thing. You know, and after you get the truth, then you have to let it work through you. You have to abandon all the beliefs that you have had. Now, this life is my last life, but I spent many lifetimes learning this. A few lifetimes I did get lost. I didn't wake up. I took the chance and I took the life, and I didn't wake up. And karma is a motherfucker. So, you know, you have to keep doing it to expand. And that's another thing that you're looking at this point. At this point, consciousness has expanded so much. The karmic debt is so deep. There are people here that it's just a journey. You know what I'm saying? It's just a journey. Everybody can't go. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't go. I want you to go. But if you don't want to go, I can't. I had a problem with that years ago, always feeling like I had to save somebody because I might know a little more than somebody else. No, I don't. I have to save myself. And that's what ultimately brought my frequency up, was healing myself, going within. When you go within, all the answers are there. Do you know that we have over 20 billion brain cells? And on the average, we only use 2. So when you see somebody that's super genius or super smart, they just happen to use a little more brain cells than you do. Maybe they wasn't using the fluoride that decalcified their pineal gland. You know, it's several other reasons, but it's not because you're not capable. It's because those things have been programmed to lie dormant. So they just need to wake up so you can remember. And again, at the end of the day, because of the karmic debt, these people have to be the ones to do it themselves. All we can do is tell them. You know, they just have to do this. In fact, it's the only way. You have to go to your truth. I have to go to mine. Tef has to go to his. Each and every one of us are individually made. You are a specific part of source. Indicatively, only you. In or out that body. You just happen to look like this in this lifetime. You don't maybe remember how you looked in different lifetimes or the things that you have seen. So, hey, pretty girl.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
So at this point, some people just they not gonna get it. They not gonna get it. They have to wake up. And when they hear us and we coming together as students or whatever, wherever we go, and we pulling them in front of, SABA, we doing the best we can do. But it's gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up. I was brought here, so I know that this frequency that's being maintained here is for a reason. My whole path has been for a reason. This is my last life. So this I was on this journey, and that's what they told me, and everything they told me I'm sitting here looking at. So it exists for a reason. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. But I'm only on for a really, really quick. Well, I said thank you so much. I'm only on for a quick little moment. I just came in really to ask Nuka questions. Say hello to everyone. And so Nuka, this I think you may already know what I'm going to ask you, right? I don't know, but it has to do with the answer that we got today. So before it was answered, you said that Mami Wata is the only one you rock with, and the other ones can get it to the neck. So what's going on with that? Where's your axe now?
Oh man, my axe is definitely on that falsification psyop. I still believe in mermaids though, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm still into the whole water, new and all that, but that whole breakdown, SABA broke down, yeah. It definitely changed my reality, because at that time, in the past, I did concept that being Mama Wata as like just another being, another mermaid, not necessarily the goddesses of mermaids or anything like that. Just another being, and that a specific one that we can attribute to. But now when SABA broke it down, it definitely did a whole lot of things. It's never to know that, Amun, he had asked, because I had said that I've done offerings in the past to that. And then he's like, I wonder where that offering goes to. And as soon as he said that, my mind went straight to Auset, because, I'm here now. That's the frequency I was, what I believe that's what I was aiming to. You know what I'm saying? How SABA broke down the Mama Wata being mermaid, Auset, basically somewhat not saying that Mama Wata is Auset, but showing that it's like a copy and imitation of it. Sort of like some people that would believe in Jesus nowadays, it can attribute to so many different Netiru, you know what I'm saying, after they awaken. But as long as you're still in that frequency, you're giving off to the falseness. And I gave it respect because of the fact that it's the only Orisha or entity in that culture that I would see would be more of MAAT than a lot of the other entities, because they ask for more from you, you know what I'm saying? And I just thought my Mama Wata would be more of a friendly frequency, but knowing now from SABA, it's definitely a Seba Ufin, and yes, Nani a Setmer. Again, the spear to his neck, no sparing. What do you think about it? What do you think about it, Nani said, man?
Well, thank you for asking. Thank you for asking. Thank you for your answer, and thank you for asking. And just really quickly before I do answer that, I do want to say, please support what supports you. This was an amazing, amazing answer. Another step out of the matrix. Yeah. So please support what supports you. There you see it as it goes by. It says, yeah, welcome to the TEHUTI Podclass. Support the channel and the teachings. Donate. Cash App and the PayPal there. So please donate. So yeah, that's right. So well, like I was telling Saba, like I knew it as a title. I didn't even know that it was like a being that people were. I knew it as like a title. Like when the readings got done, I was told that I'm like a Mami Wata, which is like an oracle or a title that you, like a female Babalao. That's what I knew it as. I didn't know it as an actual, an actual supposed to be entity or people worshiping a Mami Wata. That I didn't know. So to hear how many people, what do you say, 50 million? That's a crazy number to, but then there's people believing in Jesus. It's probably more, it's a bigger number than that, possibly. So that make believe in fairy tales. But yeah, I find it interesting. But Saba doesn't disappoint with the answers. It's really, really good to know the truth. It's refreshing. It wakes you up, and it, you know better, you do better, basically. So, so that was a good show. And yeah, so it's just another good show. I think you'd like to come on soon. So, okay. So thank you, everyone. And for Pesh, because I may not come on anymore tonight.
Tua, Uncle Justin Nefu Pesh, the Oracle, Nani Set Mer.
Peace.
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, like I said, I still believe in mermaids, man. I don't know. I still have my concept of mermaids. The ocean is so vast and deep. So many things that we don't know about the ocean. So
okay, wait a minute. So no, because I believe in mermaids too. Are you saying that did Saba say they don't exist?
No, he didn't say that, nor did he say they exist. He didn't say any of that. He didn't even talk about it. That's why I'm just saying that I related. Yeah.
I knew, so I don't know what he's already talked about. I'm gonna say, oh, I do too. So somebody gotta enlighten me. Yeah, no, I believe it.
That might be a question you got to send Saba.
Well,
the mermaid question.
Saba did the Oh, hey, Saba, he back.
Peace. Okay.
Saba did the thing with the creation and how we came about from the water and the cells and things. So to me, that made it so like, yeah, that's where that comes from, because I believe in that. I thought that was validation, so I don't know.
Okay. Hey, finally I am back. I see I had to take care of some very important animal mishaps. Never know what will happen in this domain that I'm in, but I'm back and I see there's less people here than I. Okay.
The TEHUTI jungle.
Yeah, TEHUTI jungle. So we're gonna go over the donations and support. I've been gone for about half an hour or so, and there's only one more support since I left. So let's go ahead and read these off for the people that do appreciate what it is that I do. And it's almost 12 o'clock at night, but I'm glad that you all had all this extra time to build amongst each other. And yes, send in the questions. Cash App, TC Moon, PayPal, Rocky SV are just sending the support. And let's do this. And there's the young brother. I haven't seen this brother in a while. Peace, young brother. You came back looking younger.
Peace and love. Peace and love.
Came back looking eyes open, younger. Bend your head down like this a little bit. Bend your head down. Let me see. A little bit more. Is that a Make America Again? Look who's gonna chop that. Okay.
Don't stop me,
I'm a spare because it's on your head. That's it.
Okay, nice to see you, brother. We're gonna get into the rest of these supports and donations, and I'm glad you all had all this extra time to vibe and build amongst each other. It's a beautiful thing, and I'm gonna read a couple donations, and just ask real quick before I read the donations. Jehuti, did you get a chance to see the MAMI Wata class?
No, I just got here, so I wasn't able to catch anything. You know how
okay. You clipped off. What'd you say?
I have to check everything on the rewind.
Okay, no. Okay, wonderful. All right, so here we go, everybody. Let's get to these supports. And coming in from the good brother Terry Patty, whose real name is Nana Amun. Wonderful. Go ahead and read that for me. Nukpu, can you read that for us, please?
Tua SABA. This is Terry Patty, also known as Nana Amun. Sent in $45.46. Hotep MAAT SABA. Tip for Mama Marie class. Tua.
Oh, you got cut off. One moment.
The glitch.
Let me grab that again. The bottom part got cut off. Let me grab that again. Okay, boom. And here, this should be the whole thing. All right, this is coming from the beautiful brother Terry Patty, Nana Amun. Let's see if it comes out full this time. Hopefully it does. Okay, there we go. Boom. All right. Okay, try again now, Nook. We should be all showing now.
Tua. Says Terry Patty, also known as Nana Amun. $45.46. Hotep MAAT SABA. Tip for Mama Marie class. Tua for breaking the matrix and revealing PSYOPS. This was a powerful one for me. Tua.
Wonderful. Give him some big monster noise at Tef. Thank you, Nukku, for reading that.
New York.
Sorry, I was late.
Is Atef here with us? Atef, are you there, brother?
Atef is on that motorcycle, Papa Williams.
Excellent, wonderful. Okay, and next up is the brother who just stepped onto the stage. This is his second support of the night. So we're going to give him some noise again. And that brother is TEHUTI. Let's let's see if this one rhymes.
I had to come back.
All right, here we go. And we got TEHUTI here. What do you say, Jehuti? You had to come back and what? What do you say?
I had to come back because the first one I didn't. So Jehuti and I shot $11. Had to rewind because I forgot to rhyme, but not this time.
All right, there we go. Give him some noise, please. He redeemed himself. The rhymer is back. Awesome. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Seth, for that. Okay, and now coming in with the big monster support, we have a bet with big monster support here. And get ready to give her all the noises. And there's nothing to read. Let me see something. There's put this on the screen. It's just, let me see. You screen share this. Okay. Okay, and it's the Ka symbol. 2 hands up, the Ka symbol. All right, coming in with a large $50 support with the Ka symbol. Give it back some huge monster noise. Big noise, please, attack.
For everything is beautiful in life.
Excellent, wonderful. All right, and we got Jay Kirkland. Nefer Netter Nature Jay. And then Eric G. I'll get Nookpook to read this one for me, please.
Sure. And Saba, you gotta ask TEHUTI if he wants to jump on the track too. He ain't hear the announcement you made earlier. So
okay, I'm gonna count up the people and see.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Sal.
Oh yes, I said I think we're already at the 6 limit. I think we're already at the 6 limit, and I'm gonna check with Scribe and see who's actually fully committed. But I think we're at the limit right now already. But the next go around, TEHUTI can we'll see if TEHUTI can jump on with some lyrical skills. He's another Tech 9. Okay, go ahead.
Saba.
Go ahead.
Saba, this is Netra J?
Yeah, Nefer Nature J, yes.
Nefer Netra J. Uncle Joshua to our Ower Sen. He sent in $5.72 for Mama Marie. Uncle Joshua.
Thank you, Nefer Nature J. I appreciate your support, and I appreciate all of your henus in the morning. You send that brother is Netter. So the full name Nukpu is Nefer Nature J. The long one. All of them start with N's except for the J. Netter Nature J. He sends me henus every single morning and beautiful messages every morning to start my day. So to it to you. And stay strong out there, brother. Stay strong all the way in the mean streets of, I think he's in Washington or New York, one of those places. Both are mean. Okay, shout out to you and stay strong, good brother. Okay, and now we got Eric G. That's it. Eric G. That's it. He's up to support. It used to be $3.33 for years. For years. And then he did the $5.55, and he's upping it a little bit again. So we got Eric G. That's it. Put this on the screen. Okay. And go ahead and read that for us, Arc Isis, please.
Absolutely, Saba. We have Eric G. That's it. $7.77 for Saba TEHUTI.
Okay, thank you, Eric G. That's it. I appreciate the support. You've been around too since the Killer Priest days from years and years and years ago. You actually came around same time as everyone really from that time period, and you're still around, Eric G. That's it. And now we're on to, let me scroll down. We got okay, there's a couple down here. TEHUTI question. Oh, wait. What is this? Okay. Let me get this off the screen. What is it? Let me get this off the screen. Okay, TEHUTI updating his question. Okay, I'll make a file of that, TEHUTI. You see, you have a structure order and negativity is fed question. Okay. All right, wonderful. We're going to go to Gabriela Lopez in again. Consistent mother, the consistent mother. Yeah, consistent mother. Shout out to Gabriela Lopez, who came in the class right in the beginning. And as soon as she came in, gave beautiful Hoodoo's. She's probably somewhere taking care of Auset. And not sure where the Jed went, but shout out to Gabriela Lopez and TEHUTI. Could you read that one for us, please? Are you on your phone? You're on mute. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Okay, Gabriela Lopez teach the hand, heart, the black Eve, a white Eve, and
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, good brother. Nookpoo, let me ask you a question. Could you hear TEHUTI clear, or is it just on my side? He sounds choppy.
Yeah, he was choppy at the beginning, so you didn't get to hear him say the killer priest.
You need me to say it again?
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Try it again.
You're a
Let me
little
see.
choppy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Gabriela Lopez, $22.22 for killer teaching. The hand symbol, heart symbol, a black Eve, a white Eve, and loan.
All right. Thank you, TEHUTI. I heard you better that time. Give her some big noise, please, Atef. Thank you. Thank you. And TEHUTI, did you say something right when the noise went off? It got cut off too. Did you say something?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything. I was making sure you hear.
Okay. All right, wonderful. You were making sure I could hear you, right? It seems really
Yeah,
choppy.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, excellent. Now we're gonna go to who is this? Oh, MAAT. MAAT. This is from a couple days ago. It's way at the bottom here. Okay, MAAT coming in. Boom, boom, and boom. MAAT. Okay. All right. right. Wow. I can read this one. $16.61 for class. Give him Nute Samat. Shout out to you, Nute Samat. Thank you for your great support. If you're listening, if you're in the chat, let it be known. If not, you can comment on this class on the playback. Shout out to you because this came days before I did the class. So shout out to you. Nute Samat. All right. And on to okay, Dr. LaRoche responded. I got to read that one. Update of his question. And what is this here? Okay, we got Priscilla with Tip love the hoodie. Tip love the hoodie. Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Did she order a hoodie? Or somebody wearing a hoodie? Not sure. Okay, $2.22. Tip love the hoodie. Thank you, Priscilla. Move on to temporary hold on gas. We don't want that. Oh, the horosipis was sent to me. That is interesting. The horosipis, what I taught on a class today. A PDF of the horosipis was sent to me at 5 a.m. Okay. All right. So next up here is Priscilla again. I didn't read this. It's the same amount, but this one's different because it doesn't say anything. All right, Priscilla again. Shipping tip. Oh, so she must have ordered a houseofatton hoodie. And she loves the hoodie, and then she's giving a tip for the hoodie. Okay. Okay, so she loves the hoodie and shipping tip. It says shipping tip Ani Pata. Okay, I'll have to ask him what that is, but shout out to Priscilla Achlers. If it is a hoodie you actually received, then I hope you enjoy it. Okay, wonderful. And we're going to, of course, the Tef Rem Kema'at. Here we go. This got sent 17 hours ago. This was sent before the class began. All right, shout out to you at Tef Rem Kema'at as Mr. Consistent. Mr. Consistent who sends support before the class even starts. As he said, his every question is his question. He's going to send support every time because every question is his. All right. So, Tefrem Kemat, if you're there, could you read that meta at the bottom for us, please?
Hotep Great Saba 777 from a Tefrem Kemat. In Medu, it says Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you, Atef. Appreciate that. And we're gonna give you some noise on. I'm gonna put the next one up, which is back to back, so we can add them both together and show your consistency. So that was 777, and then you're gonna give yourself some big noise. 2272 altogether, I believe, is over $30. So let's give some big noise to a Tefrem Kema'at coming up. Here it is on the screen. Boom. Boom. And boom. There you go. The Tefrem Kema'at, go ahead and read that for us and then give yourself some big noise for both those supports combined.
Hotep Tua Great Saba Hotep Ma'at. A Tefrem Kema'at 2272. In Medu it says for Hotep Ma'at Tua Ishin.
Excellent. Wonderful. What we got on? What's this? This is baby anaconda. Okay, that's not. Or Sibyls. What's this? Okay, that's something else. All right, next up is Big Vapes. And we'll get Arc Isis to read this one for us, please. Big Vapes.
Absolutely.
Yay. All right, go ahead and read that. Oh, it's not up here.
Oh, is that? I don't see it.
There should be ready. Okay, should be ready to read. Coming up now. There it is. Boom.
Okay. Yeah, so for Eduardo Latortu for $5, for $7.89 tip for Pata Buladamo. I don't know what that means.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I wonder what 789 tip is. He always has little codes in his tips. Thank you. All right, we got okay. Shout out to Visionary who says, make sure. Read that first, Visionary, please. Oh, you're on mute again.
Make sure y'all send in your reciprocity by donating to the class. Send in questions and don't forget to like the Podclass. Lick it.
All right. Do what he says. Minty Otep says, I am small but mighty. Okay. Interesting. Okay, shout out to you, the TEHUTI, for that, for telling people to support the Podclass. That's right. Okay. We got this is Hush Nation. Hush Nation comes in. All right. Hush Nation comes in, and I'm gonna get his brother Nuku to read that. Okay, Nuku, can you read that for us, please?
Sure, Father. I'm going to have Khonshu read it for us. Khonshu says, Nectar 6 cents in 999. Tua, Dua, Saba, TEHUTI, Amen, Hotep, Ra. That's the name.
Boom. Excelente. Wonderful. Thank you for that. Let me put him. Is he on the screen? Came up. Let me put him back on the screen because altogether he's given well over $20. I think this is his second or third of the night. Give him some noise, please.
What's the next Khonshu for reading that for us?
Yeah. Thank you, Kanzu. Okay, wonderful. Minty says, you're lucky. I'm not a mod. You're always a distraction and never want to step up. Okay, the chat is getting active. Who's bothering Minty? So who's
He must be talking to
disturbing?
sorry nobody. That's the
Sorry,
only
no.
person. I'm not on the chat. I can't see nothing, but I can only
Oh my
imagine.
goodness. You spot on.
Shout out to Minty. Minty's trying to focus and concentrate. Someone is distracting her, but I let the chat be the chat until it gets. I let the moderators handle everybody, and so Minty, let the moderators know if something's going on in the chat that shouldn't be, and wonderful. Okay, Amun and Amunet. Amun and Amunet are definitely racking up in their Medu classes. They're definitely creating a great collection, and they are. It looks like they're the next in line to complete getting all the classes. They're definitely between them and Hush Nation. Hush Nation, every pod class orders 1 minute a class. So I think they're neck and neck and being the next in line to get all 65 classes, so they can join the rankings of TEHUTI, Saket, and Big Vapes. All right. Who have all the classes? I think Saket has all the classes. All right. We'll get Arc Isis. Read that for us, please.
Absolutely, Saba. It's from Amun and Amunet. For $40 for Medu number 10, Hotep, Marie, Eb, and Eb.
Okay, wonderful. And just to let you all know how honorable these two are. So the Mednetter classes are any support over $20, and some people just send the $20, and they get a Mednetter Monday class, one of the 65. Amun and Amunet are so loyal and so honorable that they know that both of them are going to be watching the class. So even though they live together and they could easily order one class and they literally send double the amount because they're both going to watch the same class. Give them some big monster noise, please, for their honorability and their consistency. Amun and Amunet, give them some nice noise, please.
Truly honorable.
Yes.
For everything is beautiful in life.
I don't play with pseudos.
All right, wonderful. And just to show you how fast we are, Amun and Amunet, both of you already have the class right now. That's how fast we are, the 2C pod class. To you all. Okay. And we have, who's this? Oh, Big Maharu shutting it down. I'm going to read that. Maharu, are you in the chat? Okay, we got two. It looks like two last supports. Let me scroll all the way down. Let's go all the way down here. Nas and Kujira. This is from Nukku. Hold on. All right. Okay. Nas and Kujira. Not that. Okay, TEHUTI. Okay, that's it. Then we got the two monster supports. We're gonna send in. We're gonna show the Basatut Maka Ox effect. Shout out to you. I thought I would have seen Harass did in this support section here. He had mentioned it, but I didn't see her in this one. That's a little odd. But shout out to Harass for her. Harass did for her consistency. I think we only have two left to show. So here is Basatut Maka Ox effect.
I like saying that name. It's huh? It sounds like what? And when you say it, bar what? Oh yeah, it sounds like a rhyme. Basta tut maka ox effect. All right, shout out to Basta tut maka ox effect. Okay, we're gonna get Nookpoo. Go ahead and read this for us, good brother. This is one of your what do you call them? Orsens representing.
Orsen.
Go ahead and read your Orsen.
Uncle Justin and SABA. Yeah, I was just about to say, I remember you used to say Basatu was my twin.
What?
Remember those days, SABA?
Wow, that's going back.
That's going back in 2,000 years ago.
That's going back. Yeah, you and him have the pure spirit, the pure energy.
I still got the pure spirit, but just with a spear with it.
Oh man! Oh,
I got the spear it.
Oh man, I gotta
That's a bar for you, SABA. From spirit to spirit.
I gotta learn some of these bar techniques, y'all. Oh man,
I'm a bartender. So, SABA. This is from the Nefer Orsen Netzer Basatut Maka Ox effect. He sent in a Nefer reciprocity for $50. Dua SABA Podclass support and new Uncle Josh and Nev.
Give him some. First of all, thank you, Nookpoo, and Kanzu in the background. Thank you all for reading that, and give Basatut Maka Ox effect some big monster noise, transformers, and everything. Hair like water. What are you chewing? All right, wonderful. Basatut Maka Ox effect. All right, and we got, it looks like the last donation of the night, the last support of the night. Let's go ahead and read this. This is coming from the one and only Mr. This is the most consistent high supporter. TEHUTI and Ra is gonna have that title soon with his consistent support. This brother is doing this high support consistency for years and years, and this is none other than our great brother, the Ka in the flesh, the one and only, the man who has contacted the other side upon the guidance of TEHUTI. And this is none only than the good brother Beged Leisure, also known in his Medu frequency. I can't say formally known as, because even though he gets his Ren this year, he may not be formally known as his past name, because some of that could still be in his new name, like Saket did. All right, here we go. Coming from the monster supporter, Beged Leisure, known as in frequency of Ma'a Heru. We're going to give him, this is the highest support of the evening. We're going to give him some monster noise. I want to personally say, Tua, thank you to you, Beged Leisure, for the constant large support consistently. And I'm going to be the one to read this with this huge support here. It says, rise and shine, TEHUTI, SABA, Renunet. Tua for what it says on my shirt. Unky and MAAT. Give Maharu some major noise, please. Big noise, please.
Nebna for Unk. Everything is beautiful in life.
Just like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
Wonderful. Oh, Tehuti, I think you're eating and it's coming up on the screen. Something. Press on mute. I don't know if you're feeding your dogs or I'm not sure what's going on. So shout out to no, I don't know what that was. Sounds chewing fast. Okay, shout out to
me in the ocean.
Swimming with Mama Wati. All right, that concludes so far. Is there any last support that's going to come into the TEHUTI podcast for this incredible? I don't even know what to call this. Incredible. Was this an answer? This incredible reveal of Mami Wata, the truth. Who are the Sibyls of Mami Wata? The German man that changed Hoodoo forever. Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet. Is Mami Wata taken from Auset? Auset and the serpent cataract. And as it says at the bottom, support the TEHUTI Podclass only if this has benefited you. Somebody came in the beginning of the class when the class was when I was about to start teaching, or a little bit before I was about to start teaching, and they read this section, the German man that changed Hoodoo forever. And the individual typed in the room, I believe his name was Jack, he said, who's a German man that changed Hoodoo forever? First time revealed, and the answer is there, and there's literally nobody that can deny that. We got German man out of history, and the Mama Wati image that is on the Mama Wati books disappears, which means that if it wasn't for that German man, nobody in Hoodoo would believe that that image had anything to do with Mama Wati. So shout out to the German man that now influenced a complete 50 million people. And now you know. So is there any more support that's coming in? If not, we can do closeouts. Let me scroll all the way down. I believe that's it. Yep. Let me move to the next page. That is it. Yep. That is it. Okay. So on that beautiful frequency note, we're going to do close out, where everybody's going to give their positive words and close out the class with how they felt, how they feel, and what they appreciate. And we're going to start off with the first person beside me, who is Ark Isis. Give us some beautiful closing words, Ark Isis, and then it's time for you to go to sleep.
Yeah. You see it on my face. I'm holding on. It was just beautiful. And, you know, we were talking earlier about the frequency of truth and how the world needs that. And that's what you're bringing them, the 100% of that truth frequency. We know that some people may not respond to it the way that they should, but you know, that's their loss, and we are hoping that many more are able to take part in this while it's available, because it's, I mean, it's the truth. It's no other, it's nothing else but the truth. It's something that you need at your core, to live, to move. You need that frequency in and of itself to flow with. So yep, I'm gonna leave it there tonight because I usually talk y'all to death, but I'm tired. But it was amazing.
Okay, wonderful. I'm glad you appreciate. And I'm gonna combine this closing with the beautiful words you said at one of the breaks. You gave a long, beautiful set of analogies of the appreciation of this in the middle of the podcast, and that was a great set of appreciative words. So, Nini Uk. Oh, what do you say? Sorry.
No, I said absolutely, Saba.
So Nini Uk for everything, Tua for everything you appreciate me for, Nini Uk for everything that you thank me for, Tua to you for the beautiful words, your opening, closing, summary, and your testimonies that are continuous every podcast, and you're letting the people know that you're somebody that's brand new. For those who are watching, this is somebody this is probably her fourth podcast. Maybe the third one that I have actually taught, second one maybe, and she's in here as full-fledged as people who have been here for years. That means that something clicked right from the beginning. So shout out to you for that, and you get a great sleep and wake up tomorrow and keep on growing.
All right, guys. Thank you,
Okay.
Saba.
You're welcome. And you can. Oh, okay, there she is. Okay, and we're gonna go to Tefrem Kim MAAT with his amazing backgrounds. Your backgrounds are looking like the movie Stargate with Komet. It looks like Komet, but then it looks like CGI, so it looks like Stargate. So it's completely advanced. Shout out to you. Give us some good opening summary words of her news, please. Oh, you're on mute. I don't know if Tehuti's frozen or if it doesn't blink. Tehuti's in focus mode. His eyes are completely round eyes. Okay. Give us some great. Yes.
Yeah, this was a great class. Saba Tua for your consistency. I'm glad to have you back teaching, and and I know that you had a lot to work through to get here last week and this week. So I want to give a hindu to all the people that participated in the Cyberthon that helped support you while you were away. To all of you that participated and helped keep this class going, and of course supported our great Saba. That's really what it's about. Hotep Hindu to your Aout great Saba, everybody on the panel, all the consistent supporters. This was a wonderful class. I had never heard of Mama Wata, so peace and love to the Jez brother for asking this great question. And the other question that you asked, I had no idea. these topics that are asked now are it's all new to me. So I'm very appreciative of it because I know that you're going to break it down, and this is absolutely phenomenal. Absolutely look forward to running it back. I'm still listening to old Killer Priest classes and teachings. Hotep Hindu to Amun and Amunet. I love the clips when I see Saba pop up and he says something and I'm like, oh, I remember that. It's just wonderful. So peace and love to you. Hotep Hinu to the great brother Ani Patah. Peace and love to you, great brother. Peace and love to the great brother Dejed and everybody in the Aut, Nuku, TEHUTI. Peace and love to you, great brother, for you recognizing the truth and showing up and supporting. And the great question that you asked, I know he got a lot in the deck ready. You know, I already know. So Tua for that. Oh, and I have another question that a friend gave me, Saba, that I'm gonna give reciprocity for and have you answer it. So look for that. And yeah, this was a wonderful class. So Hotep Hinu to you. May you advance your station among the venerables. May your Ka contend with your enemy. And may your Ba learn the ways leading to the portal of the one who closed the weary one. May Amun be satisfied. Hotep Hinu to you, great Saba.
Hotep Hinu, Tua for the beautiful words and beautiful summary, beautiful opening and closing and appreciation. Tua for everything you appreciate me for, and Nina for everything you thank me for. And also, you actually were one of the names on the list of questions that were sent in. That last question that you sent in, were we altering that or changing anything about that, or are we? Did I comment on that question?
I don't. That was the peanut butter lead pipe question or something like that.
Yeah. I don't know if those two go into one podcast, but
that was how it was asked. I didn't want to alter it. If you need me to alter it, I could ask and change. Tell her to change it, or if you need it, I just present. Wait till you see this next question I was saying.
Is it from the same person?
Nah, it's a different person.
Okay, so I'm gonna get to that. Even though those two things may not coincide or have a direct answer that link with each other, I'll just answer them as two separate questions, and I'll find a way to work around it. If there's an answer for both questions, that person will get it. So okay, wonderful. I look forward to the next one too.
Great Saba.
Nini. Okay, and on to TEHUTI. I'm not sure what you did since the last time you were here, but your eyes are like this. Your skin is glowing. I don't know. You came back looking electrified. So.
Got some workouts in.
Oh, that's it. Okay. So give us some beautiful closing statements, Juti. I haven't seen you in the Cyberthon or seen you since. So
yeah, I tried some reciprocity during. I just wasn't able to get on camera, get in the class because I was stuck. But I greatly, as always, greatly appreciate all the information that you provide and the platform that you provide for the like-minded people who enjoy and benefit from all the information that you give. And really, I want to pay attention to your presentation skills. Like I've been watching a couple of classes, and the way you weave information together and pull things from previous classes and bring it back is truly phenomenal. Like the skills that you utilize in presenting the information and making it modern to where we can understand, but still utilizing the ancient teachings is truly world-class, impeccable, and phenomenal. And I greatly appreciate every time I listen and hear you provide information, even on topics that I don't even know or understand about. Like, I don't know what MAMI Wata is, but I can't wait to look at the class and see what it's about and learn all the information and gain ancient knowledge on what Wata is. And I thank you for all that you've done, all that you provide, and the value that you bring to us and to the world, because it vibrates through us and then we go into the world and share that with other people. And so it really affects the world as a whole. So I greatly appreciate everything that you give to us, everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody who watches this afterwards. Make sure you send in your reciprocity, send in questions, send in your donations, because what you're providing to us is is not. I haven't seen it. I haven't experienced it. So it's something that is truly beneficial to our consciousness and to our spirit. And I thank you, Tua SABA.
Meaning wonderful, excellent appreciation, and Tua for the for what you're thanking me for, and the unique observation. Not just of the questions being answered, but there is a performance taking place in the answer. There's a lot different from watching this. Shout out to the great brother Elijah Muhammad, but if it was Elijah Muhammad answering the same question, it would be much different. There's definitely a time of performance that I'm putting into this to keep the attention of the people. For questions, as you say, that how do you keep the attention of somebody who is not even thinking about that topic? One day kitten, next day Mami Wata. Who says anybody's interested in any of those? So it has to be presented in a way like you're hearing a new track from a great MC that you like. Who says that what Nas or Rakim is going to rap about is anything you care about? But when you hear it, you're like, rewind. Wait a minute. Alphabetical slot. What? You're like, I wasn't thinking about this, but this is great. So Tua for that.
It's like watching
observation.
a movie. It's really like watching a movie. It really is. Entertaining from start to finish. It's like an educational movie.
You are on point. You are on point. When I was putting this together, I was thinking to myself, who's going to pick up that this is like a movie? There's suspense, climax, there's conflict, resolution. Yeah. Okay. Beautiful. It motivates me to answer the next question equal or even better. So Tua for your beautiful observations, and I'll see you next week, or I pop up into the Sunday classes and have them in the background while I'm taking care of my animals sometimes. Also, everybody, I will be going on Sonetter. I'm going to speak to him this week and see if I can go on possibly next Sunday. We'll see. He really wants me on. He asks me constantly, so I'm going to go on. But the main thing is that there's innocent ears that watch that channel that are not getting this at all. They're just not getting anything. Annie went on there, even though Annie has a very calm and monotone way of teaching throughout the whole class. There's no real peaks and valleys, but what's coming from his mouth is light years, and what he's showing on the screen is light years away. They've never seen anything like that. So we need to come as a house of a 10 to show them the light year difference, and wake those people up, because they're just not getting this. So I'll be on there more likely next Sunday. Just want everybody to know that. Look out. And of course, it'll be confirmed in the week, and definitely the next Podclass. Everybody will have it confirmed. All right, we're gonna move on to the unique, the helpful, the generous. The axe spear cuts off one head of an evil and gives a handout to help a person in need. So one hand has the axe, the other one has the offering, the offering. He has the cake, the techet cake in one hand, while he's cutting off the head of someone on the other hand. On to Nukpu.
SABA, Uncle Jasanev, TEHUTI, Uncle Jasanev, Atef, Uncle Jasanev to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, everybody that's watching, too shy to come and participate. Uncle Jasanev to everybody watching. Uncle Jasanev to all the sneak learners, too sneaky to send in reciprocity. It's an effort thing to be here, SABA. It's funny how when you want to start Netter, no one gives you homage. but yet when you come on, everybody has a question for you. Everybody wants to talk to you. It just goes to show you those are the sneak learners. Those are the ones that are always watching, but are too shameful to come up and say or acknowledging SABA. So I did witness that. And it's an effort thing of what you have done for Ani and also Minty, how they both were able to, showcase their talent and their skills and in front of a large audience due to you. Of course, they have their own skills within them as well, but you brought that up out of them, proving that you are that SABA, you are that door that opens up doors, many doors, for us to be who we are. So I honor that, SABA. And today's class was not, like you said, it wasn't an answer. It was a mind shattering, once again, reality shattering, like you and Ani both did at Sonnetta's podcast, or podcast. And
what did you say? Wait, rewind that. After you said it wasn't an answer, something.
Oh, it wasn't an answer. It was a mind shattering, mind explosion, mind blowing answer again and again, like the Nefer, Nani Aset Mer, the Oracle we always saying. But yeah, like that's what caused so much confusing, so much ifet, because they couldn't handle that. It was like, what do you mean that's zero real? Well, we have other Kemetic scholars here telling us they're just principles. Who are you? So it's just a never funny thing to see that happening. It's exciting to be part of this movement, to be part of this frequency. I also wanted to ask you, for my friend, you asked me to do, it was like 4 things, 2 attributes that I have and 2 things that I see myself in the future. That's what it was?
Yes, 2 strong attributes that you have now and 2 strong attribute roles. And then
okay.
Yeah, send that and we'll get things moving.
Tua. So and another thing, today at my race, I completely destroyed these people. I was running loops on them, passing laps over and over on them. I didn't get to get pictures. Yeah, it was never. I ran with N-Pool on my in my little bag. I have like a little crystal bag, and I carry N-Pool in there as well with me. And I brought all the regalia with me. I brought the scepter with me and the crown, so that way I could take a picture, because as I was driving there, I'm like, I know I'm gonna get first place. And I'm gonna be on the podium with my, my scepter up and my crown representing. And they didn't get to do that to me this time. Finally got first place. They didn't do that, so it's all good. And then the pictures, they take pictures of you as you're running.
Sorry, they didn't do what? They
didn't give out like rewards, like awards for the first place. They basically just gave medals to everybody, and they didn't like announce the winners. Usually they do that. They'll have a podium. They give out the rewards like second place, third place, first place, and they give them different trophies. But this time it wasn't like quite organized like that. It was a different terrain as well, a little bit harder, but I was able to accomplish it. It was like I ran in rocks. The whole trail was all rocks, like those little pebbles that they put on trails. And and with me, they always miss taking pictures of me because I would run right past them sneakily, like they didn't expect me, because they're taking pictures of other people. And then with me, it was like, what? You're back again? Like, where's this guy coming from? Is he running on the same trail? Like, is he cheating? So it was a never experience, and I just can't wait to keep doing more and more. Like I said, I always got you all in, and with me as well. SABA, the whole House of a 10. Like I'm not just doing it for myself. I'm doing it for all of us. When I win, we all win. So I'm getting there little by little. And yeah, to a SABA for today's class. It was, like I said, like you said, it wasn't an answer. It was shattering minds, and I still believe in mermaids. I still believe in mermaids, Saba. Archites is like, what? Did Saba say there's no such thing as mermaids? I'm like, no, he didn't say there wasn't, and he didn't say there was. We're gonna leave it at that. That's a question to ask Saba. To our Minty for representing, to her for the Nini Oak for the congratulations, and yeah. It's a never thing that what you're doing, Saba, to all of us, man. You're making us superstars. So I'm gonna finish off with the war cry, or shall I say, just the war scream. We don't cry over here. The war yell. Sem Otet Meri Eve Natiru Ma'at Nuk At Kur Em Kat Ah. I am without evil in my body. Step 2, Kua, I am wealthy. Sekem, Sir. Marek, I rise up, I gain the power, and I repulse the evil which is against me. Behen, Seba'u, may I crush the evil one. Se, Etem, Na, Pep, Ematep, Ma, Na, may I destroy a Pep at his moment. Shakur, Na, Shimi, I have overthrown the destroyers. I have came that I may be protecting thee. Makeru, Makeru, Makeru. Aka Ua, Kurt FNF. Hotep Nitiru. Neri Ma'at. Uncle Jasaneb Saba, Uncle Jasaneb per Ematen.
Beautiful, never. Excellent frequencies. Everything you said was never. Tua, for your great appreciation and observation of that which I'm doing for yourself and everyone. Yes, definitely here to make everyone into the star that they are. That's what they are. Everyone has the capability to be the netter, and each netter served a different role. And then they all work together. Patah's story is completely different from Heru. Heru's story is not Geb's story. Geb's story is not Saket's story, but they all come together as these superhero netters and do miraculous things. That is my goal, is to have each person a disciplined netter so they can reach the exact frequency goal that they are supposed to reach while working as a team. And that's what Kemet was. So you're doing an excellent job of that. I hope they run. Was this the run of the lick run, or this is? I hope it was the lick run. I hope so.
That's when I was younger. Those lick runs. Now this one. So this one they didn't even give out like prizes either. So some of them. Yeah, it's different ones. So unfortunately, but you win some, you lose some. And when it gets like to the higher like the big marathons, those are the ones that they give out, they dish out money. But I'm basically, I take it as a practice. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just training.
Yeah. Excellent, good attitude. So 202 for your beautiful words, Nini, for everything you thank me for. Keep up the great energy. Definitely when I come on Sonetter, you definitely you're getting congratulated by Minty. Minty has congratulations. Nook with the blue face. The blue you did the closest to get a blue face, even though it's an icy face, but that represents you. So shout out to Minty Otep for her support. So yes, great, beautiful words. Keep it up. You're doing excellent. And next time when I'm on Sonetter, definitely I look forward to seeing you on the panel I would love to see how they interact with you. So
I'll be
keep it up.
honest, Saba. They're gonna be crying. They're gonna be crying, Saba. So, and you know, I apologize, Saba, also for being a little too harsh on the Bible people on Sonnet. I was gonna tell you that too. I was showing no mercy.
I didn't even see it, so that's good. I didn't even see when I come on those other channels. I actually have my chat turned off, so I don't actually see what's written in the chat much until after I come on, unless something is interesting from that's pointed out to me, because it's a distraction. So I didn't even. So when I go back and see it, I'm gonna watch the chat and see how your interaction was.
Like I said, I'm gonna give you the apologies ahead of time, so when you do see it, he's gonna be like, "Hey, that's Nukpu Nukpu. That's what he does." I mean, you gotta look at it like this, Saba. You know, with Sorry Nobody, I kind of treated him like that, like you mentioned, like we're going back and forth with each other, but yet he's still here. You know what I'm saying? As hard as I went at him, as hard as he goes at me, he's still here. So something that's related to being here. So, you know, and I look at it as a Netflix thing. You know what I'm saying? It's like we're warriors. This is how we interact.
Wonderful. And one of the people from Sonnet who are actually here, who usually debates with everybody, but he came on showing respect and love. His name is Moses Moses, and he comes on and screams at everybody. I've interacted with him, and he's never screamed at me. And he tried to combat a little bit, but he saw what was actually happening, and then he ended up leaving with a new name. Now he's Moses. He came on as Moses. So excellent. Shout out to him. So with that, understood, everybody. We're gonna go on to the beautiful affirmation. Let me check the report one more time to see, and that is it. So we're gonna go on to the affirmation, which is gonna be read by the good brother Atef. Let me check to see if Atef is there. Right on point.
Yeah, great, Saba.
Excellent. All right, so we're gonna put the affirmation on the screen, and the good brother Tef can read it. Okay, we'll put it up on the count of 3. This has been a beautiful night. I love the vibration of the night and everybody building after the class too. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. There it is, Tef.
To Saba on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Ma'at. And S. Auset and Ma'at. Min and Ma'at. Her and Hukui. Her equal. I live for Ma'at. I exist within her. Speak in the place do not speak in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth with conscious light.
Wonderful, excellent. Okay, beautiful read, Atef. I'm going to say peace and love to you, Atef. Peace and love to TEHUTI and Ra Aishat. Peace and love to you, Nukpu. I'm going to go big screen and close it up. Peace, everyone. Atef. Oh, Atef, whose show is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Saba. I'm going to be reading Kagimni. Instructions on Kagimni.
Beautiful. I love it. I love it. You're the only one on the entire internet reading scrolls as a YouTube show. So and it's a beautiful thing how that happened. I just want everybody listening, I never coordinated that. It just naturally fell. What everybody's doing naturally fell into everybody's lap on the Sunday. They found their niche, they found their love, and it's a beautiful thing. There's nobody on the internet, no melanated person for sure, reading scrolls each Sunday as their YouTube presentation with animation. So keep up the good work. I'm proud of you. It is excellent. I will be having it in the background while I'm taking care of my animals
Me neither, great Saba.
Excellent. Okay, so I'm gonna go big screen, everybody. Peace and love to everyone in the chat that supports. Hot Ocha lasted the entire class from the beginning, and he or she is here at the closeout. Continue to come. Feel the vibration of us, the House of a 10, Hot Ocha, and you will see exactly where your consciousness fits into all of this as your mind is blown for each question. Then eventually you'll send in a question, and then from that first question you send in, that's where everything will shift. So peace to Hot Ocha, who came for his or her first class and supported the very first class. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go big screen, everybody. Peace and love to all the supporters in the class that are in the chat, that are listening, that want to keep TEHUTI here and keep this movement of the House of a 10 going and keep this phenomenon going. Peace to everyone on the panel who obviously is a supporter and a great student, or else they wouldn't be able to make it on the panel. So peace and love to TEHUTI and Raya Shat. Peace and love to Nukpu.
What's up, Uncle Justin and SABA? Can't wait to get on that panel with Sonetta with you, man. Represent the Tirama.
Excellent. And peace and love to Tefrem Kemaat. I'm going to go big screen now. Okay, everyone. Oh, let me Tef, I'm going to help you come off. I know this sometimes gets stuck on. Okay. He got off in the back chat. Good. Peace and love, everyone. What a life-changing class if you are one who thought you had an idea of Mama Wata or even Auset. There are things taught here tonight that about Auset that are not being taught. The cur being the serpent and the name of the first cataract, and where Asar was found by Auset. So many things were taught today. The Mer, creating the mermaiden, which was Auset, that was her name, Mer. Sibyl, being divine wishes, and that's the name of Auset, which is Mer, which means wishes. So much happened. The temple of Siwa and what took place there, with the actual historical record of the oracle, resulting in Alexander getting his Medunetter name and his Heru name. So that's, of course, the oracles of that time were teaching of Heru for Alexander to get a Heru name. Thus, they would have to know about Auset, Heru's mother. Everything falls right into place. It was a beautiful thing. The reveal of the German, and then the original lady, the snake charmer, and then the Emily Poupon who imitated her. The images going across with the sailors to Africa. All of that. The Cretes image with the Tet Auset's going up the womb all the way up to the chest, holding the two serpents from 1600 BC. So much happened in this class. Go ahead and rewind and watch and support. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. If you appreciate this as much as all the things that we support, all the ketchup and the popcorn and the bubble gum and the weed and the chips, potato chips, and the latest movies, or all the thousands of things, the KFC that we buy just in our day moving around, random sugar drinks, and all of that does not equal what is happening here, which is focus on life, positivity, and the transformation of your Mao, which is the ancient word for brain, and your Ku, which is your consciousness, which is priceless. We represent the Nitiru, Anki and Ma'at, live for Ma'at, and that is me and my family, my Niturts, the beautiful females. And that's why it says Aut em her, Aut em he. Aut is family, which is a word that's made up of two feminine hands, and the Ta symbol. M is the owl, an ancient animal of Ma'at, and He is the word for eternity. Family for eternity. What a beautiful shirt. What a beautiful representation of what it is that I represent, the family for eternity. It's all about biological imperative. With us is Auset. Saket crawled off somewhere in one of my breaks, so she's crawling somewhere in the room, and she'll pop up crawling somewhere tomorrow or sometime in the week. We'll just see a large spider walking around. That's what they do. So peace and love, everybody. Support if you enjoyed this class. This was a beautiful experience, and I love the energy that everybody put into the family vibe and the communication that you see nowhere else but here, which is the House of Atten. House of Atten is the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. The ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. This is the House of Atten. We are the Netter of our ancestors. God is not a spook. We are the Nitiru here. So peace and love, everybody. And again, the class today, if you can rewind, Mami Wata, the truth, who are the Sibyls of Mami Wata, the German man that changed Hoodoo forever. Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet. What is Mami Wata taken? Is Mami Wata taken from Auset? Auset and the serpent cataract. Again, Mami Wata, the truth. Who are the Sibyls of Mami Wata? Are Mami Wata the truth? Who are the Sibyls of Mama Wata? The German man that changed Hoodoo forever. Hoodoo divinities taken from Kemet. Is Mama Wata taken from Auset? Auset and the serpent cataract. Sabatuti, breaker of the matrix, and there is Auset and Nabtet. And of course, the bottom says support the TEHUTI Podclass only if this has benefited you in any way. Wonderful, everybody. Peace and love. And we'll be here again next week. Hotep. Peace. Oh, put back on. Hotep and peace. This is Auset Hejet, Maati, my white cobra, and she says peace to you. And Saket is somewhere running around. Hotep, everyone. Peace.